Like I said, Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest in these streets. Shout out to the panel as it reaches its premium peak. And shout out to the chat and all of its cacophony spewing out of the cracks and crevices of Flight Sports Block. And we want to big up everyone pulling up to Flight Sports TV. Please park your car, get in a comfortable position, humbly shut your door and walk up to the flight of stairs and grab a front row seat for this here extravaganza. And we want to salute Flight for welcoming us onto his platform and integrating us into his stream. Shout out to Flight empowering up this stream. And we have a lot to unpack. We have a lot to rumble with. And most definitely, we need to find the North Star in this here aspect of navigating these choppy, sharp, infested waters when it comes to the Charlotte Hornets and the new formed culture that they have developed up to this point and have showcased it in Summer League. The Charlotte Hornets have given us a rendition of what it's like to see winning basketball in North Carolina outside of Duke, Wake Forest, the Tar Heels, etc., etc. Now we can see some winning basketball in the most upper echelon of competition in the basketball world, and that's the NBA. What league is more elite and showcasing talent than the NBA? Now we know there's other leagues around the world that showcase talent, and a lot of them are very fundamental in their showcase. But there's something different about the NBA that has the world gravitating to its circular motion. And that is the NBA has the world's greatest athletes when it comes to basketball. Now, sometimes these athletes might not play the standard way, and it can frustrate some purists. It can even frustrate some newcomers who are fixed on playing regular basketball the way that Naismith intended to be played. I'm here to tell you that the NBA is practically 80% black. And that blackness is broken up into different geographical locations, right? Like the islands, like Africa, like Canada. So these, even you can say Europe, but by the NBA being so predominantly black, we always are in a spiral of negativity when it comes to revolutionizing something that we might not have created. And it takes away the appeal of power to those who felt they had a grasp on the way the game should be shown, showcased, and displayed. And this is why you get a mixed commentary on the NBA in America compared to basketball played around the world. Remember, there was a time in basketball that you wasn't allowed to dunk the basketball until the others got athletic enough to dunk the basketball, i.e. Bill Walton. Then it was okay because now they have somebody like them that can do some of the things that we can do. He wasn't really flashy about it, but he was good with it. And he was able to do basically all the dunks that was available. Maybe not a 360, but he was able to windmill. He was able to reverse, and he was able to dunk it on somebody. But that was on their heads, Bill Walton. So he became a fantastic basketball player, and some argue one of the greatest collegiate basketball players, especially decorated, of all time. So now we are here looking for the North Star with the new development of the Charlotte Hornets. When we look across the landscape, we see leadership. In Charlotte, and this leadership has throughout a lifeline to a lot of young players that are coming up in the developmental arena of the Charlotte Hornets. And these young players are playing with such authority and confidence that it even blows our minds sometimes, because we're not used to seeing this kind of fervent basketball pursued by young Charlotte Hornet players. And it gives me the vibe that these young players really want to see the extended season. They really want to feel what playoff basketball is about. And before we put the horse before the cart, let's see how they show up in in-season tournament play, because that'll be the closest thing to them outside of the playoffs, where the intensity and the environment is playoff-like. Will they survive that encounter, or will they be swallowed by the upper echelon of competition in the NBA? That is something that we have to look forward to. And once again, we want to welcome everyone that have pulled up early. Salute to Rap God, Danielle, and everybody else that has pulled up early. So with the Charlotte Hornets pick at number 6, we haven't really got a real good glimpse at Dejan, or however you say his name. Let's just say D for instance. The number 6 overall pick is very important in any draft and for any team. So with the Charlotte Hornets, and I'm a skeptic. I'm kind of cynical. Let me put that out there, so it won't be no hidden agendas. I'm a little cynical when it comes to the Charlotte Hornets and their draft pick. I was even somewhat cynical about Brandon Miller to some degree, but he proved the naysayers wrong. He proved the blowhards wrong, and he proved the disbelievers wrong in his showcase on the hardwood, B. Millie. And he gained the attention of many based on the comparison of who fit best with Lamelo Ball in the Charlotte Hornet uniform. And they were some vagueness, there was some ambiguity, and there was some straight up fans who wanted Brandon Miller over Scoot Henderson. And in the end, Brandon Miller won the slot of the number 2 overall pick in the 2023 draft, right behind Victor Wembanyama. Some say the Charlotte Hornets made a mistake by choosing Brandon Miller so high up in the draft. Some say they wanted Scoot Henderson because he was swift, fast, athletic, and he had a goal motor. People thought that would fit well with Lamelo Ball, as the Charlotte Hornets in season past had a top 5 pace in the NBA prior to Lamelo getting injured, of course. So they thought Scoot Henderson would be a perfect fit in that kind of scheme. Gazelle pace, zebra pace, cheetah pace. They got Brandon Miller instead, a more solid player who plays within the confines of his archetype and what Charlotte Hornet needed. So the Charlotte Hornet organization drafted B. Millie over Scoot Henderson to the reprisal of a chunk of the Charlotte Hornet fans. The hive was divided. Buzz City was bugging. So now here we are, just about full circle, where you have 2 caliber players that could fit in the Charlotte Hornet uniform. One is more known than the other because he plays stateside, and the other somewhat an enigma as far as popularity because he played over in France. So did Charlotte Hornet get blindsided by the French invasion? With all of the new French players coming to the United States to pursue their dream in the NBA, did the Charlotte Hornets get blindsided by the trending of French players coming to the United States and after the heels of Victor Wembanyama playing so well as a rookie that he became part of the all-defensive NBA team? Did they feel that this French Revolution will continue when they drafted Tijan? If I'm saying his name right. Because you know France, you can look at a word, but it doesn't sound nothing like it's spelled. Like plateau. You know, champagne. So a lot of these names I might get stuck with. Now, intelligence. We all know that intelligence starts with inquiry, right? Intelligence starts with inquiry. The inquisitive mind wants to know what was behind the Charlotte Hornets drafting the number 6 overall pick, right? So it was 6 players picked beforehand. And some of these 6 players, you know, we might say is justified, right? Because we know them to some degree based on their history in AAU, high school, or even college or G League, right? So Tijan Salone, the number 6 overall pick, is he a project or is he someone that's going to bring good news to the Charlotte Hornets? That's the question. And did the Charlotte Hornets gaff the number 6 pick in the draft, or the number 6 selection in the draft, by skipping over Matty B, Montas Buzelis. And keep in mind that Montas Buzelis, the number one prospect coming out of the G League from G League Unite, had already some engagement with the Charlotte Hornets, if you can remember. How many of you guys remember that? Shout out to you, Malaya. How many of y'all remember that? Montas is the very player in the Rookie Challenge tournament that knocked Brandon Miller's team out of contention. And not only did he knock Brandon Miller's team out of contention, he hit the game-winning shot over Bailey. Do y'all remember that? He hit the game-winning shot with seconds left to go, coming off of the ATO over Brandon Miller. And Brandon Miller was pissed. That was Montas, if you guys didn't know, who hit that shot. So Matty B already have some experience in interacting with one of Charlotte Hornets' potential star and hopeful all-star in a tightly contested game and tournament play on national TV, on TNT, in the Rookie Challenge. I don't know if that meant anything for the Charlotte Hornets to skip over him, because it could be bad blood between the two. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if in the offseason they, brag. Because Montas is different. I'm just going to say that right now. This guy is different. As soon as he put the Bulls uniform on and participated in the Summer League, he has hit the ground running. He didn't waste no time for adjustment because he already had some experience playing from the G League Unite. Now, TS is somewhat unknown because he played in France. I didn't scout him. I don't think some of you didn't scout him. But the Charlotte Hornets apparently scouted him. And from their scouting department, they felt TS was a better prospect and had more potential upside than Mattis Bullzillis. Not Bullzillis, Bull, Bull Zillis. Because he's getting ready to get into that Bulls uniform alongside Josh Giddey, Kobe White, Patrick Williams. And he's going to cook. Because he's not afraid of nothing that the Bulls have on that roster right now. Now, we all know that Zach LaVine is waiting in the wings. We all know that Lonzo Ball is waiting in the wings. And from what I told, Lonzo Ball is ready to go, man. He's ready to go. He got 1 year on that Bulls contract, and he's going to play his ass off to secure his next contract. So the Bulls are looking to push the pace. Billy Donovan have already spoken on Josh Giddey and what he expects out of Josh Giddey. He expects Josh Giddey to be somewhat of a replica of the demonstration that Lonzo Ball put down in his inaugural season with the Chicago Bulls. That's from Billy Donovan. So Josh Giddey is not coming in walking on eggshells. Donovan is not allowing that. They just traded one of their best players in DeMar DeRozan. He was a bucket getter. They call him the fourth quarter killer. So by them losing that all-star talent, Josh Giddey cannot come in tiptoeing because that production has to be replaced. I know the Bulls are somewhat of a rebuild. but they still have to put a good product on the floor. So acquiring these two commodities, Matty B and Josh G. Matty B and Josh G. I know I'm putting a little hip hop spin on it, but it's all good. It's Chicago, baby. Drill, 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 drill. So Josh Giddey is not coming into a comfortable environment. Chicago Bulls fan base is anxious to see something good that they can stick their chest out and brag about. Chicago Bulls, See Red Nation, the United Center, want to stick their chest out. They don't want to continue to hold their breath while everybody else is pouncing on their chest talking about we going for a championship. The Charlotte Hornets is in a whole different space. They're not looking for championship. They're looking for cohesiveness. They're looking for diligence. They're looking for focus. They're looking for concentration and executing the minutia of schemes that Charles Lee is going to put out there. They're looking for coachable players right now to create an environment of sustainability and trying to keep up with the competition by not falling on their sword. This is what the Charlotte Hornets is looking for. And that's why I said earlier in the stream that intelligence starts with inquiry. So when Jeff Peterson took over the helm, he had a lot of questions. When Charles Lee took over the generalship of the ship, he had a lot of questions. Do you want to win? And if you want to win, let me surround you with winning players. Do you want to win? Let me integrate with you winning players. And please absorb the winning frequency. And Charlotte Hornets can be a vibe. So Jeff Peterson, Charles Lee, both of these highly talented individuals are going to enter and explore uncharted waters. When they enter these uncharted territories, because it's a first for both, first GM, first head coach. When they enter these uncharted territories, they need to know what kind of equipment that they're working with. What kind of mindset and mechanical toughness that they're working with. So Lamelo Ball, as he is currently in Las Vegas, the winningness of the Charlotte Hornets brought Lamelo Ball out the bushes. So we should expect to see Lamelo Ball in Vegas cheering on his team, Summer League team. And if that's the case, then we know this is real. It's not Memorex. This is the real deal. If Lamelo Ball is going to come out of his abode, get the Summer League, and cheer these young fellas on because they're undefeated. When the last time that we could say the Charlotte Hornets Summer League team have won a game? Not in the last 3 years. They've been over. The Melo Ball didn't participate in Summer League because of the pandemic. So that 2020 season was beginning, excuse me, our training camp was basically a wash for all of those players that were drafted in 2022. And this is why it's so phenomenal that this is the most prolific and financial draft class in NBA history. The top 14 all got extensions. And the closeness to that, as that is a record, 14, the top 14 receiving extension. The closest to that was 11. Was 11 players out of the lottery that received an extension in one draft. And 2020 crushed that. When they used to poo-poo on this draft class, saying it was weak, ineffective, non-sustainable, and most of these guys would be in the league maybe not even past their rookie contract. Remember that, right? Remember these pundits said that. These analysts said that. These blowhards said that about the 2020 draft. And boy, was they proven wrong, and they're eating crow right now. So by Jeff Peterson and Charles Lee entering uncharted territory, productivity through the navigation of the Charlotte Hornets' new and improved blueprint remains to be a challenge. It's one thing to go hard on pushing young talent than it is to go hard on pushing elder talent. Elder talent don't like to be pushed. So this is going to be a conundrum for Jeff and Charles. And they're going to need a strong helping hand from Grant Williams, Lamelo Ball, Miles Bridges to convince the others to buy in. But in order for them to convince others to buy in, they have to buy in. And they have to constantly prove that this system works. And it's going to be a breathtaking moment, I'm telling you. Watching the Charlotte Hornets this year is going to be a breathtaking moment. To be able to witness and observe the direction of the gyroscope that most Charlotte Hornet fans are tired of seeing move back and forth with unsustainability. They want this gyroscope to move in one direction, that is forward and meaningful. They want Jeff Peterson to lay out a blueprint in which Coach Lee could execute and resonate through the players. Jeff Peterson and Coach Lee going to have to develop a roadmap. They're going to have to turn into a couple, a marriage couple that have majority ideas the same. And then when they draw out this roadmap, they're going to have to combinedly become a topographer. And some of these players, they're going to have to hold their hand through this journey. Not all, but some. Some of these players, Charles Lee, going to have to hold their hand through the journey. Because this, as it is unfamiliar territory for the executives and coaching staff, it's unfamiliar territory for the players as well. And some players get a little uncomfortable when things they don't see clearly. When they get foggy eyes, when they are in the midst of severe competition and things get a little foggy. But they hamper down, open up their ears, and listen to the barking of Charles Lee as he has championship pedigree running through his veins. Could they trust his voice over their habits? Can they trust his voice, Charles Lee, over their tendencies when it comes time for them to make adjustments? And that's what happened with bottom feeders. They do not trust the voice that is opposing their tendencies on the court. They tend to stick with their tendencies habitually because their tendencies is what got them to be drafted and got them to be occurring minutes on the hardwood. So they tend to stick with that as comfortable and safe instead of going outside of themselves and looking for something larger and bigger in the game than themselves. So Jeff Peterson and Charles Lee cannot take it to make it. They cannot masquerade as topographers when Buzz City and the Hive have a close eye on this new iteration of Charlotte Hornets executive staff. They cannot produce a roadmap to nowhere. They have to produce good basketball. They don't have to win everything, but they have to show that we can scheme up good basketball. And when you are able to scheme up good basketball, sooner or later you're going to become winners. All you got to do is look at Houston Rockets. All you got to do is look at Orlando Magic. All you got to do is look at Cleveland Cavaliers. And listen, should I go over to the West? All you got to do is look at Minnesota and OKC, the boys from the Red Clay. Even though they were not winning, they were playing a brand of basketball. If kept intact, they will soon be winning because that brand of basketball was becoming unfamiliar with the basketball that was being played at the time. And this is why OKC, Mike Dagno, Shea, and company were able to win the West in the regular season because of that brand of basketball. They hit a rough patch. They hit a rough patch against the Dallas Mavericks. Now they know how and what it feels like to be winning because they did win a playoff series. And when you look over at Orlando, they almost cut the Cleveland Cavaliers. Almost. So this is why it is important that Jeff and Charles become topographers. And while drawing up a blueprint or a roadmap, it has to lead to somewhere, not like in the past where you had people in the front office masquerading as topographers. And their map that they designed led to nowhere, and nowhere quick. The two seasons where the Charlotte Hornets got into a play-in situation was based on the magnificent effort of the rookie season of Lamelo Ball and the second season, sophomore season, as an all-star coupled with the ferociousness of Miles Bridges, making it Airbnb. It was exciting basketball. People wanted to see the Charlotte Hornets. They was one of the top draws on League Pass every night those first 2 years, 2020 and 2021. Then all of a sudden, things start to change. People start getting a little more selfish. People start getting a little more jealous. Listen, this is what's happening in Charlotte that nobody wanted to talk about. There's a lot of jealousy going on because certain people was getting the spotlight while other people thought they was better than the people that was getting the spotlight. So there was a lot of jealousy going on, and it played out on the court till it became so obvious that players had to be separated and traded off because they couldn't see themselves taking a reduced role based on the natural ability of some of the other younger players that showed the Charlotte Hornets to be a fantastic team to watch. And there was a lot of money lost with Michael and company because they wasn't, how can I say it? They wasn't micromanaging the right thing because they had their choice of their favorites. Mike might like this guy. Mitch might like this guy. Borrego like this guy. So everybody had their guy they liked. So nobody really crossed hairs. So there's no targets. When we know as fans, it was god awful. But like I said, thanks to the heroics of Miles Bridges the second season, the Melo Ball rookie season, and the Melo Ball sophomore season, he played his ass off. Saved the Hive from being a total embarrassment. And then once Lamelo gets hurt, once Miles' off-court issues affected his presence, you see what happened with the Hornets, right? Excuse me. You see what happened with the Hornets. They just fell apart. They just crumbled. They was devoured by the lion that was lying in the road. So basically, the Charlotte Hornet is going to have to expand its barrier. No more coddling certain players. No more having a choice. I like this guy. This is my guy. This is my guy. Hands off, hands off, hands off. Jeff and Charles is not going for that because you guys are not winning. Charlotte Hornets not winning anything, right? So you can't go in and talk about your favorite. This is a sentimental draft. Don't touch him. No, it's all about production. And that's from top to bottom. Mark and Gabe are not playing today. And this is why Jeff Peterson is at the helm. Because Jeff Peterson is not playing today. This is why Charles Lee will be the choir master. Because he's not playing today. And this is why they can't wait to get in-house a healthy Lamelo Ball. They cannot wait. When they heard the word that Lamelo Ball was stronger than ever, they start rubbing their hands together like Birdman. Because they're itching to get this archetype, prototype, point guard into the fold so they can strike gold. It's imperative that Charles and Lamelo Ball have a seamless relationship, symbiotic. It's important that this symbiotic relationship resonate throughout the Spectrum Center, and Buzz City feels it, and the Hive buzz about it. So the fabric of the Charlotte Hornet must be play good basketball first. That should be the first order of the day. Play good basketball first. Then winning will ensue because it's only natural. It is only natural that if you play good basketball, you're going to beat the teams that are not playing good basketball. And this is why the Charlotte Hornets record reflect what it was, and the results rendered out of playoff contention because there wasn't much good basketball being played. And we saw that through the summer league, right? We saw this young developmental team coming through the summer league in years past, playing reckless basketball, god awful teamwork, and their behavior was despicable. You ain't seeing that now. The Charlotte Hornets are not doing that now. It's a new reckoning. It's a new day, a new dispensation. The paradigm has changed for the Charlotte Hornets. And I'm happy for it. Because I want Lamelo Ball to be in a grandiose environment where his character and his aura can expand, not contract, but expand. Because there is a segment in the Hive that want LaMelo Ball charisma to contract. They want it to be constricted. But that ain't what makes him glow. And that damn show ain't what makes him go. So now you got another year of maturation with Brandon Miller. You got a new, improved sigh of relief, Miles Bridges. What happens with Mark Williams remains to be seen. That is still a mystery because the back issues is something that you can't plan for. Even if he says he's okay. Salute, salute. How you doing, my brother?
I'm doing well. Just sitting back, relaxing, and just hearing you speak about, these, overall changes and with Lamelo and this overall team.
Yes, I'm glad you're here because now you can share what you feel. Are you from Charlotte?
No, absolutely not. I'm just right up Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm from Virginia.
Oh, okay. Okay, you're from Virginia. So are you a Charlotte Hornets fan? You part of the Hive?
I'm gonna be honest with you, no, but I support the team though. I love the feature of Brandon Miller, Lamelo Ball, and the whole how the team's orchestrated, and I feel like it's gonna be a good team competing in the East. Because I like competition. And I like this young team, and they took my interest away with Lamelo and Brandon Miller, and I feel like that will overall be a great duo in the upcoming future and this upcoming season.
Yes, you know what? I'm a little more optimistic than I was before. I do feel that the number 6 overall pick for the Charlotte Hornets, that's still questionable in my mind. I don't really know where I feel about that because they rolling him out with a slow pace, and maybe that's by design. I'm hoping it's by design. It's not because of his play, but I feel that the fabric of the Charlotte Hornets have changed because at one point they was antithetical when it came to winning.
Yeah.
Now I feel that the draft antics of the Charlotte Hornets of yesteryear have dissipated, but I feel a little skeptical about this year's draft, especially when they passed up Montes. I felt Montes was the perfect person to draft for the Charlotte Hornets because he is hungry. I'm talking about Montes Buzelis. He is hungry. I know he's from Chicago. Maybe it was already agreed to that don't touch him because they have they packed among each other. I'm talking about the governors, the gatekeepers. They have their pact. Don't touch this guy. We want him. He's a hometowner, and he belongs in Charlotte, Scarlet and Black. So maybe that could be the case because I just can't see the mindset of a Jeff Peterson watching a player like that throughout the G League and through the rookie challenge tournament. He will pass him because Buzelis, he's different. I know when I see something different. That is a different cat right there.
You don't like the 6th pick you guys got with the kid from France, tied to John So you feel like there's a more developmental pick? You feel like that's more so developmental?
Yeah, because see, me personally, I feel like Charlotte already went through this developmental stage. Now they need to start picking ready-made players. Look what happened to the JT Thors, right, of the world. Look what happened to the Book Knights of the world, the Kai Jones of the world, right? They just cut Bryce McGowan. I didn't even know that because I saw Bryce McGowan play in the California Classic, and I was like, man, he's finally showing maturity. And Sam Dracula going to eat crow when he becomes part of the Charlotte Hornet main rotation. That's the only thing I was thinking about. Sam Dracula, that's one of our brothers, our friends, our comrade, contributors to Flight Sports TV. He's not really feeling Bryce McGowan. But it looks like he was right. Because this new regime wasn't feeling him either. So I was like, man, this new regime, man, they don't want it. They want Lamelo, they want Miles. Outside of Lamelo and Miles, they didn't want nothing from the past regime to be a part of this because they might have felt the past regime was stigmatized for being antithetical to winning.
Yeah. My thing with Charlotte, just overall changes. You got Lamelo, who's, in my opinion, could be an emerging superstar as we speak right now, but just due to injuries holding him back. Sadly, we didn't really get to see his true potential and him developing and working on his potential because you got to work up to it to be that up to like a superstar/star player. But you got these other young players now in the league, like Paulo. He just went to the playoffs and went to a 7-game series against Cleveland. He's improving. What else? A lot of other young players who are coming in the league, who are coming in and showing their dominance and proving their team and taking their teams, pretty far in the high seed, whether in the Eastern or the Western Conference, or even in the playoffs. So I think they have to instruct a new culture, unlike last season, because I did see in many cases where, like the coach for the Charlotte Hornets, he was arguing with a ref, and the players were laughing. Even sadly Lamelo, who at that time, Lamelo, who's a star in that team, he's the best player for that team, so he has to show an example for the rest of the players on that roster, which I understand. Which the whole team is young, which I entirely understand. But at the same time, you're gonna follow the beat of your best player usually. You're usually gonna follow the beat of somewhat of a veteran, which at the time last year they didn't really had, to be honest with you. But at the same time, your best players should implement and orchestrate a winning mindset and somewhat of not having a not I don't care that much really type of mindset. Which I'm not saying Lamelo doesn't, but at the same, like I'm saying, he's young, and hopefully he'll understand from that. Hopefully with Brandon Miller, he'll implement that more so because I've seen in many cases he goes out with 100% effort. He plays. When he loses, he doesn't smile. He communicates when he's on defense. That's something I really appreciate from, especially a player from his age, with his youth, with his attitude of he just want to go out there and win. So it's just really, I think with Charlotte, it's more so the culture of a winning mindset, which I think the new coach who they hire will possibly bring in. And I think Charlotte now, they have a great opportunity to be in the playoffs. But it's just like I said, it's just the culture, really. It's just the culture. Who you got in the East? Orlando, Cleveland. I mean, we know it's Milwaukee, Philly, and Boston. And you got a nice spot right up there to go all out.
Yes, sir. That's a good response. Yeah, like I said, my skepticism have waned. My pessimistic view of the Charlotte atmosphere has dissipated tremendously based on what I'm seeing in summer league. It looks like there's a no nonsense cycle with Charles Lee and company, and
Yeah,
this nonsensical cycle that they have put forth, it looks like it's becoming very, very obvious that they want to be a part of some kind of winning atmosphere, whether in season tournament, getting back into the play in, or even getting a lower tier of the playoff picture, which could be a 6 seed. And when you have the minds of Jeff Peterson and Charles Lee together combined, I mean, that is explosive. That is dynamic, right? That's nuclear. And then you have a path, a path that you can map out to see the end as a extended season team and having a mark and say about the extended season when you have a healthy LaMelo Ball as your North Star. When you look up and you got a North Star like LaMelo Ball, as you know, the North Star is what people back in the day used to use before the navigation system and all that stuff, use as a point of reference that you was going in the right direction. So LaMelo Ball, a healthy LaMelo Ball is that North Star. And a lot of people want to obfuscate that fact and use LaMelo Ball and hurl innuendos that he's not good enough to lead a winning team, when that is so far from the truth. And it's circular logic to me, because LaMelo Ball have shown, when healthy, that he's definitely a top 10 player. Now, injuries have befell LaMelo, and because of this injury-riddled 2 years that he have participated in, caused LaMelo Ball to be a non-show, non-factor, invisible player in a Charlotte Hornet uniform because he was not available to go. And when you are out of sight, you're out of mind, then the NBA look past you and look to the next one. But even though they look past LaMelo and to the next one, a lot of his fans didn't buy it. Some jumped off. You know, the fair weather fans, they jumped off. But a lot of fans did not buy it because they still sticking with LaMelo and they still support his brand. So the NBA is slowly going to turn back to him. Just watch this. They're going to slowly turn back to him, but they're going to wait to see if he's going to be healthy for the first half of the season. And when it comes to that second half of the season, and Miles get the cooking, Mark Williams healthy get the cooking, Brandon Miller get the cooking, LaMelo Ball will be an all-star. So somebody's got to come off that team because LaMelo's coming.
I think people forgot how good really LaMelo Ball was. I mean, how he, one of the best facilitators in the NBA, playmakers. He's right up there with LeBron, Nikola Jokic, Luka, Trae Young, and probably some other players I forgot to name, with his playmaking and passing skills. And how overall he was damn near about to take the team to the playoffs, damn near to play in when he was fully healthy. So I think the effect of how, he had 2 years when he's unaffected, sadly with injuries, the media, basically, push away from him almost in a way, just to focus on, these other young or emerging talents in the league. But he definitely has an opportunity to come back and showcase, his talent, because it's just like, I feel like, it's always needs with like point guards in many cases that I start seeing, man. Like, I think he got to do that regimen, Steph Curry had one time, because he had knee problems himself also. So, I don't. Hopefully he gets a trainer. Hopefully Charlotte, basically, find someone that can help him strengthen his legs, his lower extremities, like his body and whatsoever with his legs. Because that's the only. I think that was the only issue he really had. More so, is his legs. So that can be fixed, but that'll take time. But but he's young, so that I'm basically trying to say he's young, so it will be fixed. It's not too major of a problem in the leading upcoming future because it can definitely he can heal it. He can do certain regiments and certain workouts where he can strengthen his legs so it won't be injured. So yeah, you have a hundred. You definitely telling the truth about that point.
Yeah, I don't think it's on Charlotte to get his ankles right. I think it's on the Melo to get his ankles right. Because you have a whole off season where
Yeah, but
you
the
don't even
Warriors.
have.
Yeah, but I was saying with the Warriors, they got somebody who I forgot was like a let me think, someone who works with the body. I forgot what it's called. Like what's it
A
called?
physiologist.
Something like that. Something like that. I believe she used to help out Steph Curry with his knees and his ankles, and all of a sudden, he started get his strength up with his legs. So, at the same time, you are right though. It does matter almost on Lamelo because that's his body. He's the player that only he can say when and where he can go whatsoever. So he has that responsibility to more so, take care of his physical therapy. So a physical therapy. Ah, shoot.
Yeah, that's a
Therapeutic.
physiologist. Yeah, that's physical therapy, physiologist, same thing.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So yeah, it's still on Lamelo too, but I'm just saying like teams will usually find someone to help them with their injuries with their best player, give them certain workouts, make them come in the facility, you know, you know, heal their leg and stuff like that. So yeah, they usually that's what I'm saying is also Charlotte could possibly help out with that too, but it's also Lamelo has to also take it more serious to take care of his legs.
Well, I can tell you this right here. I think Lamelo is very serious about his body, right? But there's just some things you just can't help, right? I mean, it's just either a strike of luck or strike of bad luck. Lamelo had a growth spurt, a tremendous growth spurt, and
Oh, he got
this
taller.
is one of the things that failed Anthony Davis. When you have these type of growth spurts, you have to go back into your body, and your body have to make the adjustments to get back into alignment. Because when you have these growth spurts and you're still growing, then there's a lot of tenderness in certain areas of your body that might not have solidified just yet. And that could be one of the reasons that he was having some of these problems based on that. Because at one time, the Melos was 5'10". Next thing you know, he was 6'3". Next thing you know, he's 6'7". And now he's 6'7 3/4", almost 6'8". So sometimes if you don't have a strong structure, which he probably didn't have, and having this growth spurt, it might take your body a little longer to get solidified and everything get back into alignment to match your growth spurt.
Oh, you
Because
said you trying to say he should build up more muscle and go to the weight room more?
yeah,
That what you said? Okay, I get
yeah,
that.
I think
I know
yeah,
what you mean. I know what
because
you mean. Yeah.
his dad recommended that for him. But some guys don't like weights. They lift some. They might lift some, but they might do the bare minimum. And then most California guys don't like to work on their legs because you do legs and squats and all that, your butt get bigger. And so they got this thing about
You
working
what?
on their working on their legs.
You said
Like
that what? Your
most
legs get bigger?
athletes, yeah, listen, most athletes, right? Young athletes, I'm talking young athletes from California, don't like to do legs. They don't want to do leg lifts. They don't want to do squats. They don't want to do anything with the legs. They don't mind kind of working the upper body, but they feel like if they do a lot of legs, their butt grows. And that's just a stigma that a lot of the young athletes out of California deals with. Even though it is mythical, right? It's more
Yeah, I never
legend
heard
than
of that.
true.
I never heard of that before. Never
Yeah,
heard.
that's what I'm telling you. It's more legend than true, right? But if it's in your head and you believe it, then you're gonna be a little more defiant when it comes time to work on your lower extremities. And this is why a lot of them who have that belief have issues with their lower extremity when it comes to weightlifting, not running or jogging, but weightlifting. Really getting down there and putting some strong weight on your legs.
You're absolutely right about that. I think one player I'm trying to think of who instantly had a growth spurt. I think it was Giannis, but when he got taller, he started building in muscle. You don't really see
Right.
it.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Plus, he's African. You gotta look at Lamelo is a mixed breed, right? He's a
Oh.
mulatto. So no, his daddy would tell you straight up. He got his mother's structure.
Oh,
He got his mother's structure. So sometimes you gotta compensate if you have more European physiology than an African physiology. You know what I'm saying? And that's where and how you compensate is your diet, right? You got to add to your diet. You got to get that calcium going into your body. You got to get that vitamin D going into your body, and you have to lift weights because some of us naturally have a well-balanced body, and we grow up not needing to do that. But some of us do it anyway. Mostly football players, non-football players, they don't do it. But football players, they work on their full body because it's needed. That's a heavy contact sport. But like baseball players, soccer players, basketball players, they don't do it. I know hockey players work on their full body. Yeah. So if you grow up with a stigmatized thing, and that thing constantly swirls in your head, then you're going to be defiant when it comes to working your lower extremities. And you'll laugh it off. I ain't need to work on my legs. You laugh it off because I can dunk, I can run fast, I can cut on the dime. But how often can you do this without tweaking something? And then if you tweak something, do you get immediate attention to what you tweak, or do you ignore it and play on it, and then it gets worse, and now you have a severe injury?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. For the Giannis example, I could probably put in what about Steph Curry? Because over time when he came in, he was skinny, but he now he bulked up. So that's
Steph Curry's mulatto too, right?
I don't think his mother is fully white, but she's definitely mixed with something. So I think he has more so blackness on him than
Curry. Does his mom look more whiter than his dad?
You could make a case they got the same skin tone almost.
No. She's very lighter than Dale.
Huh.
Not his wife now. I'm talking about his mom.
Okay, his mom. No. Steph Curry's mom is mixed with I think she's biracial. I think because she got green eyes and she's definitely mixed. Yeah.
So it kind of leads to the fact that when that DNA mixed up, you hoping you have the more dominant DNA to be melanated than non-melanated when it comes to the physical arduousness of playing a high caliber sport. Mm-hmm. Now, if you're trying to get along, if you're trying to open up a business, if you're trying to get up there with the 1%, then you might want more of your DNA to be in this system, more of your DNA to be non-melanated. Yeah. That's just how it goes. You know what I'm saying? I didn't make the rules. I'm just expressing it.
Yeah, two elephants can't make a giraffe.
Right. There you go. You know what I'm saying? So that could be an issue, So that's why when it came to the Melo, Lonzo, and Jello, the Ball brothers, the dad expressed that some of y'all need to do this more than others. You follow what I'm saying? Because you got more of your mom's physical makeup, and so by that you're gonna have to compensate a little more if you're gonna play with these motherfuckers with tight hair.
Mm-hmm.
It's a difference. Whether they believe they dad or not, you know what I'm saying? They come to find out it is a difference.
Yeah.
When it comes to the physicality, not the IQ, but the physicality. Not the athleticism, but the physicality. Michael Jordan was one of the blackest players on the planet. And look what the hell he was doing. He was so
Athletic as
black.
hell, man.
Yeah, thank you. There you go. See, you met me at my rendezvous point. Michael Jordan was so black, so athletic. White folks forgot that he was black.
Oh, they thought he was Jesus walking on air or something.
He just walking away. That's how good he was. So, if you want to get into that kind of conversation, then you have to take care of your body. You have to be like the LeBron James of the world. You have to be like the Kobe Bryants of the world. You can't be the Tracy McGrady's and the Vince Youngs. I mean, not Vince Young, Vincent Carter or the Shaquille O'Neals or the Dwayne Wade. You know what I'm saying? Even
Absolutely.
Carmelo Anthony, for crying out loud. A lot of these players never really took care of their body. Charles Barkley is the epitome of being a super athlete not taking care of his body.
Yeah, yeah.
So this is why it is incumbent on the leadership of the Charlotte Hornets to invest in a healthy Lamelo Ball and put a decent squad around him so they can compete and have the hive buzzing. What is a hornet that don't buzz? If you saw a hornet and it wasn't buzzing, you would think something's wrong with nature.
Absolutely.
So the Hornets got to buzz, man. And this is how they're going to buzz by surrounding LaMelo with good, fruitful talent. So the fruits of LaMelo labor won't be so overburdened that he drives himself into the ground trying to compensate for the lack of talent of others. And that is one of the unwritten things that people don't share about the Charlotte Hornets, because LaMelo got to go extra harder because the team is not as talented. So now Jeff realized this, Charles realized this, and so now they're putting their heads together to surround LaMelo and Brandon with talent, not just players, talents, not just bodies, but talent, guys who really want to go forward in this league. What you say to that, my brother?
Yeah, yeah. You ain't tell one lie there. So you're basically saying that he has to use other ways so he can make his body better. That what you maybe trying to say? Maneuver and find other ways that are make other ways that can make him better than others can't. Like you stated before, like some people have different body types, different body proportions. And you're saying LaMelo should maneuver and find a way how he can make his body better that best fits him.
Not only make his body better and more improved, but make it long lasting. Because we already know with LaMelo archetype, he's a very nifty, swift, nimble guard and very android when he is the maestro out there leading the band. We know this. We know LaMelo could average 25 easy, right? That's an easy night for LaMelo. 25 easy. But if you don't have the quality players around him, then he's grinding himself a little too much because he knows that the pressure is on him. The crosshairs is on LaMelo Ball. The onus is on LaMelo Ball. We know this because they gave him 260. And last year was a wash. So this year, that 260 kick in. Every dribble LaMelo takes is calculated towards that 260 million to be in his bank account. Or else he loses a substantial portion of it.
Yeah, yeah. But I like overall the pieces that Charlotte are adding to make it somewhat more so a winning culture, like a Josh Green, a player who just literally went to the NBA Finals. with the Dallas Mavericks, who helped that team out with Dallas. He can bring some type of not just leadership, just experience in a way, and some type of. He can definitely teach the other players in that team because I don't think nobody in that team's selfish or has like an alter ego thinking, "Oh, I don't have to listen to you. Get on my face." Like, I don't think that. I don't see that in nobody in that team. So I think they'll sit and listen honestly. And Grant Williams, a player who went to the NBA Finals, who went to multiple um, Eastern Conference Finals with the Boston Celtics, and just that winning culture and the environment they had in Boston and somewhat in Dallas, even though they traded him, he could somewhat implement and bring that to Charlotte. And like I stated before, I don't think no one has an alter ego of thinking, "Oh, I don't have to listen to you." No, no, no. I think they'll sit, listen, and understand from others around their team, from their coach, and yeah, yeah. So I think Charlotte, I think they'll be straight. Only minor thing is injuries. That's truly it. That's truly it. But after that, I think Lamelo will possibly work on that because I think he truly does care about his game, and how he wants to improve, and how he wants to make the Charlotte Hornets um, a contender at this very moment. They can be that. It probably would take a little bit of time, but and they just need a little bit more pieces. And the coach and the overall just gel and find out, understand how he can get this team to mush together as one, and go out there and win and find a system. That's really it. A system in his playbook where he can feel confident enough with Lamelo and Brandon Miller, and that's really it. That's really it.
And I believe the Melo Ball is going to trust Charles Lee and Jeff Peterson to scheme up new and improved ways to get more W's and L's. And hopefully the team as a cohesive unit is able to execute more than not, have more execution than miscues. And if this is the case, with the re-signing of Miles Bridges, who is a homegrown talent, and I think that's important. Miles Bridges and Melo Ball are two homegrown talents, and Brandon Miller is eating his way into be such a homegrown talent as well. And when you can have these three individuals marching to the same drummer's beat, I think you have a grand opportunity to get into a playing situation. And if other teams sleep on you night in and night out, you might get up to a 6 seed, just like the Orlando Magic did last season. But in
Yeah.
order for the Charlotte Hornets to enter into that dimension, somebody has to fall out. And when we look at the Eastern Conference top 6, right? You got Boston, you got Milwaukee, you got Philly, you got New York, you
Knicks,
got
Cleveland, Indiana.
yeah,
Heat.
exactly. You can stop at Indiana. Just stop at Indiana.
Oh, the
Because
six. Okay, okay.
yeah, because we don't. Well, I missed one, right? I missed Orlando because Orlando was a 5th seed, wasn't it?
Oh wow, yeah, 15. I forgot about the
Yeah,
15.
Orlando was a 5th seed. We had Boston, Milwaukee, Cleveland. Was it Cleveland? 3rd seed? No, New York was 3rd seed. I'm tripping.
No, New
New
York was
York
the
was.
second seed. The Bucks were the third.
Oh, the Bucks was the 3rd seed. There we go. Yeah. Uh, Boston, New York. Yeah, they did come back in the second half of the season. New York and Milwaukee
Cleveland,
and Cleveland
Orlando,
and Orlando,
then the
Indiana.
Pacers.
Those are the top 6. So who falls out if the Charlotte Hornet gets in?
You can make a
Is
case
it
for
Indy?
at the 6 with the 6. Yeah, you can make a case probably with. Oh, that depends. It depends. Either Indiana or Magic. In my opinion.
Yeah, that's what I said too. Indiana or the Magic. So one of them will have to fall and be a play-in team because it looks like the Bulls might not make the play-in this season. Looks like
Yeah.
Atlanta might not make the play-in this season. So there's 4 slots that's opening. That's possible to be open, right? And with
Yes.
with this new and improved coaching staff for the Charlotte Hornets, the bifurcation, right? The bifurcation with Lamelo, Miles, and B. Millie. that bifurcation could be good enough. We're not even talking about Mark Williams. He's suspect. That three-headed monster, that triangular killer, could replace the Bulls, Atlanta, Orlando, or Indiana. So they have a terrific shot. 40%, right? No, that's more than 40% because it's only, top 10. So they have a 40% chance to get into the top 10 as we speak because everybody's coming in healthy. And that number could either grow or decrease based on the sustainability of health in the Charlotte Hornets organization because they had 2 consecutive years, my brother, in which the injury bug knocked the socks off the Charlotte Hornets. So it's not like we wish it on a prayer. We've seen the Charlotte Hornets go on 6-game winning streaks. We've seen Lamelo Ball average 27, 8, and 8 in what, a 5 to 8 game span almost. So we know it could be done. But what we don't know that remains ambiguous is the health. Because they had back-to-back seasons where they just fell apart when it came to the health of the overall top 5 competitors for the Charlotte Hornets. And with the Bulls looking like they want to take a step back and regress based on the moves they're making, they released 2 All-NBA players, right? DeMar DeRozan, not released, they traded or departed from. Not released, they didn't release him, they traded him. DeMar DeRozan and Alex Caruso. In the Chicago Bulls uniform, both of these players have touched All-NBA status, whether it's defensive or just third tier All-NBA. But they have touched the highest portion of their skill set amongst their peers. So it looks like the Chicago Bulls is laying out the red carpet for Charlotte Hornets to walk down into a extended season position and be part of the play-in mix or the playoff mix. I'm hoping everything comes out and the paramount of pressure on trifurcation. On this trifurcation, I said bifurcation earlier, but on this trifurcation, because Miles Bridges is added back. See, I was thinking bifurcation because I didn't know if Miles was coming back or not, and I knew that it would be the Melo Ball and Brandon Miller for sure. So that's the bifurcation. But now, since they added Miles Bridges to the fold, it's a trifurcation. And if they can get Mark Williams up to speed, it'll be a quadrification. it'll be a full square, right? You got four corners. That's a square. Right now, they're dealing with a triangle. It's pyramidal. So they're dealing with a pyramid right now. But if Mark Williams come back, you add an extra 90-degree angle, you got a square. So Charlotte Hornets be standing on that square if they can get Mark Williams to come back healthy. So we have to see about that. Shout out to No Panic. Now, my thing was, me and Flight had a discussion off camera, right? Some backdoor shit. And I was going in on the Charlotte Hornets for not drafting Matty B. I thought that would be a perfect fit for the Charlotte Hornets, not only in talent, but in mindset, because this guy's a dog, and Jams have a different persuasion when it comes to that. Interesting as it may be, but I feel that I don't care if the F-150 have something to brag about. If the guy can play basketball, he needs to be in uniform. And he's already ready made to play. Now, I don't know if it have anything to do with some kind of bad blood between Mattis, Buzelis, and Brandon Miller based on the rookie challenge last season, where Mattis hit the game-winning shot over a stretched out, tight defense of Brandon Miller. Brandon Miller didn't do anything wrong by any imagine of the word. He did everything right. Sometimes it's not the pitch, but it's just a better hitter. And in that moment, Matisse was the better hitter. Even though Brandon Miller was pitching a really good game, and he threw a really difficult pitch. But sometimes it's the hitter and it's not the pitcher. You can throw the perfect pitch and then it's a hitter's day. So I don't know if that was part of the agreement of not drafting Mattis Buzelis at the 6th pick. But you can't blame the Hornets, right? Because his teams, I think it was 5 or 6 teams after the Charlotte Hornets, didn't see Mattis being a part of their organization. So they skipped over him as well. And he ended up getting drafted, what, the 11th pick? Or something like that? Was it the 11th pick? I know he was out of the top 10. And as well as he played, he wasn't drafted in the top 10. It was almost like the draft was poo-pooing on American players to some degree. Because him and Dalton Connect did not get drafted in the top 10. And it looks like both of them are playing with a chip on their shoulders. So how well the Charlotte Hornets going to be? Do they feel the need to have a ready-made player coming out of the draft at number 6 in Tejan Soulon from the Cholet basketball in France? Did they feel they needed that immediate body to insert into their main scheme of things? Or they can say, we can wait. Let's see what we can get out of them later. And if not, maybe we can use them in a trade package for something more pertaining to immediate play. Because we need all the minutes being filled with productive players. I don't know. It's hard to say because this is a new regime and their thought patterns are very different from the old regime. We already knew if the old regime drafted TS, we knew that they would just slam him down in the G League and Jordan Sternkamp would screw over him and ruin him like he had ruined everything else down in the G League. Who from the G League have made the Charlotte Hornets team? What have Jordan Sternkamp developed? I'm waiting. You can't say Miles. You can't say PJ. Them guys didn't go down there. So the guys that went to the G League, Vernon Carey, Jaden McDaniels, Kai Jones, JT Thor, What's another guy? Book Knight. What have he developed? And then some of the other guys, Xavier Sneed, the Scotty guy that broke his leg, um, Cameron McGriff. Where's the development at? It seemed like they had some pretty good players. LiAngelo Ball. Where's the development? Are they anywhere? I know Xavier Sneed's still hanging on somewhere. I think he's back in the summer league. Xavier Sneed. Devontae Graham. And what is that other guard? It was another guard after Devontae Graham that seemed like he had a career in the G League. And Jordan's coach, Jordan Sternkamp, was high on this player. And I can remember that not Bryce McGowan, it was another guy. It was a guard. It was a point guard. Jordan Sternkamp was getting interviewed by Roderick, right? Charlotte Observer beat writer Roderick Boone. And Roderick Boone was drooling over the presence of LiAngelo Ball. And he was drilling Coach Sternkamp. This is an article, no video, just article. Some of us still read articles. We're old enough to still read articles. We don't wait on YouTube videos and commentary. We go read articles from the actual beat writers because they're closer to the team than a lot of other people that's guessing and speculating. But anyway, Roger Boone was drilling Coach Sternkamp about LiAngelo Ball in the second tenure in the summer league. And when he was drilling about LiAngelo Ball, he inserted another player that he wasn't even asking about. I cannot think of this guy's name, but he was with the G League last season. I think he came up on a two-way contract with all the injuries, and then he disappeared. Charlotte Hornets cut ties with. But anyway, this point guard that Sternkamp was drooling over, Sternkamp was highlighting, despite not being asked about him. He was being asked about LiAngelo Ball. And Sternkamp did not answer the LiAngelo Ball questions, but instead inserted his guy, the point guard that had a career in the G League. I think he was in the G League for like 4 years. Yes, Jello will go to Charlotte. Yes. Jello is available to go to Charlotte under this new regime. Matter of fact, it's kind of anticipated, but I don't know how that's going to work out. Melo got to get inside the house. Once Melo get inside the house, then he can do the talking. But I digress, but I'll get to the end. So yeah, Sternkamp did that, and that was a strong indication that he wasn't checking for LiAngelo. That LiAngelo was not part of his concern. So when we talked about this, a lot of people thought we were just stargazing LiAngelo Ball. They honestly accused us of stargazing LiAngelo Ball. Right? Some of you guys have witnessed the backlash we have received at Flight Sports TV by highlighting that situation. LiAngelo horrible 2-year tenure with the Charlotte Hornets Summer League and G League. Now where do people do that at, right? If an interviewer, a beat writer, not just anybody, but a beat writer, someone that's close to the team, is asking you about said player, you ignore that beat writer and then talk about the guy you want to promote. Right there, it showed the discombobulation and the unscrupulousness of the old regime. Because if the B writer is asking about said player, that means the B writer is getting emails, he's getting DMs, and even reactions and engagement about this certain player. So when he get an opportunity to ask about the certain player, the coach can pick up on that and not reference another player that the B writer wasn't even asking about. Shout out to Marvin. Salute to the panel. Salute to the chat. I love the way the chat is moving right now. So that just shows you right then and there that how the old regime was so discombobulated that it wasn't no floor plan to build a house. They didn't have a floor plan, which is what you start with first, right? In a 2D version, a floor plan, before you start stretching out your blueprint. And that was shocking and amazing to me to read that and to visualize the conversation that these two individuals are having. So apparently they wasn't checking for Leandro. And you only can do that if you got orders from the top. If the orders from the top say, hey man, don't worry about Leandro, we just here to pacify Lamelo for right now. Listen, get Cameron McGriff ready, get Xavier Sneed ready, get JT Thor ready, get Book Knight ready, get Kai Jones ready. And I forgot the other guy. The Scotty dude, whatever his name is. Scotty something broke his leg. Get those guys ready. And I forgot the point guard that I was talking about. I forgot his name. And that's where you have it. So now with the new regime, Rap God, Jello will be more than welcome to join on with his brother. He has expressed that in the Way podcast. If you guys are not hip to the Way podcast, please get on there. A lot of time they drop snippets, they joke around a lot. But if you watch the whole show, you're going to get some information. But it's going to be on the slide. They put it out there, but on the slide. They're not direct with it. They say it and laugh behind it, but they put it out there for the inquisitive mind. The Way Show. What an experience. That's the name of the YouTube podcast with Leangelo, Lonzo, Demo, and Anthony Salazar, aka Ant-Man. Those four. Now I asked them when they're gonna put the big baller on there. I said, when the big fella's coming, man. We waiting on that. When the Melo showing up. Melo's busy getting his bread. Lamelo out here getting his bread. So he's been occupied. The big baller has been semi-occupied because they're coming out with backpacks, affordable backpacks. Then they're coming out with a luxury line backpack. It's going to be the G3 version backpack, which is a luxury line. And they're also coming out with a running shoe. I think that'll be interesting to see a BBB running shoe, a unisex running shoe called the Trigger. So who's going to be triggered to purchase BBB running shoe, right? I need a running shoe. You know, I normally buy Skechers or Saucony, but I need a good running shoe. Especially when you get my old legs, you need something cushy to absorb some of the pressure on them wore out knees playing on asphalt, thinking I was the next Byron Scott. So yeah, I think the Leandro Ball is very much welcome to the idea. Now also, speaking about Leandro Ball, he has been coveted by a few G League teams, from what I hear. There's a few G League teams that asked for his services. Now, I don't know to what depths of the conversation have been to get Leandro Ball on the G League team, or is he just trying to play closer to home? You know, I don't get it. I think he should play with whoever asks for his services and see through negotiations if they're going to really put him out there to play and not just to sell tickets. Because it seemed like in recent years, that's what's been going on with Leandro. They just get him out there, stir up the pot, agitate the soil just to sell tickets. So hopefully that's not the case for Leandro. And I'm quite sure that Leandro is looking at this draft class to be in summer league. Maybe he didn't want to go through that again, but he's waiting on training camp to be a free agent, a signee, and he's probably weighing his options to see what team might want to work him out for 3 days and then sign him on as a two-way. I think that's what is going on right now with Leandro. He's been working out with his brother Alonzo out there with Chris Johnson and company. You know, that's Clutch Sports. And we're going to see. We're going to see. So, yeah. So there's, from what I've heard, there's teams, G League teams, that contacted Leandro, and I think he's weighing his options to see if any NBA team want to work him out.
His options is crazy.
Yeah, we all got options, right? This is an option. Yes or no?
We all got options in different areas, but I don't think NBA teams and all that's an option for home.
No, you've always got people always get called.
Ain't even got no options.
Oh, come on, don't do that. Bronny thing.
You don't got options.
Nah, I don't believe it. Listen, one thing. See, this is what perturbs me about the people that comes up to Flight Sports TV. They see what's going on with Bronny. They see that the arena was jam-packed full. And every shot this young man attempted, crowd went wild, make or miss. Once that game was over with, hold on one second. Hold on. Let me give you some facts, man. Because there's a lot of fairy tales with some people. Once that game was over, where the Lakers lost to the Houston Rockets, the fans emptied the arena. The fans emptied the arena.
What time they
Bronny James, in the Bronny James defense against the naysayers, he's playing exceptional defense. He's running down, taking a ball from people that's on fast breaks. He's doing that Zion Williamson type shit. Give me that. He's taking the ball from players in a mano-on-mano stance. No help, no screen, guys trying to shake him off the dribble and getting ripped. So I don't know what you expect from a young man like Bronny James, who's coming off of a near-death experience, an NDE, near-death experience, trying to get his feet up under him and his confidence going without focusing on a racing heart to have the type of showing that he's had. So it's a lot to go with basketball.
It ain't got nothing to do with his performance or nothing like that. I just think he don't got options.
Guys, can I step in a second? First of all, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir, Marvin.
All right. Salute to the panel. Salute to the chat. I am doing a pate right now, so I'm going to be on mute for a little bit. So when I come back on, because I'm not going to be able to hear you guys because I got my clients. So I'm not going anywhere, but I'm going to go on mute. I'll be right back.
Okay. So go ahead, no panic.
Nice. I mean, it's like I said, I just don't feel he got options. regardless if he work out or not in LA right now, like right now, he don't got options.
Who you
If he
talking
is,
about?
you saying Bronny, you said Bronny
Okay,
and Jello got
Bronny. Okay, you
options.
talking about Bronny. Okay, you talking about Bronny. Go ahead.
But I talking about both of them really nice saying that Bronny don't got options, then Jello definitely don't got no options. And they ain't really got nothing they ain't really saying I don't want to see them succeed and nothing like that. That's just the truth. Like when you say
Now,
everybody been at the summer league packed out to see Bronny when the game went over, they leave. It's like of course, like he Braun's son, you gonna want to see if Michael Jordan's sons made it to the league or the G League or something like that, you would want to see. Oh, I wonder if he played like his dad. I want to see if he
okay, stop
got the
right there.
potential to be like his old man.
Okay, stop right there. So if that's the case, my observation of the optics, if that's the case, then why you say he don't have option when he is a great business decision?
He don't have options as far as where he can go at. If he the only team that would have given him a fully guaranteed 4-year contract for $8 million, and he ain't even got to be on a
We're not
2-way
talking
deal with
about
the Lakers.
contracts here. We're not talking contracts here.
No, but what I mean, that's what we. But that, at the end of the day, it's about the money.
That's what
A
I'm
lot of
saying. Exactly. So he got options.
yeah, but
So
a lot of second round picks don't get a guaranteed contract. A lot of second round
we
picks
ain't
get
talking about a
guaranteed
lot of
money.
second round picks. That's my point.
But
What
no, but
person you know at
okay,
the 55th?
then you proving my
Okay,
point about
hold
them
on, no
being
panic.
Braun's son.
No panic. Hold on. We're gonna dialogue. We're gonna dialogue. So you don't need to be talkative. We're gonna dialogue. What 55th pick panic that you know in recent years received a guaranteed contract?
I can't think of much.
I can't think of none.
But don't
He's the
that prove my
first person
point?
I know that got a guaranteed contract as a 55th pick, bottom tier second round.
But don't that prove my point?
Do that prove your point?
Yeah. If my point is, if he ain't been LeBron James' sons, he wouldn't have options. If he ain't been LeBron, no, let me take that back. If he ain't been LeBron James' son, he wouldn't have some of the things that he getting like a fully guaranteed contract. Are you saying yourself that you can't think of no other second round 55th pick player that get that contract? So if
Right.
you
We
saying
know
that, then
second
you
round. We
prove what
know.
I'm saying.
Okay,
Then
hold on.
Jello is LeBron's
Okay,
son.
wait.
That's
Let
when
me
he got
clarify
options.
first. Hold on. Let me clarify first. The first two rounds get guaranteed contracts. So everybody in the first two rounds get guaranteed contracts.
Yeah,
But
but a
I'm
lot of
saying
them
at
on 2-way
55th,
contracts.
who do you know? What name do you know at 55th? That's what I meant to say.
None. That you still proving my point. You still proving my point.
But anybody that's drafted 55th is eligible for guaranteed contract.
On a 2-way at the very best.
So
A lot of them
all
don't
I'm
get
saying
that.
is, what name do you know?
None, but that's the
Since
point I'm trying
Bronny
to
did
make.
something that was so abstract, what name do you know at the 55th got a guaranteed contract, which we know is possible?
I don't
It's
know
not
none
breaking
other
the
than
rules.
Bronny.
See, that's what I'm saying. So that's why that's something to be noted.
No, I get that part. I just talking about because basically what you saying is with Jello, you saying he weighing his option as in, well, I can go to LA, work with them, or I can go to OKC and work out with them, or I can go to this team and work out them. Let me decide who I gonna go to. That's not the position he in. He doesn't have those options. Because if he
Well,
did, he would have just tried to attach himself to any team because he played for Detroit G League team at one point. If you play for
but that's before
Detroit,
Cal, though. Remember, that's before he had his son. Now he got another one on the way. He's trying to play closer to home, from what I was told.
but he don't got that. He don't.
Well,
He
maybe
is
he
not.
ain't
He
really,
don't have.
then
He
he
don't
ain't
have.
tripping then.
It's like
Then he ain't tripping, right?
if you,
If he wants
I
to play
think
close to home,
no. Listen, you right. If you had a kid and you from LA and your kid gonna be predominantly LA, yeah, you would want to choose to play closer to home, but he don't have the liberties. He's not that caliber of a player in the league to have
I,
that liberty to
I
say,
don't know. I
I
can't
want to
say that
play here because my
because I'm not
kid.
a part of the. Well, see, I can't say that. I'm sorry, but I can't say that because I'm not a part of the negotiations. So I don't know to what depth his options are, but
Mm-hmm.
whatever it is, he's weighing it.
Now, if you saying
You
his
said he don't
options
have
is
none.
If you saying his options is are the Hornets offering him a G League spot, either he can go there or he can go overseas. That's a viable thing to say that he got options in that regards. But to say he got options as far as which teams he gonna go join the farm league, the farm team, I don't think he got offers on the table at all outside of Charlotte. If that, Cause think about it.
Okay.
And this ain't even a knock Jello, but what if Jello done to where it would warrant somebody wanting to save a spot on a G League team phone outside of his brother teams?
Well, what I can say is this: Leandro have shown that he can play with that tier of competition, Summer League and G League. He have shown that when he got the time.
Well, I mean, has he?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When he got the time, but
No,
we
I know
already
what I'm
talked.
saying is he hasn't.
That's what I'm saying. He hasn't had the real time because when you do what he have done, when he initiated, when his inaugural season in the Summer League and his inaugural season in the G League, it shows you that's not a fluke. It's not luck. It's something that could be repeated. And that's what science is all about, right? Science comes with a hypothesis. And then everything is theory until it is repeated. Once it's repeated, then it becomes science. It becomes a fact. It becomes a trend. But if it doesn't get repeated, then it remains a hypothesis. So with D'Angelo on the court, he didn't just do it once, he did it 3 times. So it showed that this is a scientific fact that he can play with the tier competition they put him out against.
Yeah,
And with that,
that's a small sample size. You got
it is. It's very small, but that's all it takes in science.
Matt McClung averaged 20-something points both 2 seasons, won the Summer League and not Summer League. G League MVP at least twice, and he's still fighting to get on the team. The only way he get on rosters is if he in the dunk contest. So, and that's a 2-season sample size.
Yeah, but Matt McClung is different.
So you can't say that that what Jello doing is it's okay. That's who he is. That he can play on this league. I ain't saying if he can or can't. I'm just saying if I want to be antagonist, and I want to hear your facts of what you're saying, I would say, well, he's done it 3 times out of how many games? But why hasn't he gotten on the Why hasn't he got on the court more than he been on? Why hasn't he, when he got the opportunities in the shots? Why haven't he been shooting 40%, 50% every time he touched the court? You know what I mean? Why hasn't he made the most out of every scenario they put him in? That would be my argument against what you say.
Okay, I understand.
That's not me saying I don't believe he can. I just saying you can't make the argument for him with just 3 times.
Oh, yes, I can. Yes, I can. I can make the argument for you.
Yeah, your opinion, yeah, you can. But I just talking about.
And it's not star glazing. No, it's not glazing or starstruck. It ain't none of that. It's about production.
No, I get it. You just believe in the talent. I get it. I ain't tripping.
And so it's like this. We talked about ad nauseum about D'Angelo being politically a pariah, right? A political pariah. For some reason or not, when you have a talent, a pariah, like D'Angelo, and you put him out there under certain conditions, I'm going to use certain camp.
Can you hear me, brother?
Yeah, but you gotta wait though. You gotta wait.
Okay, my bad. I just wanted to see my mic was working. I'm sorry. Keep going.
Yeah, you good. Just hold on, Jonathan. Jerry, we got you. Jerry the man. So when you have a talent like D'Angelo, who have shown you in his inaugural play in demo in a competitive environment that he can score repetitively. That's different from Matt McClung because Matt McClung, he needs the ball. He has to have the ball in his hand because he ain't going to shake you open like that. He ain't going to shake himself open like that. Jello don't need the ball. Jello has already confessed on the Way podcast that he will win a competition amongst the brothers that's 3 dribbles or less. He said that's his game. And we know he's the best shooter out of the 3, right? Then also hold on, no panic. I'll let you go. Let me go, and then we're gonna get to Jerry.
That's 100% factual what you're saying right there.
I guess we're not gonna get to Jerry. But anyway, when Lonzo said on the podcast that D'Angelo being not in the league or on a G League team, at the least, is political, right? Because Lonzo is a basketball talent. Lonzo been in the NBA for 8 years, right? So he knows he's a veteran. Lonzo's a veteran now.
Right.
So if he say it's political, then basically he's sharing the game within the game while his brother's not there.
That's 100%.
Now, is Lonzo bullshitting? Is he lying? Is he trying to puff up Leangelo? I don't know, because now Lonzo don't seem to be that type because they're always crowing on each other. They're always doing Joneses about
No
each
digging on
other's
that one.
talent.
I
Jerry,
mean,
we gotta let you go, Jerry. I'm sorry. You just getting carried away. We love for you to be here, Jerry, but come on, man. You gotta have some type of decorum. So I feel that Lonzo is telling the truth when it comes to D'Angelo being politically ostracized during that NBA run with the Charlotte Hornets Summer League and G League team. No
say
panic.
that last line again.
I said, I believe Lonzo, when he spoke about Leangelo not being a part of any of NBA activity, is political. And I'm saying I agree with Lonzo that Leangelo Ball has been politically ostracized when it came to the Charlotte Hornets and their 2 seasons with Jello, Summer League and G League.
I don't think it's been political. I think, and just to give him some bail on this in this scenario, I think what it does is the Charlotte Hornets ain't been equipped to handle a situation where it's like, okay, we got a star player who we also ain't necessarily trying to give the reins to yet, because we don't want him to get the big head, because we also don't feel like because regardless of what we want to say about Lamelo, the knock on Lamelo coming up as far as like from high school to college into the NBA is they think he immature. So they thinking if we give him this much power of putting his brother on the team, that might go to his head. So I think in that regards, I can understand why they would be playing around with Jello playtime, trying to make him feel like he got to earn every single second on the court. Don't want the other teammates to feel no type of way because he taking time away from them or whatever the case may be. And they still trying to develop players that they want to develop too. So I think you got a little bit of that as well. But at the same time, it's like I wouldn't call that being political. I just think they just ain't. It's like how the Lakers, they put their whole foot in the pie. They been like, listen, I don't give a fuck what y'all say about that. We drafted this man's son. That's LeBron James. When Milwaukee, they said we ain't give a fuck what y'all talking about. This Giannis, we putting this brother on the team. But you don't see that nowhere else in the league because teams got to be willing to be a strong enough organization.
What about the Holiday brothers? They played together, right?
Who?
The Lopez brothers, they played together.
Yeah, but both of them been good. Robert Lopez been good. Brooke Lopez been good. So if they decide to play together, it's because they're good. Caleb Martin and his brother, both of them are decent. I've been telling y'all they decent players. They just ain't gonna be no star players, but they good role players. If you help
What
them,
about the Holiday brothers?
same thing. All like the Drew Holiday.
They both played on Indiana together, right? Two of them played on Indiana, Justin and Aaron.
But all 3 of them earned their way in there.
Well, we ain't talking. We already know about Drew. Don't even put them in that. We already know Drew. You know what I'm saying? We know Drew's solid. Drew on the Olympic team.
Drew's like out of all the brothers, Drew's like the all-star role player. The middle brother, he's a
well, Drew have been to an all-star. You know that, right? Drew Holiday have been to all-star.
Yeah, but what I mean is all of them play the same type of game. All of them will give you defense, except for the youngest one, because he's a little smaller than the rest of them. All of them will give you good defense. All of them will give you production on offense. They don't turn the ball over. They don't make dumb plays. The younger one problem, he just smaller than the rest of them. The middle one a lot bigger than Drew. I think he is younger than Drew. He taller than Drew, lankier than Drew, I should say.
All of them are younger than Drew. Drew's the oldest.
Yeah, so why I'm saying is all of them kind of make their bones into the NBA. Even if you want to see the youngest get in the NBA based off his brothers lay a foundation down to where he can get in the league, and then he actually proved that he can be in the league because he get contracts at different teams. He just choose to play with his brother in the end. You know what I mean? Like he could have gone to Pelicans, he could have gone to Milwaukee, but he chose to go to Indiana with the other brother because he wanted to make us where he wanted playing time. Ain't like he the Nassers where he just on the bench all game. He actually been getting role player minutes or whatnot. So we look at all the sets of brothers in the NBA. Everybody earned their way except for the Nassers and well, LeBron wouldn't be his brother, but that's his son or whatnot. Those are only two that ain't on the team based off of talent. So when he comes to Charlotte ain't got a sturdy enough organization just to make that decision because he's gonna be like, what the first thing fans gonna say when they 5-10 years from the down the line and they still losing? Oh, y'all's a bad organization because y'all take so and so brother instead of blah 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 and all that extra shit like that. So it's like if you ain't got a strong organization, you ain't really gonna make big decisions like that because you worrying about how the optics gonna look. And Jordan already under scrutiny because they say he a bad owner, so he ain't trying to make that risk. Mitch Kupchak, he's still with the old days of being the GM, so he ain't gonna take that risk. He's still on the days of you got to earn your way to be a star on this team. And that's what they've been doing. So I look at it more as that than I look at it being political.
Yeah. So, but you mentioned Matt McClung. But what I'm saying, the difference between McClung is that D'Angelo don't need to dribble the ball all day to find an open space on the floor. He's a catch and shoot type of guy, and he can catch and shoot at a high efficient clip once he get his rhythm going. That is not the case with Matt McClung. Matt McClung likes to dance in the garden in order for him to get open because of his height. Jello is 6'6", right? Matt McClung is what, 6'1",
as good as a
6'2"?
point guard, but he ain't as big as a shooting guard. He can't play the point guard because he ain't really a point guard. So Matt McClung problem is he just don't know where to fit at on the court because he don't got an established jumper. He don't got the size and shit like that. So
Right.
like that's
You don't have a bag. You don't have a bag. You say you don't have a bag.
Huh?
For his size, you don't have a bag. So that's why I say that's different. So when you compare Matt McClung hustling and bustling trying to get into the league to D'Angelo's skill set right now is a much needed commodity on any team because everybody's looking for someone to stretch the floor. D'Angelo can stretch the floor. It's given a sufficient amount of minutes and allow his rhythm to go. He can make it honest where defenders will have to pay attention to that location of the floor.
But see, when you say that, I gotta bring up what's his name was Duncan Robinson. He been the same way. Can't play defense, got some good size on him, can't really move his foot fast enough, but he can shoot the lights out every time he get a chance in the G League, every time he get a chance with the ball, even if he played 3 minutes a game, every time he shoot the ball, he been shooting the motherfucker, lacing that shit. Jello ain't been doing that. Like I get what you're saying about the small amount of time and how they been playing those minutes, and and I will give him another piece of bill. Charlotte G League team, even with the summer league team, they never really have established point guard to run the offense, and you playing with a bunch of people who's trying to get their shot off, so the offense ain't gonna run smooth enough. But there ain't really no excuse because you got other players that when he cut, like remember a couple of years ago with the Lakers, that's your team. Andre, not Ellington, Andre, the old dude, he was like 40 something, he was just lacing them up.
Andre Ingram,
all G League season for about 2 years. Lacing them shit from three, shooting high percentage from three. He get a shot and when the season down and over and all that shit did. So
19 points. He scored 19 points that game.
So if you got a player like that who can stretch the floor, he just older. He can't play no defense. He ain't locking nobody down. He can't play the point. It's like even he couldn't get on the roster until somebody been like, you know what, let's give him a shot. So when I look at Jello, it's like I understand the obstacles in your way. But if you get 2 minutes and 2 shots, you gotta hit both of them motherfuckers. Like fuck.
Yeah, but I mean, he probably could. He probably could if he can get his rhythm going. But I don't think Jello ever got his rhythm going. And Clifford and Steve Clifford, Steve Clifford was like, enough of it.
It's like I feel for him because I know he can shoot the ball, but it's like that can't be no excuse. You can't if people are already going against you, saying you ain't supposed to be here. Every chance you get, you gotta make them motherfuckers pay. Every chance you get, you can't come in the game, shoot 3 shots, and be like, you going over 3, and it's like, well, I only had 3 shots. Of course, but
hold on, Fanny. I think you're confusing Bronny and D'Angelo because
Bronny
D'Angelo, D'Angelo. I know, but listen, D'Angelo went through the draft, so he went through the proper portal to get on a summer league team. He went through the draft. Remember, to even get on the G League team. He got drafted by the Charlotte Hornets. It's not like
Yeah.
he just walked on out of the blue. No, he went through the proper portal. So he did deserve to be on the team because they drafted
Wait,
him.
hold on. You talking about who get drafted by the Hornets?
D'Angelo.
No, Leandro didn't get drafted.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
He did. Not, you keep saying the Hornets. I'm talking about Greensboro.
Oh, you talking about the G League?
Yeah, he got drafted. Remember, they moved up in the draft just to draft him, just to have to be eligible to draft him, and they got him.
I mean, I feel you. I feel like technically you right. Yeah, they did draft him. They did put stock into him. So it's like they did want him. But I mean, the Lakers really want Bronny. If they could have found another player that probably could have helped them and Bronny, but in the draft, you think they would have stole going Bronny? But Bronny, but like, nah, get somebody who
If Bronny wasn't in the draft, the Lakers probably would have packaged that 55th pick with something. Probably.
If the
I
Lakers
don't
had
think
a
the
second
Lakers.
round pick, how you think they would have get Bronny? You think they would have used their first round?
Say that again.
I say if Lakers ain't had a second round pick, how you think they would have get Bronny? You think they would have used their first round?
If they did, I don't think they was going to use their first round on Bronny. No, Bronny would have been a free agent. He would have been a free agent.
And like they say, even going back to
Undrafted free
Australia,
agent.
right?
That's if another team had drafted. Like Boston was threatening to draft him. See that you didn't know that, huh? Boston was threatening to draft Bronny just to stick a finger up L.A. Lakers. You know what, anus. But I think it was just a prank. So they didn't do it.
I don't think
But
see this how I view the NBA right here. I think a lot of teams that been showing interest. I think half of them are showing interest off of if LeBron willing to take a vet minimum to come play for us if we draft a son, shit, we already in a winning position. We can just do that. And I think the other half is more so like, shit, at the end of the day, like we want to do a favor for him because he is LeBron James. We want to at least act like we are interested in him. Like the Suns bring him in for a workout. That ain't had nothing to do with just Bronny James itself. In their mind, they figure that's how we gonna get in contact with LeBron James and see if he come over here on the vet minimum. Because they do need a point guard-ish type play over there.
that's a possibility, but I don't think
I'm
LeBron.
not even mad at him drafting his son. Like I keep saying, like I don't. If I've been LeBron James and I had sons coming up in the NBA, I don't care if my sons averaging fucking less than 8 seconds in a game. I don't care if they had even averaging negative 3 points. If I had the cash here to get my sons on the team, they've been coming on the team. Like ain't gonna be like what we talking about. But the problem is, like I said, don't tell me no bullshit. And don't tell me he earned it over a lot of players. Like you got players now that, and that's saying Bronny focus. He ain't asked for this, but who gonna turn down the NBA draft to get drafted in the NBA? Like who gonna be like, nah, it's other players more worthy than me. Just pick me up on the streets and let me earn it. Nobody gonna say that shit. So it's like that's the only part about the whole thing I hate when it comes to the conversation with him was like. He ain't asked for this shit. His daddy put that on him. His daddy been the one before the season starts saying, I want to play with my son. So if I gotta leave to go play with my son, that's what I gotta do. So ain't really no negative towards him. He is what he is. Like he just ain't an NBA caliber player. Not saying he can't develop into one day, but he just ain't that right now.
Now, have you watched any of the summer league games?
I watch a couple of them. I can't really watch somebody like that. That's bad basketball. Everybody trying to get theirs. I can't watch. That's like watching someone in the park play. And that's why I give Jello so much credit because he credit, but that's why I give him some bail because it's like I get it. If everybody on the roster from 1 through 12 trying to make the league, ain't gonna be no cohesion in the offense. Y'all gonna be able to run no offense. So it's gonna be hard to get your shot off. It's gonna be hard to get in position to get your shot. It's gonna be hard to get in rhythm because coaches evaluating the whole G League. So it's like I give them that bail at least. But for me as a fan watching basketball, I can't watch that shit.
Oh, my mic was on mute. Sorry. The only reason why I asked you that is because I wanted you to compare the productivity to the Hornets draft pick at Tijon Sulan and the Bulls draft pick At number 11, Matisse Bazulis.
I ain't gonna lie, I ain't watched either one of them play yet. I see like a highlight of
Oh,
the one from the Bulls who had dunked on somebody, but he had looked kind of weak going up dunking on somebody. So I mean that's about the gist of what I can say about him.
well, anytime you dunk on anybody, I mean, it's still putting apples on somebody's head. So, but
Yeah, but he had
I mean,
looked kind of
he
like
did,
he had looked like he got nice size, but it's like he just don't look like somebody who's a dominant type player. He look like he got a low soul in his game now, but I know I don't know too much about him. Like I said, like I can't really give no fair
okay,
criticism on him
assessment.
because I just ain't watching.
Okay, yeah. Buzilis, Matty B, he's a little different. I'm gonna tell you that. If you ever get a chance to watch him, go ahead and watch him. This guy was dynamic to some degree in the G League Ignite program. He propelled G League Ignite in the rookie challenge in that tournament, getting all the way to the championship, and was a couple of points away from being that season rookie challenge champion. He knocked out Brandon Miller with a tremendous shot while Brandon Miller was playing very tight defense. Brandon Miller didn't do anything wrong on that defensive set. He was in Brazil's chest, stretched out his arms to make the shot difficult, and all of the will and power of Brandon Miller to make that deterrent from Brazil's didn't work. Brazilius thought he just shot right over it, made the shot, eliminated Brandon Miller and his rookie squad, and sent them out of competition. So I don't know if that had anything to do with. It sounds petty, but you just never know if these guys trash talk to each other throughout that All Star weekend, and Brandon just probably don't like the guy because Mathis looks like a shit talk. He does look like that. He does look
Brandon,
like one of them. Say that again.
no, go ahead, finish. All what you done.
Yeah. Matt just looked like a shit talker, and he'd try to rub fish in your face if he had the opportunity to. And maybe that didn't sit well with Brandon, and maybe he didn't want to be a teammate of this guy. He probably thought he was a prick, an asshole. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, and like I hear when you been talking about with Brandon Miller earlier in the draft last year. Like Brandon Miller didn't prove nothing that I ain't say he was gonna be last year. Like Brandon Miller's exactly who I think he is and who I say he but like he ain't like the reason think about it, like Brandon Miller's a second year player. Not saying just because he's a second year player, he should have led his team anywhere, nothing like that. But it's like he just ain't that type of player. Like he's not gonna be like I understand he probably fit next to Lamelo Ball how you want to fit next to him. But that's all he is a catch and shoot player. Like that's all he's gonna
Mm,
be. Like I don't see him as
I don't know
I don't
about
see him
this.
as like a
Just a
Paul
catch and shoot
George type
player.
of player.
Brandon Miller does play make. Brandon Miller does chase down rebounds. And in some occasions I saw last season, he had some good defensive stance.
No,
So I think if he put it all together, I think he'd be a superb player. Now, will he put a something up in the Raptors for the Charlotte Hornets? I don't know, but I think he could be with this prototype. I think he could be a outstanding help meet for Lamelo Ball and company.
no, yeah. Like if you just talking about help as far as playing a role on the team, like of course, yeah. I mean, I can see that because he like 6'9", 6'10", like he can shoot like a motherfucker. Like he definitely could be a help, but at the same time, it's like I just don't see him being the player that how we been talking about coming up the draft. When we talk about school, even though I know school ain't had the best of season, but if you look at school season coming down the stretch, he might have not been in that rookie of the year run. He might not even been on all rookie team. But he was showing improvements in the area that he's supposed to show improvements in. And the team that he playing on been, and not saying Charlotte been the most well-organized team or nothing like that, but if you look at what Portland had going on, like Portland, they had Dame up until the down. Past the draft, I believe they traded him, or what, like after the draft, they traded him. they didn't know what their future bring. So they just got like Simons, who ain't a point guard, but he ain't got the size to be a two guard. And I talking about like Girth or whatever, like that, Paul. So it's like you don't know what he is. And like I said, he one of them players that put up big numbers on bad teams. Then you got him, you got Scoot, you playing Scoot right next to him. So now you got two players that ain't necessarily gonna scratch the floor, like, because you got Simon's got to have the ball in his hand a fair amount for him to actually get them buckets off. Like, he ain't no catch and shoot off ball player. That's what they've been trying to move Dame off the ball with him and have the ball inside his hand. So now you kind of like whatever your plans as a Portland Trail Blazer team, whatever plan you had going on, is like think about the roster they had. They had Jeremiah Grant. They had we boy them out. They had Simon.
Shaden Sharp. They had Shaden Sharp.
They had Shaden Sharp. They don't know what he is. Is he a two guard?
DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah, and who just come over that same off season is like
they have Malcolm Brogdon, then they traded him, and then they end up with Mike T. Stiefel.
Yeah, so if you got Scoot who already coming into the NBA, he already needed to work on his jump shot. If you got him in that lineup, where the spacing coming at? Now you forcing him to have these tight areas to get him through. Like, if you got space around him, he can work his magic because he do got a decent low mid range. But if he got to settle for jumpers or he got to pull up for long range or the fans expecting Dame 2.0, it's like he already playing behind the 8-ball. And that ain't no excuse to him because he got to get better on the 3-ball. Like, that's the new NBA. Like, you can't just be a shifty player and call that a rap. Like, you got to be able to shoot the ball too. But at the end of the day, it's like when I look at Brandon Miller and the couple of games I go into to watch Charlotte play, it's like I watch him do the same thing every game. Like, he just basically going to set up somewhere and catching and shooting. The same thing we used to say about Lonzo Ball looking for a corner to stand in. He kind of do the same thing. And then when they do run the play where he got the ball in his hand, it's like he don't necessarily play make, he just run the plays. And if he don't got a pass or the play don't develop or they don't make the extra pass or whatever, it's like he don't relocate for a three. He don't do none of the things that you would think somebody who got the shooting ability he got to do. It's like there's a lot about his game that just rang true to me. Like, he's a stuff player. He can't get to the basket on his own accord. Shit like that. Like, for him to be that big, look at his drive percentage. I can't. I ain't saying I got the numbers in front of me. I just
now what player? You got to remind us what player you talking about.
Huh?
You got to remind us what player you talking about.
Brandon Miller.
Oh my God! All that on Brandon Miller?
No. The first part been about Scoot, about what Scoot need to work on, and me saying what Scoot what went wrong for him as far as why his season going the way he going. And then when I get into Brandon Miller, and I know he had Lamelo with him. He had Lamelo. He probably had another playmaker. But all I'm saying is, even if he did have Lamelo there, he still would be a catch and shoot player. Like, his role was just catch.
Wait. You said Brandon Miller will be or is a catch and shoot player because Melo's coming back. So
that's who he is. They think about it. If Brandon Miller
catch and shoot,
huh?
You said catch and shoot?
Yeah,
that's mind-boggling.
But that's who he is. Think about it. Just think about it like just from this point of view. If they thought Brandon Miller been anything more than a catch and shoot, why would you stifle his development by re-signing Miles Bridges?
I don't think that will stifle his development because they could move Brandon Miller around. With his height, you can move him around.
The catch and shoot, right?
No.
But what he moving around to do? The ball
to get open to get into space.
No, but that's the essence of a pass as a catch and shoot.
Okay, let me say this. Let me say this so we won't be so confuddled. Brandon Miller have shown in the absence of Lamelo Ball that he can handle the ball in certain junction of the game, right? Because Miles Bridges never handled the ball. Only person that was really handling the ball of size was Brandon Miller and Grant Williams. And so when Lamelo comes back, that's another point of attack when Brandon Miller is on the floor. And Brandon Miller have shown that he has a high enough processing system that he can find the open man if the defense adjusts to him rapidly. That's what I like about Brandon Miller. That's something that I didn't know about Brandon Miller, and that's why my assessment of Brandon Miller was totally wrong. Because once I saw him play in the absence of Lamelo Ball and seeing him become a playmaker and make decisions in a nanosecond while trying to attack the defense, I said at that height, he could throw the ball, he could see over the court, the whole court. So that's the asset. Because Miles Bridges, he's height challenged for his position. And this is why Miles Bridges get those type of turnovers sometimes. And then sometimes Miles Bridges just don't pass the ball because it's a challenge to him to see through the cracks and crevices or even over the defense. He doesn't have that type of skill set to be successful consistently. But Brandon Miller does have that skill set to be successful consistently. And he can move Lamelo off the ball. Lamelo could squirm around and try to make it difficult for the defense and have different point of attacks. Like, because we already know Lamelo like to attack from the distance, right? He likes to attack from the distance. But now with Brandon Miller, Lamelo can get inside of the arc and get near the elbow, get the ball, and attack from there. And that will make it very, very difficult for defense to stop when you got players like Miles Bridges and hopefully a healthy Mark Williams and Grant Williams down there to finish off some of Lamelo dimes.
But see, the thing about it is that's not true. As far as Brandon Miller playmaking for the offense, that he wasn't playmaking. If you telling me where they kicked the ball off the he might do a little pump fake and go into the basket, and then instead of going up, he kicked the ball to the big man or kick it out. Like that's kind of a basketball play. I wouldn't call that another ball handler or a difference maker with the ball in your hand. When I look at him play,
no panic. If he's dribbling the ball, no panic. Listen to what you're saying. If he's dribbling the ball, right, in attack mode, and he sees somebody open, and he gets that ball to the open player, and that open player execute, you don't consider that playmaking?
What I'm saying is, when we talk about a player, that's an average basketball player. I'm not playing average basketball player. If you drive into the bucket and you see a man open out the corner of your eye, that's kind of an average play to make. Most NBA players can do that no matter what their skill level. You got big men in the league who can do that. What I'm talking about when I say about what Brandon Miller is and what he ain't, what I'm saying is he's not going to be a player where he's initiating offense most of the time. He's not going to be a player where put the ball in his hand and let him go get a bucket. That's not who he is. Who he is I'll run a play to get me in this corner open, or run a play to get me here. Or if you making plays, just remember I out here on this wing and I can shoot him from out here. I'm going to space the floor for y'all. I'm going to stand out here. Even if I don't get the ball, they know I can shoot, so they ain't about to just sneak away from me. So now Melo got more space to drive and kick. Now Miles Bridges got more space to drive and kick. And as we see last year, they give Dennis Smith Jr. a lot of drive and kick opportunities. As far as Brandon Miller doing that, they tried to do that with him last year, but he couldn't do it because
No, he could do it. Don't do that, no panic. You're making up stuff now.
But look,
Brandon Miller was driving and kicking. There's video footage.
I know anybody's just gonna go just do this, but go look at least 15 Charlotte Hornet games. And look at every time they try to put him in a pick and roll where he the ball handler. And look how it ended up.
But you got to remember, no panic. Why would you use Brandon Miller as in a pick and roll as the ball handler when he's standing straight up? He's not able to get in one of those lower center of gravity kind of crouches. Lamelo, that's what makes Lamelo unique, right? Because he's 6'8" and he can get down low and still handle the ball with agility. A lot of players cannot do that. A lot of players cannot do that. That's tall.
But see, what you're doing is you simplifying the pick and roll to one thing. Think about it. The reason why Kevin Durant, who about this not the same height, but Kevin Durant, you will say his archetype can be closer to Kevin Durant, where Kevin Durant got the height to just shoot over people. So it's a reason why you don't never see Kevin Durant as a pick and roll ball handler, because he can just pull up over anybody. He don't
Anybody.
need a
That's
pick
right.
and roll.
That's right.
When
That's
he
right.
hunting
I
for
agree.
mismatches, he don't need a pick and roll to get a mismatch with most players. If you put a 7-footer on another 7-footer on him, he going around him. You put somebody small on, he pulling up over him. Now, why can't you do that with Brandon Miller?
Well,
You know
Brandon
what I
Miller
mean?
will have to.
Why?
Wait. You ask, was that rhetorical? Was that question rhetorical? Or are you
Yeah,
asking the
it's
question to be answered?
rhetorical because
Oh,
I'm about to tell you
okay.
why.
Okay.
When you put a player like Brandon Miller in who game as a catch and shoot player, naturally a catch and shoot player, he's not necessarily trying to just pull up over everybody. He's not trying to hunt for mismatches. He's not trying to get around and get to the basket. His game is on the outside. He feels more comfortable pulling up from the outside. That's why when you look at Paul George, how many times have you ever, not how many times, but how often do you see Paul George get down in the low post if he ain't already down there?
Salute, Basil.
You don't see it often. Why? Because Paul George feels more comfortable pulling up. Paul George is a better player, so he can run the pick and roll with different types of players or whatnot like that, because he can actually get to the basket. But when you look at Brandon Miller, that ain't who he is. He's a stuffer player. He ain't take, and I ain't trying to come at his foot speed, but he just ain't that fluid of an athlete to do that. Like, when you look at his lankiness and his athletic ability, it looks different than a Giannis, or it looks different than I can't think of players off the top of my head who got his same
Salute,
fluid.
Murdoch. Well, I don't know. I think your assessment of Brandon Miller is a strong miscue. I think Brandon Miller first season was getting his feet wet. He ranked in the top 3 of the rookies of the year, and he was a steadfast rookie. It wasn't like he was up and down like a yo-yo. He was
Oh,
pretty
no,
steadfast
hold on.
once he got his foot wet.
Before you finish, I ain't knocking this a rookie season. This ain't my assessment of was not knocking the rookie season. He had a decent rookie season, but what I'm saying is he is who I said he was. Even
Oh, I
even
don't.
with
I,
Wemby, remember when the season started, I said when people look at Wemby, they gonna expect Wemby to be this player where Wemby just damn getting thrown around. And I said he's skillful enough that he gonna get hers, but he ain't necessarily gonna be this player where it's like he just too dominant offensively, which he wasn't too dominant offensively. He wasn't just pulling up from 3 all game. It looks like that from highlights, but damn, really been this game, he really been trying to get into the basket. So what I'm saying, and with Scoot, the same thing. What I say about Scoot gonna need space, and he gonna need to develop that 3-point shot, because you ain't gonna always be able to cook somebody and get to the basket, because you a smaller player. So that means if you ain't got as much space, you ain't gonna get to the basket as efficiently. And if you ain't got that mid range all the way down pack, if you ain't got the 3-ball, that pull up 3-ball down pack, you ain't gonna have that much of an impact offensively. But he stole, as the season going on, as you watch Scoot, he been improving on actual, like, he been improving on maybe not his jump shot as much, but as far as like his shot selection, he been improving on that. So
okay,
when
listen.
you
Now, hold on. Let's get off of Wemby for a second. Go back to Brandon Miller compared to Paul George. Murdoch said it took Paul George 4 years to come into his own. So
okay,
you want to judge Brandon Miller and he only
I'm
been in
but
1 year?
no,
That's all
I'm
we
not.
saw is 1 year.
I'm not. No, see, that's why I keep saying I'm not judging him off his rookie season. He had a decent rookie season. I'm looking at his base. And not saying he doesn't have potential, but what I'm saying is, if the Hornets themselves didn't think he was just a catch and shoot player, why would they re-sign? Mind you, not Hornets are not winning nothing this year. They know they're not winning nothing this year. Why step on his development to be a Paul George-ish type player by keeping another ball handler and on the starting lineup with him?
Okay,
You would
okay. Stop
want him
right
to be
there.
that
Stop right
same
there.
player.
Stop right there. What makes you think the Hornets is not winning anything? Were you talking about like a championship or having a winning record?
I'm talking about making it past a 10th, 9th seed.
Oh, you don't even got them in the play-in? A healthy Hornets team?
No, for beating who?
That's what I'm saying. You don't think nobody going to take a step back? You
I
don't
think the
think
only
even
team they're better than in the East is the Hawks.
okay? The Hawks was part of the top 10.
Last season with DeJounte
Yeah,
Murray.
yeah, they was part of the top 10.
This season they're back to just trade.
I
He
know,
been
but
more
what I'm saying is
inconsistent over
if
the
the
last 2
Hawks,
years.
okay, hold on. With the Hawks, right? With the Hawks
Mm-hmm.
last season, they was a top 10 team.
Mm-hmm.
Now, minus DeJounte Murray, You're saying they're going to be out of the top 10. And you said the Hornets are better, so then that means the Hornets will be in the top 10.
No, see, but that's not how I look. That's not how I look at it. First of all, I don't. I do like the play-in. I do respect the play-in, but I don't like what the play-in has done to the league. The play-in, like think about it. Every year before
No,
the
despite all that. No, you
Let me hit me
digressing.
up real quick.
You digressing. Stay on the Hornets being better than.
I'm gonna get to the
Wait,
point.
let me acknowledge this. Hold on, let me acknowledge this.
Go ahead.
Shout out to Basil Carpenter Jr. for the $10 super chat. Keep it going. Peace and love. Yes, Basil. We appreciate that, brother. So go ahead, no panic.
What I'm saying is before the play-in, teams that been in the 10th and 9th spot, maybe the 9th spot would have been still fighting. The 10th spot would have been like, we can kind of rest off for a playoff, for a lottery position next year. Like, we ain't necessarily got to fight for nothing. At a certain point in the season, like, once that 65, 70 games come up and you realize you're 6 spots behind the 9th seed or the 10th, 8th seed, you ain't necessarily been fighting for nothing. You've been kind of giving up. That's how the top seeds used to get boosted, because as far as the record-wise, they beating them teams down the stretch or whatnot, and then a 4th, 5th, 6th seed beating them teams, and that's how I used to solidify the playoff spots. But now that we got the play-ins, a lot of teams that would be damn tanking at this point, they still fighting. So if you telling me the Hawks is a top 10 team, in my mind, from being old enough to remember regular 8 seed playoffs, that means nothing to me. It's like
I know we're not going by that, no panic. We're only going by the standard that is put out for us right now. And that criteria, that criteria says top 10 teams in both conference is eligible for extended season play.
Exactly. So when you look at the Hawks, and they've been the 10th seed last year, and I'm telling you this year the Hornets gonna be better than them. That don't necessarily mean that Hornets gonna be the 10th seed now. That can ultimately mean Hawks can have the number 1 draft pick next year, the best odds because they're the worst team in the league, and Charlotte right there after them. That don't advance them up because they're better than the team that lose some parts last year, and they got a rookie player, and then and they're talking about trading Trae Young all off season. So like, they're in disarray at this point.
Okay, but who's gonna cry crocodile tears for the Atlanta Hawks if you're part of the Hive? Nobody, right? The Hive is glad Atlanta is breaking up and falling apart and collapsing, because you know what? That gives the Charlotte Hornets an advantage that they don't have to compete against that team anymore, right? As far as getting into a play-in scenario or playoff scenario. So bye-bye Hawks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if the Charlotte Hornets is better than them, according to you, this is out of your own mouth, you're saying the Charlotte Hornets is better than the Hawks, then you're saying that the Charlotte Hornets could be the 10th or 9th seed.
That's not what I'm saying, because there's 13. There's 13 teams in each conference, right? But no, damn, I tripping. Like 16 teams in each conference. No, 15 teams in each conference.
15. You're right, 15.
Okay, so what them other teams gonna do? Where them other teams at? Where Toronto gonna be at?
I don't know. I'm only going by what you said about Atlanta.
You see what I mean? It's a lot of teams. It's not. It's other teams other teams in the league from me thinking the Hawks gonna be the 15th.
Okay.
15th
stop right there.
in the East.
Stop right there 1 second.
4 other teams between
stop right there.
And the 10th spot.
No panic. Stop right there, because sometimes you just go a little overboard when you don't have to, because you're making a good point. Don't saturate it. Okay, so these other teams that are vying for the same situation that the Hornets are vying for. Okay, we know the Raptors, they done. They not competing for anything with the way they are constructed currently. Now the Hawks, we see they're done. Okay, that's 2 that's eliminated. Now you go down to Detroit, right? You got Detroit, and what was that other final team? Oh, Washington. We know Washington is not competing for anything the way they are currently constructed. They traded away their better talent. And Porzingis, Gafford, I think, did they trade Jones? But they're thinking about trading Kuzma. So they look like they're going to rebuild. So the only teams, according to your analogy, that is competing is Detroit and Hornets for that 10th slot. So it's not all the other teams. It's only two. And
I mean, but we
out
don't
of those
know.
two, okay, hold on. I'm asking you a question. Out of those two teams, the Hornets and Detroit Pistons, who do you give the edge to? And keep in mind, Detroit is under new management.
I mean, shit, Hornets damn near under new management. They got a new coach. It's a toss
Okay, so
up.
both of them,
Really
that's what I'm saying. Both of them is in a situation. Yeah.
It's a toss up to me because Melo has never been healthy for more than 50 games in a season. That's damn near more. I can almost say there's a guaranteed.
So even his All-Star season, he wasn't healthy more than 50 games. You sure?
I don't think he was.
Yes, he was.
If he was, then my bad. He ain't been more than 55 games.
Yeah, you got to stick
I
with
mean,
the
either
fact.
way it goes, he missed a long time every season. Miles Bridges, I don't believe in Miles Bridges. I think for this team, if the Hornets was a team in the league of their own, he would be an all-star player. But in a team, but if you put him on any other team, he would be like the fourth or fifth player or option, if you will, on the team. Just like how with Terry Rozier wouldn't be a starter on most good teams. But on this
He was
team,
a starter on Miami. What are you talking about, no Panda? Come on, what are you drinking?
I just say that
Terry Rozier started for the Miami Heat playoff team.
But that's a necessity start, right? Oh, I wrong.
Oh man, here you go. See,
listen.
you kicking the can down the road. I mean, I can't never catch up to the can because you keep kicking it.
Jimmy Butler been out the whole playoffs. Who else was going to play?
No, he played when Jimmy Buckets was in the lineup. Remember? He played with Jimmy Buckets. He played with Tyler Hero. No, I'm talking about Miami was a good team. They just come off of a NBA Finals run, so that's a good team. We know once Jimmy Butler got hurt, we know it was done. We know Miami was done once Jimmy got hurt. You know what I'm saying? But they still was a good team. And Terry was on the team prior to Jimmy Buckets getting hurt. So that cannot be true that Terry cannot play on a good team and be a starter when he was.
Name the top 5 teams in the league right now.
Oh, the top 5 right now as they currently constructed?
It could be your top 5.
Boston?
Uh-huh.
No, you talking about in the Eastern Conference or the total league?
All over the entire league.
Okay, we got to go with Boston because they're the champs, and then we got to go. Then we got to go with Dallas because they was runner up.
Mm-hmm.
Then from Dallas, I'm gonna go with Minnesota and Philadelphia, and then I'm gonna go with Denver. Those are my top 5.
Now give me the next 3 best teams.
Oh, Murgot is here. Shout out to Murgot.
Give me the next
good with you, Dex. Good with you, no panic.
Let me give this to No Panic, and then you can go ahead and breathe on the track. The next 5 after that would be OKC.
Mm-hmm.
It would be Milwaukee, because I think Milwaukee they just collapsed, but I think they're way better than what they showed last year.
You want to throw the Knicks
the New York Knicks.
Bucks.
I already said the Bucks.
Oh,
I said the Bucks before New York Knicks. Remember I said they just fell off. They just had a bad season, but I think they're better than that, and they're going to come back. So the Knicks, right? And then my last 2 would be Indiana, and the last one, I think the Pelicans. I think Pelicans rank in the top 10. But this new iteration of the New Orleans Pelicans.
Which team was Terry starting at?
Well, you can start for the damn what's your name? What's that? Minnesota. You can start for Minnesota.
In front of whom? In front of
Conley.
No, they need Conley in the court. He's the only point guard on the roster.
But Terry's a point guard. Terry got way better numbers than Conley. What are you talking about?
He's not.
Man, did you see Terry play point guard for the Hornets when the Melo went out?
Out of necessity.
Dex,
okay, go ahead. Go get him.
Dex, I have to disagree with you, man. Terry Rozier.
You think Conley is a better point guard.
As far as no, see, I think as far as a point guard, yes. As far as better player, no. There's a difference because
Terry was
Colin,
born as a point guard. Terry
Terry,
was nowhere near those
Terry,
numbers.
no. Mike Collins been to All-Star game. I don't think Terry's never did that in his prime. Mike
No, we're
Collins'
talking
prime.
now. We're not talking then. We're talking now. Terry right now is a better point guard than Mike
No,
Conley
he's
to me.
not. He's not. I have to disagree. I don't think he is.
Because Terry's putting up numbers. And listen, not only, okay, hold on one second,
Terry's a
Mark.
better
Now,
facilitator.
okay, not only was he a better point guard to me, he was point guarding for a bad team and still putting up good numbers at the end of the day. And this what got him hired as a Miami Heat uniform.
What is good numbers to you for the point guard position?
I think Terry's averaging around 22 and 7
22 and 7.
during that stretch. Yeah.
And when you say he been averaging 22 and 7 on a bad roster, right?
Oh, the bad roster, yes.
This why I'm trying to tell you about the Conley and Terry Rozier thing. Terry Rozier can score better than Conley. Most people will, if somebody got to play
And get more assists. And get more assists.
If somebody got to play a pickup basketball game, they probably will pick Terry because Terry can score. But if we talking about collecting the team together and making everything,
no, that's different. That's different, Murgod. Winning is different because he got a better roster. I'm sorry, no panic. But Murgod interjected. But winning has a lot to do with the overall construction of your roster. We already know the Charlotte Hornets was riddled with injury when Terry was playing point guard, and the talent around him was very shabby.
Dex,
But Dex, you're comparing apples to oranges. Mike Collins is 40. Terry Rozier just turned 30. So again,
but that's what we're talking about. We're talking right now. We're not talking through history.
But
we see it right now.
But Dex, we already said that Terry Rozier right now is a better player. I just think that overall, Mike Collins is a better facilitator because of his IQ and his experience. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Don't Terry get rebounds?
No, listen,
Dex, you're taking it and moving the goalposts.
No,
every time, Dex. Yes, you are. We already specified the argument that you won the argument that Terry is the better player. We just disagree that he's not the best facilitator, which is more likely why teams owned it. Which is more likely why teams use him as a primary scorer because he as a player right now. Yes, I agree. Dex, we just disagree that you think he's a better facilitator. Similar to how Chris Paul. We know that Chris Paul is a better facilitator than Terry. That's what he does right now in his stage of his career. We're not arguing that Terry can get assists, but we just think that they're better facilitators.
Yeah, I'm not going to compare Chris Paul. He's a Hall of Famer. We know he head and shoulders all around.
So a better comparison is Terry Rozier trying to compare Terry Rozier to Kyle Lowry, who Kyle Lowry is done, who's basically not giving you anything. Lack of 3-point shooting, lack of basically defensive intensity now because he's older, as well as not even facilitating because he can't even stay on the floor. That's somebody basically that he can go to. So the reality is Terry can go to, let's say, a Sixers and start over Kyle Lowry if he started. I don't agree with that. They're going to start him over Mike Conley. Mike Conley basically over Mike Conley. I don't think they will. No, they won't.
Yeah. Oh, I disagree. Okay, we can agree to disagree
because But Dex, if you want to bring that argument up, look what happened in the Denver series, right? When Mike Conley was out with injury, you seen the difference that when Mike Conley came back, he was starting. You seen the difference, right? Mike Conley brought leadership. I'm cooking, let me cook. Mike Conley brought stability, facilitating, and leadership to that team to where they was actually able to steamroll Denver. That's the difference right there that he brought to that team when he came back to the starting lineup. Because when he was out, you see what happened to that team. They were sporadic, Anthony Edwards couldn't get it, couldn't get in the spots he wanted to. Karl Anthony
Got you.
Towns, we don't know what he was doing. So
Got
that's
you.
the difference that Mike Conley brings.
I got
We're
you.
not saying that Terry can't do that. We just think that Mike Conley, because of his experience, the IQ, he's
I
better
got
at
you.
those things than Terry. But,
Okay,
but
I
as
got
far as
you.
the argument, goes, with Terry Rozier right now, he is the better player.
Okay, I got you
Yeah,
now. But Murdoch.
let me say it real quick.
Okay,
Like
go ahead.
you know, like my favorite player when I come on here and talk about a player, if I go straight to Kyrie Irving.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to start Kyrie Irving at point guard because he ain't a great player. Is because if I want to build a team around, like when we see him in Cleveland, the reason why people want to say, "Oh yeah, he been the point guard of Cleveland," which he wasn't even LeBron. The reason why people say that so much is because his size and because of his technically he's listed as a point guard. But in order for the team to run a certain way, you kind of need that player like a Mike Conley over a player like Terry Rozier. Like when Kyrie going to Boston, a lot of people try to make it seem like Kyrie been a problem in Boston. The problem in Boston is they've been making Kyrie play the point guard position, and Terry been the backup quote unquote point guard when he did go out the game. So they technically had no point guard on the roster, even though they was winning games. They ain't never had a point guard. Boston looking for a point guard since fucking but even before Isaiah Thomas leave, because they need somebody that, okay, we got this young talent around this player. We need somebody to keep the ship right. We need an adult in the room, and that's who Conley is, right? As opposed to Terry Rozier, who kind of like, oh, I want to get a bucket. That's why you don't put Jamal Crawford at the point guard position and let him run nothing, because he's a scorer. He's just certain players fit in a certain mold. Kyle Lowry and Terry Rozier are good. That's a better one because Kyle Lowry ain't necessarily a point guard general. He's more so of a defensive point guard who can. I mean, he'll safe with the ball, but he ain't necessarily one of those Chris Paul types or Mike Conley type. And Conley could have scored 2 now in his day now. I don't think he couldn't score. His
Oh, he
game
was a
was
hell of a scorer.
always
Hey,
Yeah.
point guard.
He was a hell
no
of a
panic,
scorer.
no panic, and no panic. You seen the difference comparable to when they had Kyrie and Terry Rozier at point guard compared to Drew Holiday, who's a good facilitator. That's not to say that. That's not to say that even I do think that Drew Holiday is better than Terry, but he's not better than Kyrie. But the thing that he does better than both of them is facilitating and getting players set in their offense so that he can allow Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown to be able to flourish in their respective roles.
Well,
So
because, I
he
mean,
takes
what
pressure.
about Marcus Smart? Marcus
He takes
Smart got him
pressure.
to the finals.
But
Again,
the thing. So what?
I said Marcus Smart got him to the finals. I mean, Drew Holiday, yeah, he helped him get over the hump, but Marcus Smart got him to the finals.
Yeah, but you see,
Yeah,
Marcus
Marcus
Smart
Smart.
had a dumb play. Marcus
But
Smart
I
ain't even a
think
point guard.
he's
That's my point. Boston
he
was a good team. Shit.
Yeah, he just ain't got that
But
factor.
Murdoch, I got something for you, Murdoch. I got something for you.
Drew
Hold on
Holiday
one
gave
second,
you
Murdoch.
exactly what
Hold on,
Marcus
no
Smart
panic.
gave you defensively, but he also gave you smart handle. He gave you smart offensive
Okay,
basketball.
we know that we got plenty of time to address the Drew Holiday dynamic. But I got something for Murdoch. Murdoch come on a little late, and by him being a little more attached to the Charlotte Hornets, we need to get some feedback from Murdoch on this right
That's an
after this.
insult. Stuff, man.
What up, y'all? It's your man, Freeway Ricky Ross, and you looking at Flight Sports TV. Don't turn that channel.
Yes, Murdoch. Okay, we talked about the Hornets number 6 draft pick, and then we talked about the Bulls number 11 draft pick, where Charlotte took so long and Bulls took Buzelis.
Yeah.
Who do you think will have a better impact on the team and the NBA moving forward out of these two?
Are you talking just year one, or are you talking just overall?
From year one to overall.
Well, before you start,
I can't. That's difficult to answer because right now, just looking at it, I have to go with Montes because he's just more polished. But I can't necessarily give a definitive answer because because like I said, Montes is also 2021. You know, Saloon he just about to turn 19. He's gonna turn 19 till August. So it's hard for me to answer that. It's hard for me to answer that question. So because the difficulty behind just haven't seen enough of Salone and his ability to play and his development. But right now, I have to give it to Montes because I like him as a baller. Personally, I wanted the Hornets to take him at 6, but I understand why they took Salone in basically in the position they did. Because I'll be very honest with you, which a lot of people don't look at the staff and look at the head coach. The head coach, he was the lead, although he was, of course, one of the lead assistant coach, but he was also part of the developmental side by helping assisting developing Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. So, to be very honest with you, the Hornets basically took somebody with a high motor and high upside and said, here, we're going to give you a project and we're going to see what you can do with it. And which is what they did. So do I necessarily agree with it? No. But I understand in hindsight what they're looking to do and how they're looking to develop them. Because I see the potential in the player. I just don't agree with the pick. But the thing that I say is that he's not a lot of people try to compare him to Kai Jones. He's not a Kai Jones. He's a much better player with a higher IQ than Kai Jones, and he's much younger. So he's going to fill out. We'll see what they do. But as far as answering your question right now, I have to go with Montes. But it's just right now. It's just also right now. We just have to. It's just a wait and see how Salone develops under the head coach.
Hey, Murgo, you see how Shepard Reed looking in it?
Yeah. Listen, I never said he wasn't good. I never said Shepard. Yeah. I never said he wasn't a good player. I never said that.
The Hornets did that.
I never said that. Yeah, but he wasn't. Listen, he wasn't dropping. If he would have dropped the 6, I think Charlotte would have took. If he would have dropped the 6, Charlotte would have took. But I don't think he would have failed past that. But Reed is looking good. So, but it also kind of basically did kind of prove my point, no panic, that I love Reed with the basketball in his hands more opposed to him playing off ball. That's not to say he can't do it, but I love him making decisions. I feel like, be very honest with you, no panic. Fred VanVleet, he got 1 year. That's it. He got 1 year. And it's gonna be Reed's team to run that show.
Now, how you feel about the summer cast, Murdoch? The Hornets. How you feel about Hornets Summer League? How they're doing?
I love it. I love it, man. I love the intensity. I love the effort they're playing with. I love basically they're more communicative on defense. I love the fact that they're more active on defense and they're making a better effort in getting defensive stops, crashing the boards. I'm loving basically Nick Smith Jr.'s development. He still has some things he needs to work on, but I'm loving that. I'm loving Brandon Miller's development. I'm loving that he's starting to basically get more used to basically dribbling and basically running the offense a little bit through him and doing more P&R and everything like that. So I wish I could see I wish I could have seen the young boy a little bit more, Tosh a little bit more, but we'll see him more later on in summer league. So he had a decent showing and what he wanted to do. As you've seen basically what he came out with. He came out with a high motor, running the floor, playing defense, hitting the shots when he was open. Still, I know some people kind of got on the shots selection. That's gonna come, man. He's 18 years old, man. I mean, 18-year-olds, man, and he was basically in a situation where he was the guy jacking all the shots, back when he was in France. That's going to come. So that's going to come with development. So, but right now, man, I'm loving the energy, man. I'm loving how the head coach got this team fighting. He got them playing out there. They're not quitting. They're running. They diving on loose ball. Even got Brandon Miller diving on loose balls. I'm just loving the intensity of the team. I'm loving the shift in the culture. of that what's going on. So shout out to the owners, man, kind of basically shifting this the toilet bowl of a team that we've seen for the last few years and moving in the next direction. And I'll be very honest, man. I know y'all were talking about no panic, and he's talking about basically you don't see the Hornets going to the playoffs.
Yeah,
I do.
address that.
I see them. I could see where they could sneak into a play-in.
Okay, describe it.
I can describe it. So I was looking at the standing. Let me go back to it. Let me pull up the teams right here. So I was looking at the standings. Of course, you got the top heavy teams, which I think is going to be the Bucks, the Celtics, the Sixers,
New York.
And it's really top heavy in those four.
Right.
Those four teams are the four best teams in the East. You got the second tier, which those teams are beatable, which would be like which would be like three teams, which would be the Cavs, the Magic, and the Pacers.
Right.
If those teams necessarily, they're very young teams still, but they're beatable because we've seen a lot of inconsistencies with those teams because we haven't seen somebody emerge. Because you see the difference, you haven't seen anybody emerge.
No Milwaukee in there in your shuffle.
I don't think Milwaukee gonna be a top 4 team. I know, but I mean you can throw them in that top 5 and say that first 5 is the first tier. Then
I would think so. You don't got Milwaukee being nowhere in the top 5, Murr?
Mute.
No, he's not on mute.
He probably forget about Milwaukee, but I'm pretty sure he got Milwaukee probably in that top 5.
Can you hear us, Murr?
Because I can't forget about Milwaukee, but damn so.
Yeah, because they had an awful season, and the precipitous drop that showed in their collective play made it seem like they was worse than what they was ranked. Because they was ranked number 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. My mic went out. But like I was saying,
Milwaukee. Yeah, we're going Milwaukee. Because I didn't hear Milwaukee in the top 5.
No, yeah. I said the Bucks. So my top 4 teams would be the Bucks, the Knicks, the Sixers, and the Celtics. And then you got the next tier would be basically the Cavs, the Magic, and the Pacers. And then you got everybody else. And out of those 7 teams, that's everybody else, they're trash. The only other team I got in there out of that bottom 7, because I'm excluding Charlotte. The only other team I got in that bottom 7 that can actually get out of that is probably the Heat. And they're going through inconsistencies right now. Jimmy Butler getting old. Mm-hmm. They're going through an inflated roster. They don't really have nobody on their team that can create offensively outside of basically Butler, who's a mid-range guy, and Tyler Hero, who has his own inconsistencies. And they've been trying to get rid of from the longest. So out of those 17, I think Charlotte, of course, the biggest elephant in the room is it's going to depend on the Melo's health. If he's healthy, Brandon Melo takes a jump. You got Mark Williams stay healthy. We got Miles stays consistent. And I actually think basically that their bench is going to be a lot better than what most people give them credit for because I love Trey Mann coming off the bench. Hopefully, it's going to be a dogfight between Reggie Jackson and Mimic if they want to keep one. Or if they want to.
Reggie Jackson, you think he's going to be in uniform? He's going to be in house?
I don't know. We don't know just yet. There's never been no talks of anything or moving him or nothing right now.
Right.
So I haven't heard anything. You may have heard something in the grapevine. I haven't. So right now he's on the team. Right.
I think with a young rookie coach, I think you got to have at least one veteran in that lineup.
Yeah, you gotta have one. You gotta have one. And you see they just brought in Taj Gibson. They just brought in Taj Gibson, who's gonna help out those younger players, which they've been talking about bringing in veteran players. It's gonna add some stability for those young guys. That means that stuff that's happening with Miles ain't happening no more. You're gonna have somebody. You're gonna have somebody for Tajee. You're gonna have somebody for him to be able to learn from. So then you bring back a Seth Curry. So they're going to add some 3-point shooting. So I think Charlotte's going to be better than what most teams get them credit for.
Okay,
And see,
Murdoch,
hold on, let me say that now that you kind of remind me that they bring in Taj Gibson and Steph Curry recently, it's like now they got some adults in the room. So I can kind of see them a little better than, at least.
So I'm not saying they're going to jump to 6-5. No, they're going to, it's going to take some time to get to that point. Yeah. But basically, can they get into a play and sneak into the playoffs? Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely think they can do. Absolutely think they can do that this year. Absolutely. No. He believes it. He's keeping up with the Hornets he hasn't been keeping up with the Hornets. So I brought up the Seth Curry and the Todd Gibson, and also we still got Grant Williams. So it's not going to be just Grant Williams' voice talking to players, keeping their head straight. It's going to be Seth Curry. It's going to be Taj Gibson, who's been around the block and seen those.
Kemba Walker's there also.
And Kemba Walker's also there as well. They're talking to the players. So yeah, man, they're going to be. I think it's going to be a lot better development going on with the Hornets. And I think they're going to be far better than what most people give them credit for this year.
Okay,
Murdoch. Like I said,
Detroit. Yeah, hold on. Detroit or Hornets? Who has the better record?
Who?
It's gonna be the Hornets. I got the Hornets better than Detroit this year because I think the X factor is always going to be Lamelo because the reason why it's going to be Lamelo. Lamelo, I don't think people realize that Melo is that good. The problem is he has to stay on the floor. If he stays on the floor, maybe he come out with an NB 2.5 where they got a built-in ankle brace in that thing like Steph Curry got. I don't know. Got to come up with something, bro. He stays on the floor. He makes that difference. He makes it that difference. As long as you see Brandon Miller take that next step forward. You see Miles Bridges stay consistent. As well as you get Mark Williams, him also staying healthy and being that anchor. Because they missed him last season too. Because he's one of the most important players on that team. He wasn't the best player, but he's definitely the most important. Dealing with the fact that his back injury limit them in the front court as well as his defensive anchoring back there. So having him back is going to make a mighty difference on the defense. Also, you bring in I know No Panic is probably not the biggest fan of Josh Green. I like Josh Green. I think his youth, as well as some of his defensive presence. Now, I'm not saying that, I know No Panic brought up basically he's more of a team defense guy, and more of a decent, on-ball defender. No Panic, you got to remember that it's Charlotte. The fact that he's a decent on-ball defender and a decent three-point shooter, bring him on. We need it. We need it.
No Panic will have no faith in Charlotte getting to the extended season.
We need it.
He thinks the Charlotte point is going to die after game 82.
I just don't. I didn't see that in Dallas with him. But if you telling me,
but
the players, they're gonna be a team effort. They're gonna be switching. He is an athletic player. His athletic ability will keep him around in front of a lot of players.
But you got to remember too, he's still 23 years old, and he's also going to. So matter of fact, look at the Charlotte Hornets right now. Basically, this coach got Nick Smith Jr. playing defense. I never would have thought that. Nick Smith Jr. is playing defense on the team in summer league. I never would have thought that. So the fact that he can get Nick Smith Jr., who's somebody we know don't play, he didn't play a lick of defense when he was in Charlotte. A lick of it. Can buy in and play it. I'm pretty sure he's going to get Josh Green to buy in and play some defense or be an on-ball attack defender for this team and for Lamelo. He has the athleticism to do it. It's not even about his athleticism. It's just about his mindset. So you dig into that player. He's 23 years old. He's youthful. And that head coach is going to pull that out of him. So, and also as well, I can actually say for the Mavericks, you may disagree. I feel like, also as well, he wasn't given that much of an opportunity for the Mavericks because he was sitting behind a lot of guys. So I think him coming to Charlotte, he's going to have the opportunity to be able to showcase that a little bit more. So hopefully the coach can be able to bring it out of him. I'm not saying that it will work. I'm not sure, but the product is on display where this head coach got them players out there scrapping and fighting for Charlotte. We ain't seen this in years, man. So you can't tell us that. Even if we take a loss next game, we don't care. The fact that we went 4-0 in summer league after winning none the past like 3-4 years, after winning none a couple of years, bro, we'll take it. We'll take it all day, man, because it shows progress for us, and that's all we're looking for is just progress and development. And I'm completely humble about it. I ain't trying to beat my chest and say that we going to the finals, none of that. I just love the progress and what this head coach is doing right now. And he's breathing life. Him and Jeff Peterson, the GM, they're breathing life into this team. Something that we haven't seen in Charlotte in a year. They're making it so relevant that maybe the next 2 years we start seeing key free agents actually going to come to Charlotte now.
Yeah, that right there still gonna be a little strange though.
No. I'm not trying. I'm not. Listen. I'm not saying it's gonna happen. I'm not saying it's gonna happen overnight. But I can see it happening. No, don't worry about free agents yet.
Listen,
we gotta listen. I said after the may happen. I ain't saying the word. I said it may happen.
No panic. Hold on. Let me bring you in with a question. No panic. Let me bring you in the question. So, no panic. After watching Boston win their 18th, right? So they the reigning champs of the NBA 75 history by being the first team to win 18. And Charles Lee rolling off that high hill down into the valley of Queen City. Do you think that will have a tremendous motivation factor for these Charlotte Hornets?
That's if ownership and management allow him to build a team over a couple of years. You got to instill that type of mentality. You can't just go from a winning situation and be like, hey, look, guys, I've been winning, so y'all got to win too. It's like, if they allow him the time, I talk about not 2-3 years. I talking about let him really build his roster in his essence. Yeah.
What do you think that would take? Like, what kind of players? You don't have to name anybody specifically, but what kind of players they need to bring in to boost their chances to becoming a more winning team consistently?
I mean, like, I don't think I'll be able to answer that question. I don't actually know what type. I know he's a developmental coach, but I don't know like with Borrego, I can tell you what type of offense he's trying to run and what type of defensive schemes he's trying to run. With certain coaches, I can tell you what they're trying to implement in the offense. But I don't know this coach enough to say, Murdoch probably can speak to that. I just don't know him well enough to know what his philosophy is with a team. Because he can very well want a defensive-minded grit and grind team, and you ain't going to get that with a Lamelo ball at point guard. Or he could be a type of down coach that he want to run, and that's something that would work for the Lamelo ball, but I don't think that'll work for like a Taj Gibson. And maybe not over the short term or whatever, because he ain't going to be in the long term.
Taj Gibson is an assistant coach, right?
But I know as far as atmosphere and
Taj
in there, that gonna take a couple of years.
Taj Gibson is gonna be a player coach for the team, basically a veteran presence for the team that they wanted to bring in. And as far as the offense goes, it's going to be quite similar to Boston. They run it. They run it. They're going to run. They're going to run. And so that's why.
You think Melo can thrive in that kind of offense, Murdoch?
Absolutely.
Because
His game is
ran a lot of
his brain.
What you call that? That type of offense, Boston was running a lot of ISO, right?
I don't think they're gonna ever rely on that. I think he's probably gonna switch it up a little bit, do more because I think you got of course you got Brandon Miller who's similar to Tatum and Brown, but you have a special player with Lamelo with his IQ and his basketball presence, his basketball savantness with as far as basically him being a passer. So with him, I'm thinking basically he's going to run a little bit more P&R with Lamelo and Mark, especially with Lamelo and Mark, because of Mark basically being able to be a good diver towards the rim and being able to attack and being able to put pressure on the rim. So I think they're going to definitely continue to run the PNR, but they are definitely what I mean when that ball come off that rim and Lamelo gets it, they're running it. I mean, they are running. They full speed. They run. They are going to run.
So they're going to be cheaters out there.
Yeah, they running this. They running.
Well,
he talked about it too. They running. They running. Lamelo, they running.
Okay, so shout out to the man 9000. What you feel about any of y'all can chime in. The Melo Ball is going on 6 years, which not 6 years, but we understand. And the Hornets still haven't made the playoffs. This is sad.
I mean, it is, but it's unfortunate, man. He had the opportunity, and unfortunately, basically, the team just imploded when they got the opportunity to get in. And then Lamelo just basically ain't been healthy. So hopefully, basically, he's healthy this year going forward. That thing is behind us. But also, one thing I love too is that they changed. So man, listen, man. That's the one. Listen, man. I respect Jordan, the player, but the owner, he was absolutely trash. He had the cheapest medical staff he could find on that team, bro.
Deplorable, right?
Deplorable, man. The owners even talked about it. Man. They said, "Hey, we got to change around. We got to change around the practice facility. We got to change around the medical room. We got to change up the weight room." I mean, it was terrible, piss poor, man.
Yeah, Jordan was about the mighty dollar. He's the ultimate capitalist.
Yeah, man. Like terrible, man. He didn't pour nothing into this team. Nothing. Like, how are you the owner, and making $1 billion and don't want to see your team win? This is the state you grew up in. You at least want to expect them to win. How you going to win when you don't pour nothing in too? Like the old saying go, in order for you to win and make some money, in order for you to win, you got to put in some money, man.
Yeah, so he NASCAR, he didn't care.
Yeah, he put in more in the NASCAR than he did the Daniel Hornets.
In this golf game, gambling on the back nine.
Absolutely, man. Terrible, man.
Put a whole lot of money in that.
Yeah, man. But that's Jordan, man. That's Jordan, man. So the new owners, man, they doing a thing, man. They're actually building a new practice gym now, and they're actually working on the stadium too. So.
Right, yeah. They have a high dollar renovation going on right now at the Spectrum Center. They remodeling the parking lot and other aspects of the stadium, restaurants. They building an adjacent. I mean, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy when they done. When they finish.
Oh yeah, and I'm definitely going to quite a few games. So my homeboy live down there. I'm going to quite a few games.
Yep. So with healthy Charlotte Hornets, me personally, we could all chime in. Me personally, see him as high as an 8th seed.
Yeah, I can see the highest. Of course, the highest you can go is the highest I can go with them 7, because it just depends on how the seeding works with them basically getting in the play-in. But the highest I can see him go is 7.
7. What about you, No Panic? You see him going as 11 or 12?
I mean, it's the play-in, so it's the play-in, so it's between 7 through 10. So all those teams,
you get to the 10th seed, and then you finagle you into the playoff. You can very, very well be the an 8th seed at worst if you win both games. So it's kind of like it's I don't measure them in 10th, 9th, 8th, 7th seed. It's more so like, are they out the playoffs and the play-ins, or are they going to for sure be top 6 guaranteed? And I can see them in the play-in scenario as far as like in that range more so than I can see them out of it. Way more than I can see them officially in it in top 6 seeds or whatnot. Like I said, I'm keeping up with Charlotte because some fact that I've been watching this with Charlotte for more than 2 decades with Charlotte. Like, Charlotte always been this to me. So when I hear y'all talk about Charlotte, like my brain go automatically being annoyed because it's like That's the closest NBA team to me, and we suck. So when
Salute
when
to
I hear about
to
Taj
Unstoppable.
Gibson and then Steph Curry and then Kemba Walker being on the coaching staff, that's the stuff that even if I didn't read them before, I don't forget that even happened, and that give me more hope that like they got adults in the room. That kind of like the conversation we were having
Yeah,
about with Mike
that's
Conley is like Mike Conley is the adult in the room. Terry Rozier just trying to be one of the niggas.
Mm,
That's point guard.
and that's that's the difference right there.
okay.
They
We
won't
got
be
we got
like that for
Unstoppable
long,
about
bro.
the we got Unstoppable on the panel. We've been around the horn on this NBA thing, but one thing that we wanted to microscopically focus on is Tijan Solon and Matt Buzelis. The draft pick from the Bulls at 11 and the Hornets at number 6. Did the Hornets miss out on a potential star and very productive player in Matty Buzelis, aka Matty B?
I don't know
Uh,
either one of them. I never watched them. I just want somebody to
No,
break
I'm
their
addressing that
game
to
down.
Unstoppable.
Oh, go ahead.
I don't know, man, because like I said, even though Matt did what he did, it's to me it's like, hey, he did good, but it's summer league, you know. I gotta see. I got I gotta keep it a buck. I gotta see what he do in the regular season, you know. And as far as I don't know why I keep forgetting his name, but what did he do so far?
Matches?
No, not matches.
Oh, Tijan.
Tajon, yeah.
Well, they rolled him out slowly. I mean, he didn't hit the ground running like Matty B, but he's being incrementally inserted in certain basketball situations. So to be number 6, you would think that he'll be a little more assertive.
Right.
But like Murdoch said, he's very young. But I don't want him to have any signs of intimidate. I want him to be very alert, focused, and inclusive. Not so much shying away, being a recluse when it comes time for him to get out on that hardwood.
Yeah,
The
but
Well, I
opposite.
mean,
about
what?
that,
But my
it's the summer league would it go to that too. I mean, but my only thing is, like I said, with my thing is with Charlotte is develop, develop, develop. And when they got him, I for sure thought that Bridges was gonna be out and he was gonna be in. So now he gonna be coming off the bench. Hopefully he gets some good bench minutes because like I said, I don't nobody's coming to Charlotte through free agency no time soon. So they have to draft and hit on their picks and develop their players right. So
yeah, that's what I've been
yeah.
saying, man. As far as him in his first game, I think he had like 8.7 rebounds. But I mean, he only played 14 minutes though.
Oh, that ain't bad.
And as well as he also came off an injury because he had that deep laceration that he had. So I think he had to get stitches on. So that's why they rolled him out kind of slow.
I know one thing. This
So
draft can go down to the most damn unknown name draft ever. Like most drafts, I can tell you the first 17 picks off the top of my head. I can't even tell you the first pick.
I
Yeah, but
mean,
one of them
shoot,
gonna hit though.
reason why you can't tell because you can't even say his name, man. I don't think nobody really can, man. He's all
Like
these
his name like
European,
Russia or
all these.
Rocher or something like that. I know Reed
It's
Shepard.
like
That's
Zach.
the one
It's like Zachariah. It's like Zachariah Reserve, something like that. He's from France, man.
See, that's the down like about the NBA. Like there's so much of like not the entire NBA, but like the bad teams want to be copycat so bad. It's like just because he's French, that's why y'all take him first overall. Like we've been hearing, even though Saul French too now, but it's like all season we've been hearing Saul gonna be the first pick in the draft, first pick in the draft. What happened to that? Like, what happened in them couple of months that they said, you know what? Nah,
Who
this
was
the
supposed to
dude.
be first?
Saul was supposed to be the first pick, but they went ahead. The Hawks went a different route and chose what you call it, Zachariah, the dude from France. But what both from France.
Mm-hmm.
So what team he went to?
So Saul went
Billy
to
Lawson.
Saul went to the Wizards, while Zachariah, the first pick, he
Oh, you
went to the
talking about?
Hawks.
Oh, y'all saying Star? It sounds like you saying Saul. I'm like, who the hell is Saul?
Star. I
And
mean
he
Star,
looked,
yeah.
he
Yeah,
looked like a
yeah.
One
damn
second,
Rudy Gay light. Not
one
Rudy
second,
Gay.
fellas. Billy Lawson. The link is in the chat. If you want to come up, Billy, the link is in the chat. Go
He
ahead,
saw
fellas.
look like a
Yeah,
Rudy
but Star
Gobert
didn't go
light.
to Star didn't go to Atlanta because he didn't want to go to Atlanta. He would have
Oh,
went
he
first, but
didn't.
he didn't want to go there.
Man, he had
Okay,
that
that's
man.
hard.
He can say that, but man, but listen, man, Reggie Bush tried to pull that when he was with the Saints. He said, "Oh, I don't want to come." And Tom Payne said, "I'm drafting you, dog. Shut up." So if they would have drafted, they could have drafted him, man.
Yeah.
No man, ain't no
Maybe they
difference.
didn't
That
want to
man,
deal with
that
him.
man, that man, that man, that man ain't got that much proof, man. Shoot, you better play ball.
I mean, I feel you on that, but they probably was like, because if you ask me, they
But
felt
I mean,
like
I
he was
get
the
it.
best available. I would have drafted him, and if we didn't want him, I would have traded him, and got some
I
more
mean,
stuff.
but I think,
Man,
but
that
I
give
think,
Reggie Bush
but I
credit,
think they.
man. See, that's just like the Jordan situation. You need a center, still get Jordan. Bush been that dude coming out. So I don't care if Bush ain't want coming or not. He been coming, and if he don't want to stay there, we gonna get a ransom for him.
Yeah, I mean, I would have did
Exactly.
it that way. That's what I said. I would have drafted him
Exactly.
and
So
got some pieces for him, but maybe they was
yeah,
like, you
man.
know what, they didn't want to deal with all that stuff, and they felt like,
Yeah, because
you know,
I think they still like Big O. What's his name, Dex? The dude that played with Melo and Alonzo in high school, Big O.
On Yeke.
Yeah, so I think they still like him because Saul wouldn't end up would have ended up developing playing center, and I still think they like yeah, kid at center. So
you
for
you
the
you,
most
th-
part,
you think they gonna try to get rid of Trey, or they gonna try to make it work with
I think for right now they're gonna make it work. Play out this year. They'll probably get rid of him after this year.
uh, uh,
So they ain't got no choice now.
all right.
I mean, they bailed with that trade
So
with DeJounte. I think they're gonna
shoot,
give
What
I
y'all
mean,
Melo a
what y'all
I
think
chance.
mean
about
they
Zach
had no
Edey, right?
they had ain't no panic, no panic. They ain't got no choice now because they could have got Reed.
Yeah.
Y'all
They
been
could have
watching
got Reed
Zach
Shepard, boy. You said watching
Rob
who?
Dillingham? Zach Edey? Rob Dillingham? Y'all been watching any of
Uh,
him?
I haven't watched. I mean, Zach Edey, he gonna be all right. But Rob, I like Rob.
Yeah, people
He
giving
just
Rob
he
shit
he
in the
going
summer league, man.
he's going to a great situation where he can sit behind Mike Conley.
I'm trying to figure
That's
out why
like
the Spurs traded him though, bro. Like, you would think they would have kept him.
They don't need
because
that type
they
of. They
because
don't need that type of guard. They need that. Chris Paul
nah
is exactly what they
they
need.
don't they got they picked up old boy that plays for Kinetic. I
Yeah,
forgot his
yeah, I know you're
name.
talking about.
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
He,
He's good. He's straight. He's
Stephon
straight.
Castle. Stephon Castle.
Yeah, he's
I don't
straight.
know.
Yeah, he's
I
straight.
would have liked Dillingham
Man,
with the Spurs,
man.
man. Spurs would have got him right.
I don't.
But see, he
Nah,
that
I don't.
that kind of
I
go
don't
back to
think.
the team he been
I don't
having
think
with
he
Terry
said.
Rozier and Mike Conley is like he ain't really a point guard. He more of a scorer. So it's like, do you want that? Do you want that type of scoring guard with Wemby, or do you want to keep developing Wemby and the players around him with a Chris Paul type player? Like I know Chris Paul ain't about to be no 2010 dude this season, nothing like that. But he worked well with young players. He know how to play basketball. Like he ain't gonna make this mistakes where that he can't come, he can't come back from early in the game. Like he gonna allow the young players to beat him. Like Shea Gilchrist, a lot of them on OKC develop playing with Chris Paul.
And you you
Man,
give him
man,
time,
listen,
but hey, it is
man,
what it
listen,
is.
man. Y'all,
They
y'all are
messed up and gave him
sleeping,
to the Timberwolves. So
man. Y'all, but man, listen, man. Y'all sleeping on Stephon Castle and his
I ain't
facilitating.
sleeping.
They
Shit, he with
they
the
Y'all
Spurs.
sleeping on it because he
They
can
gonna do
be
him
Spurs a
because
good.
he
very
can be
defensive team.
because he can be the lead guard for that team. He's a big guard that can facilitate and do all that, man.
And just like Kawhi, they
Yeah,
played him
they probably
raw.
looked at him too because his potential on the defense.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. So
look at
exactly.
Kawhi Leonard. They did the same thing with Kawhi. They bring him in as a defender. and they just develop his offensive game, and he a two-way
over
player.
time. And to be very honest with you, I think Stephon Castle is more polished than Kawhi is coming out on the offensive end right now.
Yeah.
So then Kawhi. So now I'm not trying to say he's going to be better than Kawhi because we know what Kawhi is in his prime when he was healthy. But he can, his offensive game is more well-rounded, and he's a better passer.
Hey, Murgo,
So,
I didn't hear you, but what was your thoughts? What you think about the pick, Montez Lucella?
I love the pick for y'all, man. I love that. Man. I think that was a great pick. Great pickup. I love his athleticism. I love his size. I love his motor. He just didn't show. He just didn't show a lot of this what he's showing now in the G League, and that's because man, a lot of people don't realize man, you just throwing a lot of those players together, so they don't really have time to really develop and really spread their wings like that
I don't have
because
one, so don't even bring him up here.
So everything's so crunched up. So everything's so crunched up in the court. So people are worried about his 3 points.
Use a towel in the bathroom.
They was worried about his 3-point shot and everything. But I think he's going to be fine. He's showcasing what I thought he was going to be. Where he can be that athletic wing on the outside. It's very sneaky athleticism from him. So I love his play. I love his motor. But we'll see once he gets into the league, man. To be able to hold it on. But I love the pick for you.
Do you think Charlotte made a mistake not getting him?
You said what?
Do you think Charlotte made a mistake not drafting him?
As far as looking at it just right now, me personally, I wanted him. He was my choice. Matter of fact, the choice I love Zachariah with the first pick, and I love Matas. Those are my first 2 picks right there for Charlotte. But Charlotte just went with a different direction. They wanted a guy that can play the 4 more because I think Moss is going to end up playing more of the 3 more. So I guess they wanted a guy that can play the 4, and so that could develop right there. So, hey, man, it is what it is, man. So,
Billy, go ahead. You can chime in.
Go do your thing, Billy, man.
Because you was in the chat a little agitated, so now you got an opportunity to espouse on the things that agitate you, to show your basketball acumen, and the floor is open for you, Billy. So chime in whenever you feel comfortable. Okay, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I think Charles Lee is a good development coach. So I got faith that he's going to develop. So we'll see. Like I said, man, he had a pretty good game in his role. 8.7 rebounds. I ain't complaining. In 14 minutes, I'm not complaining. And he dunked on somebody. So I really
he posterized him. Yeah.
Yeah, he dunked on somebody. So I really ain't complaining. So
I love one thing. In the 20s, right?
You said what?
He's scoring in the 20s.
You say did he score in the 20s?
No, he's scoring in the 20s. Like didn't he have 25 last game or something?
I think he had 28.
No.
21?
28.
Yeah, Matas. Yeah,
28. I'm still changing. Oh wow.
Yeah, man. Boy, that dunk that Matas had, he yammed it down it, yammed it on him. Crazy.
Hey, what we should talk about is how you feel about the Bronny so far, Dex.
Bronny is terrible.
No, he's not terrible. Come on, guys, he's not terrible.
I ain't saying he's not terrible. I say he's been terrible.
He definitely have his shooting woes, but his last outing against the Rockets, I think it was pretty fair. He was very active defensively. He got a dunk. He shooting people off for rebounds. So I think he's coming around. I think he's getting more confident with his stamina. And since he had a near-death experience, from that, it takes a lot to get your body to trust your body. And I think he'll be back to proper form sooner than later.
So y'all pretty much getting Patrick Beverly.
You funny.
Patrick Beverly was
No.
when he came out.
But,
hey, listen,
I'm just saying, you can get Patrick Beverly.
What's crazy is
Patrick.
What's crazy is Brian playing right now. He got a donut in 20 minutes.
Say that again.
I said Bronny got a donut in 20 minutes.
Oh, you talking
Oh
about
no,
tonight?
he don't got no points. Damn.
Yeah, he 0 for 4.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Well, I
they
mean,
playing tonight.
I still feel like
Yeah,
what you expect a 55th pick, but I said it before and I say it again. He just gonna have to be developed. You know, his
Yeah,
brother to
he
me gonna be the best one. So
Yeah,
he
Yeah,
Connect
is, bro.
Connect
yeah.
got I actually like Connect too. Connect got 17.
yeah, Connect been scoring pretty. He started out a little sluggish, but he's been ramping it up in the last few games. Even though the Lakers
yeah,
are over, they haven't won anything.
Yeah,
So Billy, how you
he ain't
feeling, Billy?
shooting good. He ain't shooting good. He like
I
6 for 17.
Man, Bronny ain't gonna be nothing like a Drew Holiday, bro. Drew Holiday,
That's
Patrick
good.
Beverly.
That's it. And
Them,
listen, I
them,
gotta Billy man, welcome to the show. You know, but I have to disagree. I think he's gonna be a lower tier than a Drew. Drew
If
good.
he
Drew
could beat
nice,
Drew, yeah, Drew nice.
man.
for
Nah,
sure, for sure. He's gonna be a lower tier than Drew, but he's gonna be that type of caliber player. His play style is gonna be similar to 3 and D that can score a little bit, but mainly a defensive guard trying to rough you up type jump because he's big, he
see,
athletic.
I
That sound like Patrick Beverly.
no. I'm gonna say Patrick. You know who it sound like? That sound like Gary Payton II.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
facts. Exactly like Gary Payton II. That's the type of player he's gonna be.
But
So
see
I
that,
can
and that, see
see.
that's my thing about like
no, but Patrick was playing elite defense, man. Like you tripping,
see elite is
And
crazy.
Gary Payton had a low post
uh,
game a little bit.
man.
He had
No,
Nah. I
He
Patrick
had a
said
Beverly
corner
had
I ain't
three.
say good.
Patrick.
I ain't say
He
Hall of Famer Gary Payton. I said his son Gary Payton II.
he had a corner three.
who
He just got
Bronny?
a corner three and he played defense. That's it.
I don't
Yeah,
know,
but
man.
I thought at least
Bryce gonna be
Bronny
all
would
right.
have had that baseline. At least he would have had the IQ to at least play some point guard, a small point guard, and play some good defense. Like you know why I've been comparing them to when I've been watching them in high school. Like maybe not Lonzo Ball like early on. I talking about the Lonzo Ball who done kind of figure out his role where he can facilitate off the ball, he can shoot off the ball, and he can play some stingy defense. That's
Yeah,
how I look at his game, but a smaller version of that.
facts. But
But
Lonzo
it's
Ball
like
is a
I know
way higher
people
tier than
keep
Bronny.
looking at him wanting to be LeBron, but it's like daddy, and not even be LeBron. They just want him to show some type of life of being an NBA player. But he's a second round pick. Damn, he ain't been drafted. 5 more picks, he wouldn't be in the league. He wouldn't have been drafted. But people ain't seen it like that. They look at it like, nah, nigga, you barely making a high school league team. You ain't supposed to be in no league. But I say I ain't down on him. I ain't even tripping about them boy picking him.
Privileged. Privileged.
I mean,
It's a
I ain't
money game.
too mad at it. I mean, we know it happens all the time.
Yeah.
You know, on the
But
other side. So
Dex. I can't hear you. You muted. You muted.
That's his Lakers. He probably reminiscing now, going through
Yeah.
it.
Explain the privilege part. I want to hear your spiel on that.
Privilege. Shit, his dad is LeBron James. What else is there to say?
But is it deserved? Because you kind of
It's
put a negative
it's
spin to it.
it's not deserved, but you really can't say it's not deserved because it's still drafted off potential. He only 19, and his dad is LeBron James. The whole fact that at the end of the day is his dad is LeBron James, but he's still 19, and he got assets to his game. Like he's a good defender. He can shoot pretty good. He was one of the best shooters in the combine. So like he can
Yeah, that's a
develop
fact.
into something. You know what I'm saying? So by his age alone, he can develop into something that leads me into talking about Charlotte. You know what I'm saying? My favorite team as well. I've been seeing a lot of disrespect in the comments. A lot of people been saying crazy things. You know what I'm saying? Man, Charlotte has turned over a whole new leaf.
they definitely have. I've been trying to tell
When
them
I
that.
say when I say Charlotte has
See, no panic. I
has
told you
has
no panic. I know you.
Let
Only
him go.
cut you
hey
off.
Let
man,
BK.
Billy breathe. Yeah, let Billy breathe. Go ahead, Billy.
hey man, I've been on this team since Lamelo Ball touched back down from Australia, man. You feel me? I've been watching every single thing from the T, bro. This year right here is the year, dog.
So
Like this is,
you feel a difference, right? You feel it's a difference in
bro.
the atmosphere.
The atmosphere has changed tremendously. You know what I'm talking about? The energy has changed. They have closed one book and opened another, bro. The whole front office is new. Michael Jordan is
I
gone.
like that. Close one book, open up another. I like that.
Michael Jordan is gone, man. And them
So
people
are
that
you
was
from
in there,
Charlotte?
huh?
Are you from Charlotte?
No, I'm not from Charlotte. I'm in Atlanta.
Oh, you're from Atlanta. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm
So
in
go ahead,
Atlanta.
continue about Michael Jordan.
Yeah, man, they done got Michael Jordan out of there, man. You see how they done brought these people in, and you see how Jeff Peterson moving. Look at the moves that they made. And people talking about was T. John the right pick or the wrong pick. He was the youngest person in the draft. He's an asset, just like Bronny James. He's one of the youngest persons in the draft, 19. They can develop. They have great upside. This man to John is 6'10", bro. Shoot the three, do everything, bro. He's like a Giannis in his motor. You see how he plays. That man play like his back is against the wall. You know what I'm talking about? Like
So
that's the type
you
of
think him and Brandon Miller is gonna fight for minutes?
Brandon Miller's gonna fight for minutes. What you mean?
Yeah, with Tejan eventually, like
Absolutely
maybe year
not.
2, year 3.
No, they're gonna be all on the court on the same time. Once he developed into what he's supposed to be, Brandon Miller is gonna have his minutes. He's gonna be playing the 2 or the 3.
Okay, gotcha.
Brandon Miller and Lamelo Ball is finna be like Scotty and Pippen, bro. I mean, Jordan and Pippen.
Okay.
They
Damn.
finna be the
Now, what
1-2.
Miles have to say about that?
Miles is gonna be that Draymond Green type player. We had to keep Miles. We would have got rid of Miles, then it would have been a little different. But when we
Mm,
kept Miles, that was the biggest move, bro. Because he already got chemistry with LaMelo. They didn't get to
mm.
play a whole season last year. And there
My
were
only
people,
my only question on that is how long you think that's gonna take because they got to pay some of these people some more money and this new first and second apron thing with the contracts. You can be able to
I
pay
ain't,
Brandon Miller that rookie extension and have Melo on the big contract and
though I
have
say, though I
Miles
say, though I say,
and Mark.
I ain't really too much into the money part, but they gonna figure the money part out. The money part is gonna always get figured out. See now, Miles Bridges, he's gonna be there this whole year, but he can be out after the 1 to 3 years, maybe, depending on how they play. But like this, like what they doing though, man. Like man, Melo and Brandon Miller finna be that 1-2, man. Yeah, what I was finna say.
Do
Yeah,
you see them bringing in anybody else, or are they going to start off the season with this roster? You think somebody else is coming down the pike?
and that's what I was just saying. They just picked up great veterans. They got Kemba Walker in the locker room now. They got Taj Gibson in the locker room now, who gonna be able to mentor to John because they play around the same position. So now he's gonna be able to watch a older vet pro that a lot of these teams don't got now. See that to John Gibson, that was one of the big pickups too. You know what I'm saying? Then you got Josh Green coming back from Australia, playing from overseas. He's a dog defender. Like they getting dogs, bro. Putting dogs around Melo, man. For real. And people ain't even
And
really
that's what's
seen
needed.
that dog. That's what's needed for real. Because he ain't had that. And people trying to figure out how long is it gonna take. LaMelo took the team that they had his rookie year and his sophomore year to the play-in tournament, bro. When nobody's saying nothing then, yeah, they lost, but they got there. That was in playoff contention to get there.
Yeah, Miles was a big contributor as well, so we
That's
can't
why I said Miles
overstate
was
Melo
that
and
second person.
understate Miles.
So they had to keep Miles. He was the best person next to Melo the whole time.
Hmm.
Terry Rozier was never trying to cooperate and just, you know what I'm saying, let Melo do him. He was always trying to do his own thing. Though I said always been a disconnection in the organization with who's the man. This since them new owners have got in there, they have confirmed and made sure that it is known that LaMelo
Yeah,
Ball is that
they
guy.
have established. Yeah, they have established the pecking
They
order.
established that LaMelo Ball is that guy, man, going forward.
Yep.
And Brandon Miller is that number 2 guy. his Scottie Pippen, who's going to be that go-to scorer next to him. And then you got all these other good pieces that they putting around him to John, Miles Bridges, and Melo. They say he'll pass first point guard, but he's not. He's a killer. He's a dog. He wants that last shot every time, bro. Like they haven't seen that yet.
Now, Billy, what you think about the departure of Bryce McGowan? Because they was kind of had a little high hopes that Bryce McGowan could be what Book Night wasn't. Now they departed from him.
About Book Night.
Trash.
I forget about that nigga.
Both of them trash. Get them up out of there.
Book night ain't even in the league no more.
Hey, Dex, they trash, Dex.
I don't mean to laugh, but that's so funny when you said that.
No, you see where he went to.
Adios, amigos, right?
Adios. Go down there with the other trash. Scoot Henderson. Scoot Henderson so trash. He wear 00.
So you think, Bryce McGowan and Scoot Henderson go make up a hell of a backcourt up in the Jailblazers?
Bryce don't even got a full contract. He was a two-way deal.
It was a two-way deal?
Yeah. He ain't starting.
That man got 1 foot in, 1 foot out in the game.
Literally.
You know what? I wanted Bryce to do better. I knew he was kind of, iffy. And the reason why I wanted him to do better because I just love to see Sam Dracula when he comes to Flight Sports TV expression when you bring up Bryce McGowan. Oh, it turns his stomach every time. And now he's no longer I know he's thrilled, right? He's thrilled. Sam Dracula thrilled.
he was cool at times, but he ain't no player that you really want on your team coming off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
How long y'all think Jordan been planning on selling the team?
Probably for a while.
For 3 years at least.
Too. I think because it makes sense why he even making some of them moves with like getting rid of Terry and Hayward so fast. I mean, already because like
he didn't get rid of them. He didn't get rid of Terry and Hayward. That was the news.
He did at some point, but like the point I'm trying to make is like my team, the Commanders in football, we had an ownership change over the offseason. Even a bunch of moves that we just ain't been making. I'm like, damn, like why y'all ain't letting this player go? But sometimes when you got to sell a team with like certain assets, you can't do certain things because the next owner got to come in and make certain decisions. So they probably had to say, hey, let them play out, let them get off the books, let us get some draft picks or whatever, high draft picks or whatever the case may be, and then let us start off with some picks, with some money. Because ain't no way Jordan been keeping some of these players around when you could have been get off them contracts and at least build a contender with some trades or something.
That's what I'm saying, man. Jordan, he was being cheap, man. Like he didn't want to spend no money. Like that's why he had to go.
He ain't spend no money, man. Whether it's on players, whether it's on the facility, whether it's on the medical staff, the strength and conditioning staff, he didn't want to spend no money, man. None.
According to Fred Whitfield, who was a financial guy, he said that team been profitable since I believe 2015.
Yeah,
I think he said that's when they turned their first profit. So he had a 5-year span from 2015 to 2020 when Lamelo got drafted, and then he said once they drafted Lamelo, the profits just went off the roof.
Yeah, it went off the roof.
Yeah, he said it just shot off the roof.
He didn't want to spend no money to make the team better, so he ended up selling it to somebody who wanted to come in and actually make the team better, bro.
I mean, he does spend some money to make them better than 90. Just been the wrong. He overspaying for the wrong pieces. Like he overspaying for Gordon Hayward, but he had to do that because ain't nobody just coming.
He didn't make no move to make that team better, bro. He didn't make that one single move to make that team better.
You don't think him getting Gordon Hayward when he been coming off that contract in Boston?
No.
He been an all-star. He been a top 15 player.
Not at all.
A top what player?
A top 15 player.
He never was a top 15 player in his career.
Gordon Hayward?
He was an all-star, not a top 15 player.
Gordon Hayward.
Never a top 15. Top 15 is crazy work, dog.
he had his time, but
if you want to say top 20, top 25, then when you say top 20, top 25, top 20, top 25, then yeah, I can agree.
When the
Top
last
15,
time
fuck
Charlotte had a
no.
top 10 or top 15 player or top 20
He was
player?
top 20. He was top 20.
My
But
bad.
when Jordan got him, he was on his last leg because remember he
Literally.
come off that vicious injury. You know.
I mean, you can say that, but it's a broken leg, not so like an ACL or tear, nothing like that. Even a broken leg.
But
Paul George
that
broke a
broken,
leg and he come back damn near the same.
but technically he's not. He lost a lot of athleticism. But the thing is though is
But
that
he
the
said he
difference.
come back
Hold on,
yet.
but
He's
but
still
the
good.
difference. But the
No,
difference
head
is
like
that.
man.
But hold on, Lieutenant. But the difference is that the difference between Gordon Hayward and Paul George is that when Paul George came back, his skill got better. He may have lost some athleticism, but his skill got better.
That's a
Gordon
good point.
Hayward's skill either stayed the same or it plateaued. It
But
didn't
how
get
would
better.
Jordan have known that though?
He would have known that
After 2
because he
years,
wasn't. He
after
would
2
have
years,
known that. He would have known that because Gordon Hayward wasn't starting when he was with the Celtics. He was coming off the
Because
bench for
yeah.
Brown and Tatum.
Okay, so that's my point. That's my point I'm making. When Boston get him, Boston viewed him like a let's say top 20, top 25 player, right? They brought him in on a contract. He broke his leg early in the season. He out that season. The next season, the young guns done turn up. They done got their name already inside Boston. So at that point, he's still kind of coming back to basketball after being off for a year. Jordan, who know he can't get certain players to come to Charlotte. So it's like, Gordon, come on over here. We believe that with that year off you had, plus last year you just been coming back from injury, you can return to be that same dude from Utah. So we gonna give you this money because we believe you're gonna be that same dude. That's why when I asked how would Jordan have known, anybody would have taken that risk. They probably wouldn't have paid him that same amount of money because to me that was an overpay because you had to overpay. That's like with the Laker tax. Lakers gotta get more in the trade nowadays to get certain players because of who they are. You gotta get taxed, just like where y'all at.
That was just a big overpay.
salute to Marvin.
But that was a move to try to get better. Just like with Terry Rozier, they overpaid Terry Rozier. Terry Rozier been a backup point guard that been showing flashes in Boston. Not like he been consistent. He been showing flashes in Boston, and he gets signed to contract. But most teams would pay him that money, especially in that year when a lot of point guard been switching teams, like Isaiah going to Cleveland, Kyrie going to Boston, he going to Charlotte. Charlotte had to replace Kimber. Kimber going off to Boston that next
That's what
year.
it was with Terry Rozier. He was a replacement for Kimber.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is he tried to keep the team at least the same or better because Kimber, I know people in Charlotte love some Kimber Walker, but Kimber Walker been kind of overachieving for a long time in Charlotte.
Hey, you
But
right.
that's not a good. But the thing is, though, that's not a good comparison to compare the Gordon Hayward to Terry Rozier. Terry Rozier, I can see your point of view.
Yeah.
The reason being is that Terry Rozier was on the basketball court showing flashes. Gordon Hayward, after that injury, there was a lot of inconsistencies of him staying healthy and being on the court, even
When?
after that injury. When he was in Boston, he was very inconsistent in staying on the court. He was still getting injured. He had a pattern of still getting injured.
In the second year, that year, Boston, he come back after the leg injury.
Yes, he was still getting injured and taking time off.
Yeah,
I
ever
mean,
since
Because
he
he was
got hurt,
there.
he
He
been
no,
was
taking
listen.
there.
time off.
He was there three. He was there. He was in Boston 3 years. The first year he hurt his leg, right? The next year he came back mid-season and he played a little bit. The third year when he was there, he was still inconsistent out of the lineup. When he was coming off the bench or starting, and he had some health issues that year. Then that fourth year, that's when he basically got out of that contract and got traded to Charlotte, and he got that signed for that bigger contract. That's how that happened.
Okay, so doesn't that make it? Who was on the team at that time when they bring Gordon Hayward in that you wouldn't say that's making the team better?
Bro,
But the
you
thing
talking
is
about what you
though,
talking about? The first year or what year you talking about? The
When
first
they
year?
bring Gordon Hayward in, I understand. Like take away foresight of what he did after the signing trade and they give him the contract. He probably said he ain't coming unless he getting the big contract extension or whatever. Let's take all that aftermath out of it. At the time, bringing in Gordon Hayward, even if he was injured on and off, looking at the atmosphere of not being able to get none of the big free agent targets, not being able to develop nobody inside your own house except for Kemba Walker, and Kemba want more money now, which you don't believe that he worth it. Tell me that's not a move to make the team better. I understand if y'all feel like he didn't make the team better ultimately, but you can't say that wasn't a move to make the team better.
It was a move to make the team better for sure. They tried to make it better, but it failed.
Exactly, it failed. That's all.
Terrible.
Yeah, so listen, so no panic. So he played one game.
Mm-hmm.
He played one game in 18, then came back in 19. I was incorrect. He did play the full season. And then in 20, he only played 52. Because that's when he started going, he was in and out of lineup with injuries.
Yeah, with Lamelo then, but you want me to tell what they
and then in 21, that's when he got traded to Charlotte. And then he signed for the bigger deal. What's up?
He been there since
he got traded in 20. He got traded in 20. Yeah, 2020.
Let me ask you this, Merc.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. He went for 2020. He played in Boston. In 2021, that's when he basically ended up in Charlotte.
What did he average in 2019?
What did he average?
Yeah, when he played the full season. Because you say he played the full season, right?
He only averaged 11 points.
11 points in the full season.
And that's behind Tatum and Brown. That's what Kyrie in and out the lineup because he been hurt a couple times that year. That's what while Horford is still been in that year, if I'm mistaken. So, and don't look at the point because that would have been a season after them breaking a leg. But let me ask you one question because you say you played 50 games in that third season, right? If you the Atlanta Hawks right now, if you trade for Lamelo Ball right now, is you making your team better?
Lamelo ain't going nowhere, so that you may well just stop all that.
You would be making your team better, right? And he played only 50 games at most in his career in any season. So I get what you're saying about the injuries.
Lamelo.
And I ain't comparing the two players. What I'm saying is the same circumstances that you bringing up for Gordon Hayward. A GM can look past the injury history and see the potential and say, you know what, this player without the injuries makes my team better. You can't knock Jordan for that.
But you're right, but Lamelo way different atmosphere than Gordon Hayward. That is a way bigger.
Yeah, that's a fact. But are we trying to make the team better or not?
No panic. I'm gonna just say this. Right here. Do I agree that? I agree that Jordan was attempting to make the team better. I just personally, I'm not a fan of Gordon Hayward.
Oh, me either.
That's just what it is. That's what it is. But the thing is though, with Jordan, he just, with Jordan. But that goes back into him with the lack of staffing to basically not only just drafting players, but also developing players and getting quality free agents coming to Charlotte. So that all predicates back on Jordan and him being cheap because you had time to get the right staff there to develop players. You had time to get the right medical staff there to make sure players are on cue. That way you don't have to deal with injuries. You had time to build a team so that you can attract quality free agents there. He had time to do that. He just didn't do that because he was cheap and he was a bit late.
No, you want to know why?
No, we ain't disagreeing on that part.
You want to know why he didn't do that?
Talking about as far
but I do agree that I do agree.
Look at the era that we talk about now. We talking about an era where there's a lot of big twos and big threes starting to come out. So I get the part about the facilities and about the training staff. You 100% right. I ain't gonna even say you wrong. But what I'm saying is you got to look at it like, okay, cool. And I know the money in the sense because one is a salary under the NBA collective bargaining and the team salary, and you got one under his personal money as far as the staff and coaching and all that. I just talking about the basketball side of things because injuries. I don't care how good your training staff is. If you were often injured player, you're gonna be an often injured player. So we just talking basketball. If we bring in LeBron James, we bring in Jaylen Brown, we put them on the same team, and they did all season no injuries. It don't matter if we got damn you. It don't matter if you got me and you as the fucking medical people back there. If they healthy, they can win a championship.
You want to know why
I'm
that
not.
team
I'm not
didn't get
I'm not
better, bro?
necessarily.
That
Why
team
is that?
not get better because Michael Jordan was hanging on the Melo ball, man. The man did not hand over the keys to LaMelo Ball how you supposed to.
Yeah, I agree with that.
There was
I
no
don't.
way.
I think we've been
Okay,
talking about that.
wait. Hold on. Now, what is the time span that you hand over the keys to your new draftee? 2 years, 3
Day
years?
one.
No,
Day
Dex,
fucking
hey,
one.
Dex,
He
day
should have
one.
got. He should have got the key.
They
He should have
not
got the
even day
keys day
one
one.
before the draft. When they called him on the phone, they posted told LaMelo Ball, "Hey man, this is your team. We going all in on you." They did not do
The
that, man.
the
They
the
Okay,
fact
drafted him.
that
They
Hold on,
drafted
Billy.
him.
Why you feel they should give him the keys from day one?
Say why I feel they should
Yeah,
have gave him the keys?
yeah.
Bro, look at him since he's been a kid. Look where he's played. Look at where they're drafting these players from. The best players are the coming in. Where the best players right now in the league are the European players like Luka and all these guys who have played professionally since they was young. LaMelo is the only American that's played professionally since 16 years old.
Mhm.
He's already played against grown men. He already know what the NBA feels like. He already know the professional game. Like he's been knowing that. Like his dad already done did that with him.
Hey, and listen,
So
to play devil's advocate for a second, it's like if we just talking like I understand. We watch Lamelo Ball him come up on Ball in the Family and watch him in high school and all that. So we all know how immature Lamelo is. So when we talk about handling them the keys as far as like certain aspects, I
what you mean?
understand why they did it. But when we talking about schematics and basketball and building the team around them, they should have been doing that from day one. Because even I don't care how casual you was at basketball. There's no way you ain't see the talent from LaMelo Ball from day one.
Exactly.
So you say that
He's
he was stigmatized. That's why the Charlotte Hornets executive council had to have press
No,
conference
they
talking
have
about he's got to earn his way. Nothing will be given to him and
they
things
got
of that
Michael
nature.
Jordan who played in
yeah,
the
that's
80s and 90s, and they had Mitch Kupchak who coached him, GM and all that through the 80s and 90s. They old school. They feel like everybody got to earn their stripes. But in this new day, you can't do that. You got to build your offense around this one player, and you gonna hit on what you hit on. If you don't hit, oh well. But you got to try. You draft them third overall. You normally don't get players that good dropping to third that can be a
Okay, but
franchise
Brandon
player.
Miller was drafted second overall. Did he get the keys in his rookie season?
But see,
no,
that's the
because
difference.
Melo
You already
has
got
shown
a
them.
winning, a
Melo done
championship winning
proved
team
himself.
who just had a bad season. Just like the Spurs that year when they get Tim Duncan. You got a championship team that had a bad season. They can't hand Tim Duncan the keys from day one until he earned it in a certain way. He ain't never earned it. They stole in David Robinson team until he retired. Now, when you talk about Charlotte Hornets, they've been a bad team every single year. Everybody that y'all draft in the top five should have
You
get the
talking about
best
since
season.
LaMelo been drafted, right? Since
Yeah,
LaMelo
since
got drafted
LaMelo, you
all
know what
the
I'm
year.
saying? Since LaMelo been drafted.
Because Kim Walker took him to the playoffs like what 4 times
Man, listen,
or
Kim,
3 times?
y'all know how I feel about small guards.
No, I'm just saying. It's not a preference thing. It's a result thing. He have got him
Yeah,
into the playoffs, and he's been a 4-time All Star. So regardless of his height
yeah, I'll give you
and
that.
your
I'll give you that
preference,
point.
his results put in work and got him some accolades.
But yeah,
But
man.
after Kimber, what are you been at? That little couple
They had
years
the
after
bottom of
Kimber
the barrel.
leave.
They wasn't even invited to the bubble. Remember,
That's what I'm saying. But how we at the
the
bottom?
NBA didn't invite them to the bubble.
But look, you see how now
Damn.
they're glorifying the play-in tournament. How are we at the bottom of the bubble when LaMelo first 2 years we was in the play-in tournament, reaching that pedestal right there. We was close to grabbing
Yeah,
that pedestal the first 2 years. And
yeah,
now
yeah. I agree.
now all of a sudden we're at the bottom of the barrel. They putting our names on tombstones like we dead, like
No,
we
you know what
gone.
it
Because of
is?
injury, though. But Billy, because of injury,
They only
injury
That's
you
what
know
I'm
have
what it is?
saying.
They
But that's
only
set
part of
you
the
respect the
guys
game.
bubble
back
when the
big
Lakers
time.
in them.
That's part of
They
the
only
game.
respect the players when the Lakers in them.
Man, that's part of the game. Injuries are part of
Think
the
about it
game.
now. Any other team inside the
Yeah,
playing,
but
it's like when
your
we there,
higher
when we
tier
was
got
there, we didn't
injured.
put out the
It ain't
first
like you
round.
got your bottom tier injured, Billy. Your
That,
higher tier competitors was injured. What you gonna do if any team,
but look, Dex.
If Jalen Bronson and Julius Randle get injured, what do you think the Knicks going to be?
Dex,
If Tyrese
Dex,
Maxey and Joel Embiid get injured, what do you think the Sixers going to be? Right?
Dex. But look, you're absolutely right. But the media is not saying it that way. They're saying it as if the entire team as a totality is horrible when it's not. When it's only Lamelo that has been exited off the equation. It's only Lamelo that's been the missing piece. Lamelo has been the only missing piece.
When
You
they talk
mute.
about
You mute.
Charlotte, they always say, "Oh, they're a fun what
Yeah,
they
they always
call
say that they're a
NBA
fun
package
team.
team."
Yeah, they're a fun summer league team. But like, bro, like this team is really competitive. They really want it. Like LaMelo really wanted. Brandon Miller really wanted. Mark Williams even showed that he really wanted. He just got to get healthy. Like when they come back healthy this year, it's gonna look like a totally different team, bro. With these added dogs on there, like they just the first year they just Michael Jordan made LaMelo take that back seat because all the stuff he went through as far as looking like an immature kid on the show. His dad called him out saying he'll beat him one-on-one and he don't care about him. And they don't like how LaMelo move. Like I don't care about playing LeBron James. I do my own thing on my own brand, on my own man. They don't like that. And that's why he's gonna be the face of the league, bro. You see that brand that he's making, bro, the clothing he's putting out, his own lifestyle shoes. I got some lifestyle shoes right now. Y'all want to see them? Y'all want to see them
Yeah,
red
yeah, yeah,
Mellow? Y'all
yeah.
want to see
Let's
them
see it.
red
Put 'em-
fire
yeah, let me put you on.
I
lifestyle
believe if the
Mellows?
Hornets had the second pick, they were going to take
Let me see
what the
them.
center name was. They
Y'all
want to
playing
take Melo. They
games,
take
man.
Melo out of necessity and pressure.
But they caught good with Brandon Miller, man. Brandon
Yeah,
Miller is like a
but
bro. Brandon Miller gonna be better than Paul George for sure. Cause he
no,
got
he ain't
way
gonna
more
be
championship.
better.
He
He
gonna
ain't
be
gonna be
way
better for Paul George. I think he gonna
Paul
put in.
George.
I think he gonna put in what he need to put in.
He gonna
But I
be
don't
way
think he
better than
gonna
Paul George
be.
because he gonna win championships.
Listen, I ain't gonna root against them because I do want to see Charlotte in the playoff series to have some playoff games to go watch. But
Man, them folks is
that
finna win
championship sound crazy.
championships, bro. They finna win championships. I'm telling you, they building a dynasty, bro. You hear what the owners keep saying? That's why I say I've turned over a whole new leaf. They say they want to make it the premier franchise, bro. They already changing the arena. They already building a new facility. They already got vets and players. They already got two superstars in LaMelo and Brandon. They are superstars. So now you just got to build around those two players. Once you find your two players, it's up to the top. They just got to stay healthy. Same thing with Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown. They had their two players and they built around them. And Miles Bridges is one of those people.
Anybody else want to chime in?
I'm listening, Dex. I just didn't want to say anything yet. I'm gonna let you guys continue on.
Yeah.
Oh,
Maybe
is that who I
maybe maybe for the
is that who I think it is? Man,
that's
I
Marcus.
ain't heard your voice in a
Augustine
minute,
chat.
man. Where you been at, man? You been hiding, man.
Man, my camera not working, man. I don't know what's going
Oh,
on.
it's not
Man,
working.
where you been at, man? You been hiding, man. Where you been at,
Yeah, it's clicking
Long,
on and off. Or something.
it's a
I
long
know it
lifetime
won't
here,
load.
Murdoch.
man? Where you been at, man? I done missed you, man. You done went missing, man. I thought I had a file missing report on you, man.
You know, they do have things going on Mars and the moon. You do know that, right?
I do, but at least send a letter or something. Let us know you all right.
Well, I've been on a couple of times. First of all, salute to everybody on the panel. Salute to the chat. I've been on a
Good to
couple
hear
of
from
times.
you, though, man.
Yeah,
It's good to hear from you, man.
yeah. Really, my voice is kind of
Oh,
gone. I
what you
just came off
doing,
a
man?
vacation back home in Chicago, so that's why I'm not talking much. But I'm listening strong. I have a couple of comments to make though. Um, with
Damn.
the conversation being tiered around the Charlotte Hornets. Um, I mean, we all can go back to the first year of Melo and they made the play-in. They didn't win that game, but they played pretty well. But the following year, they actually played better. They lost another playing game. But if you guys go back and look at those teams, look at the personnel on those teams, and you look at the personnel they have right now, are they and including the bad years that followed and all the high draft picks. I mean, come on, guys. Considering where they have been, they should be a lot better team than they are right now. And I'm not taking anything away from Charlotte, don't get me wrong. But sometimes organizations don't make the right decisions when they draft players, or that player doesn't fit the need of that team at that present time. Now, Charlotte's young. But I know their fans, and including everybody and whoever's just speaking about it, is upset about them being not real good for a long period of time. Since I came on here, we have talked about Charlotte for a long time. Listen, my team, the Bulls, ain't much better. But then you can see progress in some teams, and you can see some teams spinning their wheels. Not intentionally, but maybe just bad choices. In Charlotte's case, it's an enigma to me, guys. I mean, they played better year before last than they played last year. I mean, look at if you go up and down this scale, the wins and losses per year. I mean, you don't. I guess you can't tell where to fix it. But in my case, excuse me, I always felt that Charlotte needed a veteran center, and they did have it with Plumlee, but we all know Plumlee wasn't that good. But they never tried to make a big trade to get a top-notch center, and I think that's one thing they're missing dearly. Now they're trying to bring along this young guy, Williams, but how long would that take? So I'm not going to carry on a long time about them. But we all know what they've been through. No Panic says it best. He always says, "Hey man, they've been spinning their wheels for a long time." No fan want that in their team. We all know that. But if your team is there, it's a tough gig. But in Charlotte's case, they've been having upper tier draft choices. And where are they?
Well, that came from poor management. Poor management, Mark. I mean, from the Jordan era. But I said poor management from the Jordan era, the missteps.
Yeah.
And I think that's turned its course. I think they're moving in the right direction. Now they may have not gotten a starter in a veteran center that you speak about, but they did bring in a veteran big man that's going to be the adult in the room.
Yeah. And you
So-
go back and look at the team, even when they were winning a little bit. Rozier was a big part of that guy. Now nobody likes him, I know that. But back then, Rozier was a large part of that. He was scoring up to 26, 25, 28 per night when Ball first came in. And I understand the faults that he had, but at that present time, he was helping the team. Now, was he kind of out of his realm playing with those young guys? I guess we can say that.
Yeah.
But then you got to build something around Lamelo. This guy's good, man. This guy's one of the best players in the game, and they showing him nothing, or either the players they drafting just not panning out. So it's a tough gig with them, man. Really.
Yeah, it's just unfortunately, man, the common denominator is Jordan.
Make sure y'all tune in this year, man, because I bet you that story is about to change. That story gonna change.
So if Lamelo been healthy all these years, right? Let's say he had played
They would have been
85,
in the
95% of the season last couple of years.
They would have been in the playoffs.
Would it still be a knock against Jordan then?
If he would have made it at third.
So if they had made the playoffs because Melo being healthy, y'all wouldn't really say it's Jordan that much?
I'll say this right here. He would have. So it's the thing right here. He would have gotten credit for it, but when you're the owner and you're the big honcho, with much is given to you, much is taken away. You have the overall responsibility of the autonomy of the full basketball team. So if the coach is bad, you're looked at as bad because you're the one that picked him. When the GM is bad, you're looked up as the one that you're looked at one as the bad one because you're the one that basically made the decision to pick him. So regardless of the fact that it was a no-win-win for Jordan, He's either win or basically they're looked upon as a bad owner, which the record shows that he was. So regardless of the fact of Jordan, it's a lose lose for him. So if he wins, then yeah, he's going to get all the credit. But if he loses, he's going to get all the credit for the losing as well. So it doesn't really matter. And so it really wouldn't even matter. If he would have won, then yeah, I'm pretty sure that fans would have a different light on him. But the fact that he didn't, and I think the biggest thing that he didn't really put that much of an effort, and I think it also plays too, because who knows, this talk about changing hands of the team, it could have been in talks for years.
I
You
don't
see what I'm
think
saying?
so.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not saying it was, but it could have been talks because you got to remember that the owners of the new team now, they've known Jordan for years. So we don't know all the private conversations that he has that Woj and them are not privy to him. They made public what they want to make.
Yeah, there's always something going on behind the scenes, man.
So they could have been this could have been in talks for a while, but I mean, right now we're here now. I'm loving the new owners. I love Jeff Peterson. I love the head coach. I mean, I think I think we're gonna be. I think the team gonna be all right.
Whatever they did, it was for the better. I can tell you that.
Hey, Billy,
Because
I got a question for you.
What's the question, sir?
How long you been watching the Hornets?
I've been watching the Hornets since Lamelo Ball first preseason.
Hey, is that the early? I mean, that's exactly when you start watching.
That's exactly when I started watching. This Lamelo Ball is my favorite player. I followed his whole career. I'm around the same age.
Now,
I'm just 21, bro. So
okay,
I
sweet.
really grew up with Lamelo. That's why I can just tell you like what I know, like what's going on, like the feel of it and everything. But I know Charlotte history, you know what I'm saying? After being a fan for so long, you automatically pick up on the history of the team. And now I'm a real fan. Like I really love Charlotte. Like, and I can tell like bro.
And that's
that's how I feel about Dallas. I just become a fan on basically Kyrie, but it's like I feel like I know them boy like a motherfucker.
Yeah, like they just like it make you fall in love with the game. Like that's why like when like I started off as a LeBron fan, then Steph Curry came with the three. I fell in love with Steph Curry game. He made me love basketball. Then you see Lamelo come in, and then when he started playing for Charlotte, you see him older and playing the way he playing and doing the things he doing. Like he is electrifying, bro. Like he is pure entertainment, and that's what the NBA is about, entertainment, and that's what the face of the league has to be about, entertainment. Who's going to
agree with you totally. I agree with you totally, but I did want to say this, and I appreciate that. Would you start watching them when when the Melo came in? They weren't decent. They were, and they still are. Excuse me for even saying that. And they still, they can get better. I would say that.
Yeah, they made the play-in tournament the first 2 years.
Yeah, and I want to run the starting lineup down to you. It was P.J. Washington, Miles Bridges, Plumlee, LaMelo Ball, and Rozier. That was your starting lineup. Now, out of those five, you don't have PJ anymore. You don't have Rozier anymore. But you still got LaMelo, and you still got Bridges.
We don't got Plumlee.
Now,
he was trash.
Off your bench, you had McDaniels, Harrells, and Kelly Oubre. You had a halfway decent bench. You did make the play-in. Yeah. That was a great year. He was young. Also, but what the point I'm trying to make is, can you tell me?
Right?
Can you tell me? Yeah.
No, Kelly
right after
one year.
Oh yeah,
he was on this team.
No, he won that the first year. He was there the second year, third year.
The second year when they lost to Atlanta.
Yeah.
All right. Year. So the reason I'm bringing it up is this. Since then, they've been kind of on the downside. But if you can tell me the right moves that this organization made to better this team to now, then we could probably understand you better. In meaning this, it's kind of what Murdoch said. Sometimes upper management making bad decisions can hamper a team more than it seems. They actually are playing way worse now than they were then, and that was in Melo's. I mean, the Melo's early years. Now,
Okay, Mike.
if you look at the years they started losing, they should have been getting decent draft picks or either making decent trades to bring in veteran, players that can better fit for the team. They hadn't brought in a good, decent free agent. Now, that's
Hey,
up, that's management.
hey,
But go ahead. I'm sorry.
I totally disagree.
All right,
You
talk to me.
you say that first. You say the early teams that Lamelo had the first 2 years is better than the team that is currently put together right now.
Okay, what were your record last year?
No, we're not talking about last year. This is not the same team from last year. We're going into this year.
Okay.
This is a totally different team.
Oh, this year. Okay, I'm not even commenting on this year. No,
We're talking about the moves that has been made right now this summer, currently.
Oh, well, no, I'm not referring to this year. This year hasn't started. We can't really even. We all listen. Every fan in the NBA is expecting their team to be well, to play well.
No,
we
not
don't
us,
know
not
that
us.
yet.
Not us. Did you just see Bleacher Report rated us the 28th best team in the league, the entire league? We're not expected to do nothing next year.
But you think they are? Is that what you telling
I
us?
absolutely do. I don't even think we're gonna be in the play-in.
Okay,
I
all
think we're
right,
gonna
that's
be
fine. You're
6 or
fan. Ain't
higher.
nothing wrong with that.
I think we're
All
gonna be
right.
6
So
or higher.
what is your? All right, wait. What is your predictions of them? Will they make the play-in or playoffs this year?
No, we're gonna make the playoffs.
Okay.
The NBA can't go another playoffs without Lamelo Ball in it. I'm sorry, they can't go another one without Lamelo Ball.
Wow, that's a bold statement, Billy.
No, Dex. Let me tell you.
not really, because I mean,
all we want is a realistic take.
No, this is absolutely realistic. They cannot go another playoffs without Lamelo Ball. I be watching Gil's Arena. Y'all watch Gil's Arena, right?
Yeah, damn.
Brandon Miller said, "Man, the playoffs would be very interesting if Lamelo Ball played. That'd be good for the NBA because he's entertaining."
Stacey says the Charlotte Hornets is winning 55 games. Stacey, you know how much money you can win if you was to play the odd makers, bet against the odd makers, because the odd makers don't got Charlotte nowhere near 40 games. So you saying 55 games, you can be rich overnight. Pay off your mortgage.
That's
that's why Lamelo got to stay healthy, because that's true. The NBA do want to see him in the playoff, and he is going to start getting them calls that a lot of players get because they want to see him win more games. They want to put him on the spotlight. So if he actually stay healthy, they got a chance to be something. Not like, I ain't gonna go as far and say they're gonna outright make the playoffs or whatever. I could see them sneaking into the playoffs based on the play-in, but not like just outright the 4th seed or whatnot like that. But you got to think about it. LaMelo in that tier, maybe not talent-wise. I mean, yeah, talent-wise. What I'm talking about? He in that tier after Luka draft class, where Luka already in his conference finals scenario. Now it's time for Melo to have his name in that first round exit, second round exit shit. Like, he need to start going through his shit now, because he won 5th season.
It's time.
He just need to get there so the refs in the NBA and league can not help him, but you know how they do for players they want to be there. They give them the calls that they're supposed to give.
That's where you earn your stripes, bro. You earn your stripes in the playoffs. That's why Anthony Edwards is respected as he is right now, because what he's done in the big moments. LaMelo hasn't had that chance to play in the big moments, and it's okay though. But it's okay because that's what it takes time. This is the comeback story. This is the America's dream story.
Yeah. Okay, imagine if
Billy, hold on. Billy, now you say this team is a lot better. You saying they definitely going to make the playoffs, and they won only 21 games last year, right?
I know exactly they won 21 games last year.
Spirit.
21 games last year.
Billy,
I believe they're going to make the playoffs.
I'm not disputing what you believe in. What I'm telling you is that every fan that has a team wants the same thing. Realistic takes and honest takes and wishful thinking are all in our thoughts. I'm not saying you wishful thinking or realistic thinking or not, but you are talking about a 21-61 team, changing that and going to the play. You didn't say play-in. You said playoffs. So I asked you this question. How many games will they win this upcoming season?
I'm not sure how many games they're going to win, but I know they're going to be in the 6th place or above or somewhere around there. No, I ain't going to say I don't know how many games.
Let me help you out, Billy. Let me help you out, young fella. This is what the professional odd makers say. And these are the people who eat off people like me who take chances on going against the number. The odd makers got the Charlotte Hornets winning 30.5 games. You can go over or under that number.
I'm going way over that number. They're at least they're
Ooh-wee.
definitely 45, 40, 46 games plus for sure.
Gonna make me
46
take a
games
stand.
plus for sure.
Okay, Billy. Okay, Billy. Tell
I can
me.
put
Tell me.
500
Wait,
on it.
wait, wait,
One
guys.
more thing,
Billy.
Marv. One more thing, Marv. One more thing,
Tell
Marv.
me exactly what turns that number around on this team coming up. Tell me the players.
The players that's gonna turn that number around.
Yeah.
Josh Green, Lamelo Ball, because he's gonna be healthy. You see, Charles Lee just said all the work he's been putting in the gym, getting his body right. This is his first full off season since he's been in the NBA, so he's gonna come back in full fledged. You just seen what Brandon Miller just did, destroyed them people in the summer league. You got Mark Williams come back. You just re-signed Miles Bridges, who's got a jump shot now, and he can still get it inside. He just wasn't doing it last year because they needed more from him from the scoring. Then off the bench, you got all these young people. You got Trey Mann, Nick Smith Jr., Grant Williams, a veteran, Taj Gibson, a veteran.
But you
Nick
can
still
say
Nick
these are
Richards.
castaways, though.
Who?
These are leftovers. You can say these players are leftovers. They're castaways. Nobody else.
Who are leftovers? Who are leftovers?
The players that you're naming that came to
Taj
Charlotte.
Gibson. Taj Gibson.
They're not leftovers. These are young guys. Josh Green is young.
Okay, I'm just saying people can argue that, right? Not that you believe it, but people can argue that these are leftovers, misfits.
How can you be
Nobody really
leftovers when
wanted
they're 23 years old?
No, I'm just saying. I'm not saying you agree with it or not, but other people can say that's anti-Charlotte, that you trying to pump up players that nobody else really wanted.
So you saying they saying that those players are not that good, basically.
Right, yes.
Man.
Because like I say, the odd makers got the Charlotte Hornets at 31.5. I mean 31.5 over and under.
Well, we got two players that have played in the finals the last couple of years. Grant Williams has been to the finals. Josh Green has been to the finals. You know what I'm saying? Taj Gibson has been in the playoffs.
Yep.
These people, there's new people in this facility that got playoff experience. Reggie Jackson might be coming back. Seth Curry just came back. And the Melo and Brandon Miller, they ain't getting phased by no playoffs, by no big moments. These folks want that. They going for that. That's what they want. Miles Bridges, they want that. Him and Lamelo, that's gonna be the grind. That's what's gonna look real good once they make it, because they the only two that's been there all them years. They the only ones that's been there. And Cody Martin, he might be gone.
So
the only reason why I give him pushback, because I already got them. I don't got them being.
Wait, hold up. No panic. Do you believe they can win 31? You think they can win 32 games? No panic.
I mean, in the East, 31 games doable, but that's still only gonna put you in the 11th, 10th seed.
No, I'm talking about for as gambling. I'm not talking about for our standings. I'm trying to see if I should put 500 on Charlotte Hornets to win more than
put your whole bank on that. That's
you gonna have me homeless.
But look, Martin Anthony Jefferson said Oklahoma City was supposed to be one of the worst teams last year, and they went number one. That's what I'm saying. Charlotte can make that jump. Yeah, that was 10th the year before, and they came in the league as the number 14.
They was 10th in the West. They were 10th in the West.
Yeah,
10th in the West, and went to number one.
But see, the thing about OKC is that, but they out, they've been on the come up that season. They've been
shout out to Stacy. Shout out to Newmark.
They've been switching. If you remember now, that entire run that towards the end, because Dallas been in that little 9th, 10th seed, 11th seed, or whatever. Yeah. They've been switching from 10th to 7th, 10th to 6th, 10th to 8th, 10th.
But no panic. Let's be honest with the content. No panic. Dallas tanked in the last part of the previous season because they wanted to get that pick from the New York Knicks, and they end up getting lively, right?
Yeah. So at the end of the day, it's if they could have very well been the 7th seed last year.
Yep,
and
they could have
jumped to the first seed this year. Now with Charlotte, you gotta remember now when it comes to Lamelo don't have injuries where it's he got a torn meniscus or he got ACL.
They've been freak injuries.
Exactly. So it's like now every year he is a possibility to have a freak accident of a torn round rotator cuff, of a damn dislocated elbow, of just something that just like damn, how you injure that? Or damn, I don't even know that but injured. Or he's a tough motherfucker now. He played through a lot of injuries, but it always some weird ass injury. And that's the scary part when it comes to the 31 wins. It's like this team without Melo Ball is a 21 win team. You add Lamelo Ball in there, it's like how much more wins does Lamelo himself give a team?
Man,
That's the question you really gotta ask.
He give him
Is
a
he a
lot
20
more.
win difference?
He's a 20-win difference. That's how impactful he is, but he's an impactful player.
I'm going to Vegas.
He's an impactful player, bro. LaMelo Ball is that, bro. People try to put Luka better than bro. Melo is gonna be
Luka is
that
better though.
bro. Yeah, you think that right now. Wait in the
No,
next couple years.
you know why
bro.
Luka better?
LaMelo
You know why Luka
Ball,
better without even looking at stats? Luka understand the actual game of basketball better than LaMelo. And now LaMelo focus. LaMelo ain't never played within a structure until he gets to the NBA. He's still learning how to play the pick and roll offense.
LaMelo understands basketball, bro. He's been playing basketball his whole life. How you
there's a
don't
difference
understand
between
basketball?
but think about it. There's a difference between understanding basketball and the freestyling way of playing and understanding basketball and as far as like the pick and roll, as far as like setting up plays, as far as moving the not just moving the defense with your eye, because he do got that playmaking ability to do that. But it's like understanding why things happen on the court when they happen. Certain defenses they throw at you, understanding how to manipulate that defense and break a certain defense, how to play on the fly, how to play more smarter, high IQ basketball.
You
and
right.
he got to play the other side of the basketball, just like he play the offensive side of basketball. It's just certain things he just don't know because he ain't had that much play time since he been getting injured. B, he ain't ever played in the structured offense because he going from playing running gun with his daddy to going to Australia to playing whatever offense they're playing, pretty much a bunch of pick and rolls or whatever, and not even like sophisticated pick and rolls, but he hunting matchups, just regular. Okay, let me get on the big and let me dance on the pick and rolls. So
you must have seen him in Australia.
Yeah, that don't knock LaMelo. Now he's still a good.
Yeah, he played good in Australia. He just was on a bad team.
You go from a first year player and a 5th year player, like you playing an older person. It's just certain shit he know in the game of basketball that you just ain't gonna understand how he beat.
You're right, and that's what I'm saying. Luka is older than LaMelo, so he should be more advanced in certain areas right now. That's what I'm saying.
That's all.
So imagine if LaMelo start playing, and once he gets to that age, what you think he gonna be doing? You think he ain't gonna be dropping no 30-point triple doubles and doing all this crazy?
LaMelo can do that now if he can stay
healthy. He can do that now.
Exactly, he could have been doing that.
There you go. He gotta stay healthy. That's the key. That's the key.
And he's just doing that off of his young brain, him being a young nigga. Like Luka down been doing it since he been 14, 13 against grown men. So of course the experience different. That's
LaMelo the same thing. LaMelo 16 doing the same thing.
But no, it's a difference when you playing overseas at 12, 13. You playing structured basketball with less space. When you 12, 13, 14, 15, and AAU, you just running up and down the court. When he did go to Australia that 1 year, he did learn a lot about space. Like the spacing just ain't been there for him to do certain things. And he's still been getting off. He gets to the NBA, had even more space.
And he went to Lithuania first. He was in Lithuania at 16.
Lithuania.
I know Luka played at 13.
He been getting play time over there.
I know he was, but you seen it was a couple games where he destroyed them, shooting like Steph Curry out there.
But
at 16.
That right there ain't all the way true. And the big baller classic games he been destroying when him and Jello been getting more play time than playing against a B team.
No, he's talking about it was a game. No. It was a game against the
real
yeah. Well, go okay. Well,
in the real
league. Yeah, he did. He had like 5 threes.
5 threes in a row, bro, from deep half court type shit.
And that been in them big baller classic type. No,
it wasn't the big baller classic. It was the regular game.
Let me correct myself.
They was coming back, but they ended up losing that game.
Not the big baller classic, because that's the league he had. I ain't talking about when they've been over there in Lithuania, but they've been playing against like junior teams.
It's called it. You're right. It is big baller classic.
You talking about JBA?
No, not that.
No, JBA is different, but he did have a big baller classic in Lithuania.
He had his sponsorship.
It's not called a big baller classic. Whatever he been called, even they've been playing. Remember, because even certain games where Melo and Jello,
we got that.
Getting more play
we
time
got that.
Melo.
But we talk about a real game. No panic.
It was a regular game.
We talk about a real regular season game.
I know.
Not big baller classic. Not
the real ones.
I know that's true. But I'm saying that it was one game LaMelo hit like 5 threes in a row, almost brought them back to victory, but they lost. They end up losing the game.
Yeah,
Uh, like in a few seconds of the game or something like that.
like
But
for him to
LaMelo
do
brought
that,
them back coming off the bench.
bro. For
Okay,
him
well,
to
I
do that,
mean, if that happened, I ain't gonna argue with it. But I just know he been a lot of games where they have playing against the B team that he did going off because he been the B team. He ain't been like ain't been league games where he been on
Yeah,
record or whatever like
Jello
that.
scored 77 against the B team.
Right.
yeah, like man, bro, this junk is too easy for these people, man. LeVar been training these folks since they was babies, man. Since they came out the womb, bro. They was born for this, man.
Y'all
LaMelo
make
was
sure y'all
born
hit
for
that
this.
like button. Everybody in here hit that like button. Please hit that like button.
LaMelo was born for this, man. Like his whole aura, his whole everything, bro, just is about his game. Like he has that Michael Jordan appeal, electrifying type energy when he steps on the court, bro. It ain't even about him being the best. Sometimes he ain't got. At times he ain't got to be the best player on the floor. But everybody in the arena is watching him just to see what he gonna do, just to see what he may say on the interview. Like his whole, he don't even try. Like Anthony Edwards got that same effect, but he take it a little overboard at times. You know what I'm saying? LaMelo is just a cool sailor. People hate on him for no reason, just because that's what his dad did. You know what I'm saying? Because they got their own brand, because they doing things their way. Like, bro, this man he's the youngest American to go pro. All this stuff that Luka done be doing, he done did it. He can do it.
Oh, all up,
And I
down,
think
all up,
he's
all
better.
up,
I think
all
he's
up,
better
all
than
up.
LaMelo Ball. I
Listen,
think he's better than
Luca
Luka
been the
because he's
MVP in the
quicker than
second best
Luka.
league, the second best basketball league in the world as a teenager.
Man, LaMelo would have been MVP if he would have stayed. He was rookie of the year and only played 12 games.
But that's
But he
rookie
done,
of the year. We
but he
talking
want to
about
come to the best league. He
a
want to be the
14,
MVP in the
15 year
best
old
league.
winning the Euro League championship and the MVP in back to back seasons.
That's great. That's
That
great.
ain't easy.
They
And
come
you
from
talking
that.
about
They come
LaMelo, he
from
been
that.
doing that in the a football six hardest league.
Hey, we can't help that they grew up in two different places, bro. We can't help it.
No. You right. But what I'm saying is you saying that he does shit Luca ain't never did. Luca just been to the finals. Luca done been in 3 conference
Not
finals. Well, 2 conference
I
finals.
said he ain't done nothing he never did, but like as an American player, like ain't no
Oh,
American
I
player
mean,
done
okay,
got
so
the same type of experience. Like when they compare Luka to a Anthony Edwards, it's a difference because Anthony Edwards didn't play pro when he was 16. They can't say that about Anthony Edwards, but when they come to LaMelo Ball, they can be like, "Oh, he was pro at 16. He was playing against grown men at 16. Then he went back overseas and played against grown men at 18, and came straight to the league and been in the league since 19 years old."
I mean, but you can say it. Other than going over the seas thing, you can say the same thing about Ant Davis. I mean, and Edwards.
But another thing why I told you that LaMelo couldn't really get to that level of looking like Luka because of Michael Jordan hating and held him back, because there's no way feasible that LaMelo Ball is coming off the bench, bro, at no time on no team. That's period. Especially not a Charlotte team, like you said, has not won anything before he got there.
Yeah, that's true.
There's no way feasible he's coming off the bench, bro.
I
He had
think
to come
everyone
off
in
the
the
bench
channel
for
been mad
20
about that
games.
shit because even like
Yeah,
what?
bro, like that was nonsense, bro. But all
Hey,
this is part of the story, though. The
hey,
coming,
Billy.
how, yeah,
I'm sorry. Let me ask you this. You can continue on. When you first got Michael Jordan on board with the Charlotte Hornets, were you in favor of it, or you didn't want it?
I wasn't a fan of the team when he first bought the Charlotte Hornets, so I didn't know. But when he dropped LaMelo, I was excited. I thought he was like, this was like how I feel now, how he finna go up. I thought it was gonna be like that, cause I thought Michael Jordan was gonna embrace him. Michael Jordan didn't embrace LaMelo Ball at all, bro. Like it was
Right.
literally like it felt like some hating type shit. You know what I'm saying? The second LaMelo Ball is the fourth youngest All-Star ever in the NBA history. That is crazy.
All right, guys. Don't ask the rest of the panel. Do you agree with him?
But look though,
As far as what? It's a lot of nuance.
but look though, I ain't finished. When he went to the All-Star game for his second year, and that was the year of when they honored the 75 top players.
Mm-hmm.
At halftime, Michael Jordan, all those people, everybody was there. You seen pictures of Michael Jordan with Luka in the locker room taking pictures. That's his Jordan player. you know, Melo, we with Puma, we on some different, you know what I'm saying? We on our own wave, one of one. You know what I'm saying? But they asked Lamelo, did you see Michael Jordan? He said, no, I ain't see him. How are you the owner of your team and this is your best player, your all-star player, and you don't see him at all? You don't go acknowledge him at the all-star game? And you
We
in the
once
building?
talked about that. We once talked about that, guys, if y'all can remember. But
Like that's
continue.
like that was crazy. That was blasphemy. You know what I'm saying? Because you're the owner. Like I play for you. Like you know what I'm saying? Like I'm your employee. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, but
Somewhat.
and listen, in a vacuum, that would be right. But this Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan don't get all scrap or fear. Like when Michael Jordan walk in the room, it's like he got a different aura. Like
No,
you gotta
you
understand that first of
no
all.
no no. You not understand. You absolutely right. But at the same time, this is your all-star player on your team that you own in the NBA. This is LaMelo Ball. This is not no regular guy. This is your guy. This is supposed to be your guy. But you're not treating him as such. And that's why it was kind of like, okay, he's going, LaMelo going up, but you know what I'm saying? He ain't getting recognized the right way how he's supposed to. Michael Jordan is not treating him like Michael Jordan ain't on the sideline cheering him on and stuff like that. We only seen him at 1 or 2 games. We used to see him on
Okay,
the bench
Billy.
all the time, slapping people around and stuff.
Yeah. So Billy, Billy, are you a LaMelo Ball fan or a Charlotte Hornets fan?
I'm a
Yeah, I said
LaMelo Ball
LaMelo
fan, so
Ball.
I am a Charlotte Hornets fan. Wherever LaMelo
So,
Ball go,
okay.
I'm
So let
there.
me ask you this: if he was to leave the Hornets, would you leave the Hornets?
Absolutely. But he ain't gonna lead the show.
Too often.
but
LaMelo Ball fan.
he ain't gonna lead the Hornets though. He's on some though. I'm telling you, he's gonna do something. He on some Michael Jordan type. But Michael Jordan left, but Steph Curry can be the a founding factor to not leave. He might do it. Kobe did it. He didn't leave. I don't think LaMelo Ball is gonna go anywhere. I think Charlotte is
So
gonna be a team that he came in when he first came in the league. He said, I think it should. He said they asked him like, how do you think about people going to different teams and stuff like that? He said, I think you should come in the league, start off with whatever team you get drafted with, and build from there. That's why he ain't tripping about it, because he already knew like eventually he gonna get there. That's why he been earning his stripes. He's taking it level by level, bro. And that's what people gonna love about the journey. But you ain't gonna really love the journey if you weren't part of it. That's why I'm on the train now, though. Like I be telling everybody, like, bro, you better get on the Charlotte Hornet train right now, bro, because they building a dynasty, dog. LaMelo
a
Ball is not finna.
dynasty,
They
a
building a
dynasty,
dynasty, a
and
dynasty
you
better
do
than
know what
Golden
a
State.
dynasty. Oh wait. You do know what a dynasty
They're
consists of,
building
right?
just like Golden State. They're using the Golden State blueprint. They're building through the draft. Then Steph Curry stopped getting hurt. They shot up through the roof. It's the same thing that's going on, bro. New owners come in, clean house. Your players been hurt. They finally get healthy. You made the right moves. Now it's up from here. Y'all instantly go in the playoffs. Now 2 years from now, y'all in the finals, battling for the
What?
finals. Bro, I'm telling you, bro.
Wow.
I'm just telling you, bro. I don't want to think I don't want to say I know everything, but I'm telling you, dog.
No, I mean, shit, you definitely ain't wrong for your opinion, because I know with Dallas all season I be telling everybody Dallas going to the finals, but
Yeah,
that's just me believing in Kyrie like that. So I
because
mean,
you
shit,
gotta
I ain't knocking your opinion. I mean, shit,
because you got to look at the team first. You got to
yeah,
analyze the team. See, I ain't saying they're gonna win this year. I'm saying this year is a great chance for them to make the
the
playoffs,
Golden
and it
Block
is.
season, yeah,
Yeah, it's the building block season, because you can't just go from the 13th seed or 21 games to winning the finals. That's not possible. But I'm
yeah.
saying it's slowly building, but it's really gonna build as faster than we think it's gonna be. So when you look at Dallas, like they got Kyrie, they brought in another superstar that can you know what I'm saying, confine with Luka.
Yeah.
We're doing that, but these people got to develop. They haven't even hit 25 yet. Imagine when they hit 27, like Jason Tatum. They gonna be just now going into their prime. We got 4 years till they get to their prime, bro. They got 4 years to just go in the playoffs and just fuck around, win some series, do all this, have fun. And then once they get 27, get serious like Jason Tatum them and just take off. And they'll go win 3 back. I think they're gonna do a 3-peat. I think they're gonna be the first team to do a 3-peat since Kobe done.
Who, Boston?
Nah, Kobe
Oh,
done was the
Charlotte.
last time to 3-peat. Kobe done was the last time to 3-peat. Was it?
Yeah,
I think
2000,
Charlotte gonna be the
2002.
first team to 3-peat since Kobe done.
You say Charlotte gonna be that one?
Charlotte gonna be the first team to do it. The last 6-7 years have been a different team to win the finals. Ain't nobody building no dynasty. They building a team to win today. They just want to win right now. Boston ain't finna win no more championships. They might win one more. I think they might win one more. But they ain't finna win no 3 in a row. They ain't finna build no dynasty. Their team ain't finna win no
If
5
they don't want them,
championships.
if they don't want them this year, then they ain't got a chance because that team got to get broken up with all that money they paying around after
That's what I'm
this year.
saying. Like they building their team to win at the moment. These folks is building a team to last, bro. To keep dominating, to keep going. Like Lamelo Ball and Brandon Miller is only 22, bro, 21. They got fucking 15 years of their career to keep playing, bro.
Yeah, and that's why I've been meaning earlier when I've been saying like Lamelo at that tier as far as his draft class, right behind Luka. So when Luka already in his final year, not final year, but he in his years where he going to the finals and the conference finals, where he supposed to be winning his championships. Lamelo supposed to be right now in this year, supposed to be like his first round exits, second round exits. Then next 2 years, he supposed to start hitting this run when he in the conference finals and reaching the finals and then winning from there. Like that's usually how it go, like the next wave.
That's how it go.
So if you talk about like down the road and you got patience, which a lot of fans don't have patience. So when you talk about how you talking, a lot of us hearing it and saying, okay, he thinking about this year, next year, whatever.
Yeah.
But you actually got patience for like, no, like 3-4 years later, we gonna be that team. So when you think about it like that, it's like, I mean, it makes sense. Like Giannis gonna be 33, 34. He gonna be on his way up the league. A lot of these Eastern Conference, like the Heat with Jimmy Butler, Adebayo. Shit, Celtics ain't gonna be around because they ain't gonna have that money to be spending money on two players like Brown and Tatum, and then they still paying White good money. Drew Holiday getting good money. So it's like, yeah, like after a couple of years, a lot of these top heavy teams gonna fall down to the wayside, and teams like the Knicks gonna be one of the teams where it's like, oh, they might be the one this year, and they gonna be teams like Charlotte, gonna be other Eastern Conference team that's younger and on the rise gonna be coming up. So I mean, shit, he on the right path of how you thinking about the fan base.
Please subscribe to Flight Sports TV, hit the like button, and leave a comment.
Then they be like, yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
but I mean, shit, you just saying, I can see that shit. I can see y'all boy bolding them next couple of years, waiting for some better teams to drop off.
Yeah, I ain't saying they're gonna win today, but they're building for longevity. Like they're not gonna win this year or next year, but the next coming years, like the next 3 to 4 years, they're gonna be knocking on that door, bro. And once they knock on that door, knock that door down, it's gonna seem like domination, bro. It's gonna be domination, bro, because they gotta make Lamelo this the year where Lamelo gonna show and prove himself, show why he one of them top point guards in the league. Like this gonna be a revenge year for him. That's why I say he gonna make it to the playoffs. He gotta make it to the playoffs. He already said he trying to play 75 plus games. Like he trying to dominate. When he go out there and play this year, bro, he gonna try to dominate and destroy and embarrass people. Like,
yeah, you need to get that. Like, you gotta play a certain amount of games to get that all NBA.
Yeah, like he gotta play a certain amount of games. So they want him to look like this superstar and be this superstar for the team. They just pay him all this money. He gotta get an all NBA. Y'all don't do everything possible to make him an all NBA. Then now it's on the organization, like, you know what I'm saying, what y'all doing. But he gotta get all NBA. Like he got to.
Yeah. And see the thing that gonna hold Lamelo back is the same thing like what Jaylen Brown. It's the politics on certain shit. Like he with Puma. So Jordan not really hyping him up as much as he hyped Luka up. It makes sense because Luka signed to Jordan. So it makes sense for Jordan to be more buddy with Luka.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But that's messed up, bro. That's messed up.
Yeah,
because,
I mean,
because
but I mean,
he's still your player.
And like from a business standpoint, Jordan ain't doing nothing wrong. You supposed to you make more money off of your brand and your brand players like Luka or whatever like that than you will make off the headaches and stress of trying to build a team and everybody blaming you. And now you're on sell a team, so obviously ain't been as profitable year after year as you wanted to be. So you be like, hey, I'm gonna cash out. I got Lamelo, he's an all-star. Let me cash out.
You're right. That's how you supposed to do. You can do that, but I just feel like if that's your player, bro. You own the team, bro. You gotta at least go speak to him or say what's up to him. But it is a lot of politics that going on with Melo. But that's why I say this take me to another aspect that how he is changing the game even further than just his on the court play, even down to his brand, his tattoos. You see the back tattoo this man just got? Like, this nigga's moving different out here, bro. His whole swag is just moving different. And now he can promote his brand. This man finna be on the court playing with a fucking red LF on his neck. Just brand just sticking out. Just a whole bunch of LF going on. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, Billy, hold on one second. I got another question for you.
He the only
So
person,
I do want a truthful answer on this one too. If the Charlotte Hornets do not meet your expectations this year, will you still be with them next year?
Absolutely.
All right. So that means you give it. Oh wait. So that means you're giving this new management a chance.
Yeah,
Did you
they
give?
don't have to. They don't if they don't even make the playoffs this year, they're still okay. You know how old Lamelo Ball is still gonna be? 24
Okay.
years
All
old,
right. And I agree.
23 years old.
So after the first year with Jordan, you didn't give them a chance with Jordan anymore. Did you give up on Jordan?
Nah, I ain't never give up on Jordan. I've been on the fam. As long as Lamelo on the team, I got belief, bro. I think Lamelo's that guy, bro. Lamelo's the GOAT to me, man. I think he
Okay.
that guy. As long as
And
he
that
healthy,
makes a lot of sense. He is that type of player. But
he's that type of player.
would you feel a lot more comfortable if he was on a better organized or team or kind of built around more than just him? Or do you really believe the players on Charlotte are capable of coming up to that next level?
They're very capable, and they don't have to just build around Lamelo. Lamelo is just that he's the face of the franchise. Like when you say the face, when they think about Charlotte Hornets, they're gonna think Lamelo Ball. They're not gonna think Gabe Plotkin. They're not gonna think Brandon Miller. They're not gonna think Miles Bridges. They're not gonna
Well, that's
think
obvious.
Jeff
We all know
Peterson.
that.
They're
Yeah,
gonna think Lamelo Ball. But
yeah.
Brandon Miller next to Lamelo Ball is just as freaking good. I look at Brandon Miller like a bro. I'm not saying he Kobe. I'm not saying he Jordan. But the dude is that type. He's Paul George, more than Paul George to me. Like he's a real go-to guy. He can damn near be a number one option, just like LaMelo, face of a franchise, just like LaMelo. So when you combine both of them, along with the players that we currently got, with these new young centers, these young forwards to John Salone, Miles Bridges, Josh Green, Trey Mann, we got Steph Curry, we got shooters now. Like, how can we lose, bro? We big. And that's why I know they're going to win, because they're getting big, long wings. And that's what you want around LaMelo. It's finna be alley-oops all day, bro. Like, this man finna be passing out of his mind. Then, like, people, and that's why I say he's different, bro, because he's something we really never seen, dog, and people ain't realized. They like my folks them always talking about Wembanyama and how much of a freak Wembanyama is, and he is. He gonna have his season where he dominate everything. He gonna win Defensive Player of the Year, MVP. He gonna win championships as well, but he's never gonna
Go
be the
ahead,
face
hit
of
that
the
link, Stacy. The link is there for you. Hit that link.
he ain't never gonna be the face of the league because he's a European. A European has never been the face of this league, and he can never be. Joker done won back-to-back MVPs, did all that. Never been the face of the league.
I
Luka,
mean, but reason why though is because of his personality. He always shunned basketball like ain't the big
no.
thing to
It
him.
ain't. It's not about personality, bro. It's about they're
No, it
not
no
American. They're
no
not
they don't. And that don't
American,
matter. That don't matter. It's all like Luca ain't a
bro.
personable person like that. Luca ain't out and about. Luca's gonna stay in the house and play games all day.
Luka,
Joker, he just want to go ride his horses. Giannis, look at Giannis. Giannis saying from this country, he
bro.
could have always been the face, but he just don't. He just ain't that type of person to be in commercials and do all that extra shit like LeBron do. A lot
Do
of
you
players
see
ain't
all the
really like that
commercials
no
he
more.
in? We love Giannis. I love Giannis' personality. I love Luka personality. They very funny. They sarcastic. They do a lot of
But
things.
how often do you see them
Charismatic.
in the public?
I see Giannis on TV all the time. I don't know if Luka or not, but
When you
Giannis
say
always
TV,
on
what you
TV.
mean like commercials?
Commercials.
I talking
Giannis
about
have hella commercials
like when you see LeBron, you see LeBron into every single thing.
because he's an
You see,
American superstar. This is
but
the
that,
NBA.
but it don't matter if you from America or not when you're the face of the NBA. You can look at any sport up and
Tell
down the
me,
board. The face of the league is usually the person with the most personality, the person with the most willing to acquiesce themselves to the league and be a representative for the league as far as okay, well, we want to push this agenda. We need your stamp of it. We need you to get behind it so all the other players can get behind it, or the rest of the work can get behind it.
You're
And
right. No,
when the
you
league I
don't,
want to still play inside the bubble when all that
bro.
protesting been going on, if LeBron ain't that did them, they ain't that know who to look to because he been the face of the league. That's how it go. It
You
don't
right.
matter about your ethnicity or your nationality. They don't care about that. If you can sell, you can sell. Like baseball, let me give you an example for you. I'll
Hey,
let you go. If you look at baseball, baseball is made up a bunch of Dominicans, white people, Cubans, and let's say a lot of Mexicans too, whatnot. But the face of the league right now is a Japanese player.
look, this is all right. You're right, but this is the NBA, bro. This is the basketball.
Yeah.
This is basketball. I want you to tell me, but you're right. It is. You do have to have a certain personality. You have to be, you know what I'm saying, with the league and cooperating, but you don't choose if you the face of the league. The league choose you. The
Mm-hmm.
league in the world decides who the face of the league. The league and the people decide who they want to push, who they want the face of the league to be.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody right now feel like they want Anthony Edwards to be the face of the league. And that's been going on for the last 2 years. Oh, I think it's going to be him. I feel like it's going to be him. He done went even farther in the playoffs. Why haven't it happened? Because it's just something that's just it ain't ticking
He
right.
ain't win.
No, it ain't about
He
that.
ain't,
Just
no,
something
that's
just ain't ticking right,
he ain't
bro.
win. You gotta win.
It
You
don't even
gotta
about
win. You
winning.
gotta win
Lamelo Ball
consistently.
gonna be the face of the league before he win a championship. I'm tell you that now. He gonna be the face of the league before he win a championship.
Like look at
Because
John Morant. John Morant used to be the face of the league, and he ain't even that win
he
nothing.
was
But you know
never the
what
face of
happened?
the league. He
He
was never
missed
the face
him.
of the league.
But no, what I'm saying
They,
is
He
the
was never the
same way
face
how
of the
they
league.
look at Anthony Edwards and
yeah,
they
the
want him
fan
to be
base
the
loves
face.
y'all.
They wanted Ja to be the face of the league.
You right. The
The
fan base,
fan,
the
the fan,
fans
the
loved him.
fans love
The
them.
fans loved him, but
Yeah,
the NBA never said he was the face of the league. He was
No,
never
but the
being
NBA don't
pushed out as the
say it. The
face of the
NBA
league.
just kind of go behind. The NBA kind of like just jump on whoever out there. Like Wemby can be the face of the league if
Bro,
Wemby start doing most things that relate to culture, that relate to the NBA culture, that being an ambassador for the league. That's what they're looking for, and you gotta win.
tell me one European that's ever been the face of the league. Since 2003, LeBron James has been the face of the NBA. Since
well, you
2003.
kind of like when you thinking about the Europeans, they really want the game to go to a European game because they're gonna
Yeah, they
stress
Yeah,
it
wanted
out.
to,
Like,
that's
but
the
has it
game they
happened?
playing
It
yeah,
hasn't
now.
happened yet,
yeah,
though. It still
they
hasn't
have.
happened, though.
That's
No,
because Braun is so big. That's because
You right.
Braun
It
is
happened,
such
but
a
it
big,
hasn't
big
happened.
person. Look, dog. You gotta think about it. They just gave Jokic his third MVP, bro. Like, what's
Bro,
that? His third or fourth? They look, hear me out, because everything you've been saying, Billy, you've been on it. Like, and you teaching them, you educating them. I just want to say, when it comes down to this MVP thing, they do want it to be a European. They don't want it to be ball, but it's gonna be ball. It's happening. When they didn't want him, they didn't like his daddy. They didn't like the route that he took. They don't like that he's not making money with them, with Nike or nothing like that.
facts,
They just
facts.
can't stop it. Because when he came in,
The people of
mind you, he was a ninth grader on that Chino Hills team. That was the number one team in the country. That
I
came
think he
out
was
of
supposed to be
nowhere.
an eighth grader. I think he was supposed to be an
He
eighth
was
grader. He
supposed
skipped
to
a
be an
year.
eighth grader. Him and his brothers. Him and his brothers and NECA. A boy who played for the
Atlanta
play for the
Hawks.
Hawks.
yeah,
Yeah,
Nickel
the center for
Carter.
the Hawks. Yeah, so that he was just that, and he was smaller than everybody. I seen it then. I seen it. He was the best one out of all three of them. You
Yeah.
know, he beat Mount Verdi. He beat Wheeler. Wheeler is no joke. That's the school I went to. That's the school I got a state championship with. You know, I come from that program. Wheeler out of Atlanta. You know, Atlanta got the top ranked, high school basketball in the nation, stuff like that. He
Yeah.
beat everybody there, and he just kept coming. They end up leaving. He broke the rules of how things supposed to be, and it's the reason why the NIL. He probably one of the biggest reasons why NIL is happening right now. But long story short, like
Yeah, LeVar Ball.
he has he has his own things with his immaturity, like him running over that kid's foot last year, and he got sued for it, got the team sued for it. They're going through lawsuits about it right now that he got to fix or
That
whatever.
ain't
He
nothing,
might
bro.
not even. I know, but the referees might, come down harder on you. They're gonna side, like they're
Nah,
gonna
they ain't.
They,
They gonna pay that off. They
you
gonna pay
know,
them
they're
boys.
not. I know they're gonna pay them off, but on the court, and it's gonna come up, and like you know what I'm saying, in the media and stuff like that. You got Stephen A. Smith and Skips and stuff like that. All them people, they're gonna try to say bad things. The referees might get involved in all of that and not getting his calls when he's supposed to get calls. The thing is about this team is, and he part of that other is, the team being so young, they might just be too immature to win the games. Even with the games the other night, was that Friday night? Or Saturday afternoon when we played. We couldn't close that game out the way we were supposed to. We turned the ball over. That's just you. And that was Brandon Miller who turned the ball over at the end. They almost lost the game.
Yeah, you
You
right.
know what I mean? That happens with young teams. I don't see them being like the Clippers of 2000 when the Clippers 2000 was so stacked young. Corey McGiddy, they had Darius Miles, Quentin Richardson, Elton Brand, all of that. They had that squad, and they couldn't close out games. They couldn't really win. They were playing. They were just too young. This team trying to win. When you go after Charles Lee, like I want y'all to investigate who Charles Lee is as an assistant coach. He
Very
built
accomplished
that off.
coach.
Yes, bro. He built, and he out there practicing with them, like can
Exactly.
still hoop. And he built the Bucks. Budenholzer got the credit for it. He built them, and you can see it because the Wings were the ones who really won the national won the championship that year.
Yeah.
Besides, Giannis dropped 50, but it was Chris and Drew basically the ones who was carrying the team, and then all the boys that was coming off the bench like DiVincenzo and Connaughton and all them. They were stacked at that, and then turned around and did it again this year with Boston. He built that offense. And if you watch the game Saturday, they're running the same offense. And I can only imagine what would happen when Lamelo is running the offense. And there's Mark Williams out there, and Nick Richards out there, and T.J. Salon. The way this boy can work, bro. Yeah, I don't know. Listen,
motor's crazy.
Charlotte got to steal a draft, bro. I know everybody else talking about it. They got they people. No, this boy's special.
Yes,
this
sir.
boy got something, bro. Like Tijon Salon and nobody wanting him and all that stuff. They were mad that Charlotte got him. Bro, I know basketball. He would be the player that pissed me off playing because he never stops.
Never.
And one thing about being 18 years old and you shuffling your feet like the way he was shuffling his feet, like he's something else, bro. When they give him that Giannis comp, it's for real. He really is Giannis. The way Giannis was when Giannis was 6'7", 2013, nobody knew about himself for like people like me and like that who go deep into basketball. It's the same thing. Just be an energy guy until you learn the game.
Just imagine him and Lamelo Ball on the court together, man.
LaMelo's gonna throw him oops every single time he run into that rim.
It's finna be filthy work out there, bro. Like it's finna be nasty work out there. Like, I mentioned so many times in the during the chat. I mentioned Mark Williams. I think out of all the under 23 players, Wemby number one under 23 center. He's number one. We know you can take that away from him. Mark Williams number two. Mark Williams is the second best under 20. Over Chet. He dogged out Chet. He dogged Chet. He played Chet before in Gonzaga versus Duke. He dogged him out. Chet don't want no parts of Mark. Nobody do. He's 7'2" with a 40-inch vertical. Chet too small.
He's 7'2" with a 40-inch vertical, 9'9" standing reach. That is the record. That's saying he is the most athletic center of all time.
That's why I said Mark Williams really that X factor for real. Like he is a real rim protector. Like,
have you ever seen him drop the ball when they throw it down there to him? He's never dropped it. He has the best hands I've seen for a big man that size.
He do got hands. I just don't like when he catches sometimes and then take that extra bounce. But sometimes he can just go straight up. Like sometimes he just got to go straight up.
Bro, he's probably dribbled less than 100 times in his whole college and NBA career. He don't even have to dribble. It's one drop step, boom. That's how much vertical he is. That's how much his vertical is. He really could jump from the free throw line if he wanted to.
I don't know if y'all ever saw him. Have y'all ever saw? I know what happened last year. Mark Williams got hurt. He had a back contusion that just never helped them out. Like, but he good now. He right down there with
bro.
them.
Yeah,
Okay, Stacy.
Have y'all?
Stacy,
Huh?
Stacy, you mentioned that Mark
Uh-huh.
Williams is the second best center, right? And
Yes.
you compare your analysis to Duke versus Gonzaga, but
Uh-huh.
you left out a real integral piece of Duke, and that's
Uh-huh.
Paulo Banchero.
No. Listen, if you go back to that game, Mark Williams was the one who took over the game. Paulo was Paulo was basically doing his best to feed Mark and help him. And also, that Gonzaga team got 4 players that's in the NBA right now. Strawher.
Mhm.
They got that other white center who's actually started over Chet Holmgren. They got Chet, and then they got another guy. Yeah, it's for real. When I wouldn't just shoot off the hip. I don't just shoot off the hip. Like, it's for real. Like, Chet don't want no parts. A lot of them don't. Like, Mark Williams just did the same thing to what's your boy name who plays for the Mavericks? The one who Gafford.
Yeah, Gafford.
He played for the Gafford played for the Wizards. Gafford is a seasoned veteran.
Yeah.
Gafford is a seasoned veteran. Mark Williams destroyed him last year.
yeah. Mark Williams
He
done
just
had plenty dominant games.
But he might have destroyed him, but then again, Mark Williams have games where he allowed a person like Mitchell Robinson to destroy him.
Facts, though. I say
yeah,
he
because
still got improvement.
he's 22 years old.
That's what I say.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
And
the
then you
thing.
go
He's
to the
so
Miles
young.
Turner game. The Miles Turner game, right? He destroyed Miles Turner. He played against Indiana, destroyed them. I'm talking about 25 rebounds, man. I'm talking
Yeah,
about
but see, Miles Turner ain't
Yeah.
a rebounder. That's the thing. That's the knock on Miles Turner to me is
Yeah,
for
but
him to be
Mark
a
Williams,
big man.
Yeah, I know.
He down
Sabonis was the rebounder when they were there together. Yeah, I know that. I know that. But it
And I ain't
just
taking
no.
nothing
He
away from Mark Williams because you still got to come down to rebound. So I ain't taking nothing from Mark Williams now.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I agree with you. I
yeah, Mark
understand
Williams has
that.
good high double games.
Yeah, 20 games.
Yeah, but I mean,
And the thing is,
go ahead.
even with the Mark Williams thing, he started last year, but Nick Richards has been coming through the program for the longest. Nick Richards was he was a 5-star center. He
He
went to
got
Kentucky
drafted
and
with
he was good.
Lamelo.
Nick Richards
Yeah.
do some crazy stuff off the
You
they
said
said
a
Nick Richards.
5-star
I ain't
center?
go. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
he was
Yeah,
5-star coming out. He went to
coming out
Kentucky.
of high school.
I know, but you said
Nick,
5-star?
Nick
he was a
Richards, yeah,
5-star
a lot of these,
You talking about from high school?
from high school, and then got into the
Yeah,
Kentucky
he wasn't no
thing.
5-star coming out of
I think
college.
like
No, he
I think
wasn't
even like the
5-star.
I think like the 4th or 5th ranked
He
player
got
coming
drafted
out of
by
high
New
school.
Orleans. He got
Right.
drafted out by New Orleans and traded over to Charlotte. It was a sign. It was draft day trade they gave him. But
Yeah, see
even with that, he could
I know.
start for a lot of teams that need him right now. Like, he don't have to really be on the bench. He really way above what he's supposed to be. And to have him on a 15 million contract, 5 years. I mean, 5 million every 3 years. That's special. Like to find that, it's crazy to even get him to sign something like that. You know what I mean? He only making 5 million a year.
Nick Richards
He's
still
a Jamaican man.
he still got some
All he wants is his
learning
jerk
to do.
chicken and curry go. He's good.
He still got to work
I
on some
think,
more of his game a little bit.
yeah, he do. But there's some things off the pick and roll that he do better than everybody else. Like, there's people that that catch the ball from pick and roll, and they just try to run in there, and they don't know what they're doing. Nick Richards will hit a hop step. He got a floater.
Yeah, he got a hop step.
He has he got a hop step. He got a floater. He know how to get to that glass.
It's not
He
saying
knows.
a lot of Charlotte
Yeah,
players. You
Richards
got
shoot a high
very
percentage
good.
from the center position. It's just his game kind of get left behind when you play a lot of different teams in the league. Like, he just like Nick Richards is one of them. Not saying traditional centers, but it's like
Traditional.
Big
You're
body.
right.
He just
yeah,
a big body.
traditional. It's like he just don't fit
He's
into a
traditional.
lot of game plans
He just a
as much
big
as
He
Mark
body.
don't,
Williams can.
but he's so good off the pick and roll that adds up to it. Like, but Nick Richards probably could. I would ask Nick Richards to shoot a 3 before I ask Mark Williams to. Like, I
No,
You
really
guys
would.
want to put all my money on Charlotte plus 32.
That's the issue. That's the one thing that Charlotte missing right now, and they probably gonna go through that white boy. What's his name? I hate to say it like that,
Hell
but
no. Mark
like I'm
Williams.
talking about having. I'm talking about having that stretch five. Like they really do need a stretch five. You know what
Mark
I'm saying? And
Mark
so,
Williams. Mark Williams going to end up
You
doing it.
talking
Mark
about they gonna
Williams.
go to Buku?
huh?
What white boy you talking about?
Talking about
They
Puzzlunsky.
got a boy on their summer league team. There's some players on their summer league team
Oh,
gonna make the
you said
team, bro.
okay,
They
okay.
gonna
Yeah, I
if they
thought
don't
you were
make
talking
the
about.
team, if they don't make the team, they're gonna be on the swarm. And then when they get through the swarm, they're gonna have a two-way contract. They're gonna call them up. That's what Charlotte been
Oh, his
doing
name
for
is
2 years.
Jake Stephens.
J Stevens, yeah. He was
Yeah.
actually
Thank you.
the player of the year in whatever conference he was in college. He was the player of the year for them. But Charlotte used the two-way system really good. Like they send their players down and bring them up, and they give them games down there to develop them. Like we ain't seen Leaky Black like that, but he was down there. Uh, um, who else? Nick Smith Jr. played down there probably the whole season last year.
No, he
And
was
he's really
coming in and
good.
out. He was coming in and
He was
out.
coming in and out.
Cause it was a lot of injuries. Like the last 2 years, that's what it's been. It's been injuries. So we've been having to pull guys from the summer league team that's not real NBA guys. So our
G
team has
League
not
team.
even been G League team. So we haven't even been
It's
a
time.
real NBA team.
Real talk, and it's time to invest in the G League. You see, that's what Boston doing. Like J.D. Davidson could have been starting at Boston. I mean, they could have been. He could have been on Boston's bench as their 12 man for the last 2 years. He's over there in the G League dropping 40 and 50. Like that's what teams are doing. They have their own system. Like G League teams actually play against teams overseas too. The overseas teams come and play. Those G League, you can find those on YouTube, NBA website on YouTube or whatever. You can find those games and basically you can watch them live and you can see that some of these summer league, I mean these G League players is really good. So
Yeah,
that's
but
the whole. They
that
about to exit out of that whole NCAA thing. They about to really just do away with it, and they're
nah,
gonna
but
send a lot of players to
they
the.
they gotta expand it though. Like you know how overseas they got the 17U, the 16U, and they playing
Yeah,
professional. They professional and
yeah,
they actually progressing these guys and molding these guys to be
yeah.
professionals. They're not doing that in the G League. They just sending people down there and just letting them fight for their life right now. Like they just down there
Real talk.
fighting for
That's
their
true.
life, but they're not really
That's true.
developing these players right now. So if they're gonna
That,
change, like they're gonna
I,
have to turn into a development system where they start bringing in the high school players instead of letting them go to college, letting them come to the G League and develop them under the team. Then by the time they get 18, 19, get drafted, they just go straight into the team and they already know the system, the plays, and all that stuff.
well, my alumni big brother Sharif is over the G League now. Sharif Ardora, he the president of the G League right now. He is gonna make some changes. He's a real smart person, bro. He the reason why Wheeler is 8 time champion and how dominant we was as public school. We were public school and we that good. You know what I mean? Jalen Brown is our latest good player or whatever. Or well, no, Isaiah Collier just came into the league. Yeah, he went to Wheeler as
Mm-hmm.
well. But long story short, yeah, like, but yeah, the Charlotte has been using that system of two-way. We're gonna get our players minutes. Once you show that you're good, we're gonna But even with T. John, we was thinking that T. John was gonna be down there. If T. John play good tomorrow, I'm sitting him down unless they really want to win the summer league. Like he plays so good that he might be on this opening day roster, bro. Am I lying, Billy? Do you feel
Nah,
like he can?
they are. No, they already said he gonna get some minutes. He gonna be a component on the team this year. Like they already
That's
believe in
crazy.
dog. Like he
That's
and
crazy.
he showed that he can do it. Like that's why I say once you get out there with Melo, all it takes if you to be in the right place, Melo gonna throw that ball to you every time. And all he gotta do is put it in the
Lamelo
rim.
Lamelo could have Rondo numbers next year if he wanted to. If Lamelo didn't
Yeah, it's
shoot as
gonna be
much, he
bro.
he's a better shooter and better
Man,
scorer than Rondo was, and a lot of those playmaking guards are.
that's why I feel
But
like
he
Lamelo.
got to tone it down. Like now he got a team. He don't have to be he don't have to exert so much energy trying to be the one who scored. he got to be the playmaker. Has he talked like that? Have you heard Lamelo saying that he wanted to be more of a playmaker now, anything like that?
No, he don't want to be a playmaker, bro. He just plays the game, bro. How the game supposed to be played, bro. He takes what the defense gives him. That's why I think he's the best point. He's gonna be the best point guard to ever play the game, bro.
Him and his brother is supposed to
Please
change
subscribe
basketball.
to
The
Flight
stuff that they
Sports
would
TV. Hit the like button and leave a comment.
that stuff that they were doing is the evolution of basketball. Catch the ball off the rim and just run.
Yeah,
and or throw the ball down that long pass stuff. And he has rim runners like Miles, like Mark, Brandon want to catch oops. Like it's
That's what I'm
crazy.
saying. Everybody around him is athletic, bro. They're putting number athletic people around him because they know what he do. Like they already know how he play.
But that might only, like I was saying earlier about when coming to Melo. I'm not saying LaMelo ain't good. LaMelo's a good player. But the way he come out playing basketball, it should have revolutionized the game. But we ain't there yet. The way the NBA trying to play is that European style.
No, it's not,
LaMelo
bro.
got to learn how to play the game of basketball, and I can't really explain it
Why
how
you
you want to
keep
explain
saying
it.
that, bro? What you
Because it's a
mean?
difference between just going out there and playing basketball and understanding the game of basketball.
So this year,
still
the
trying to
21, the 20 games he played this year, he ain't look like he understood basketball.
Bro,
You didn't see
how
he
long
was
he been
using
in the
them
league? How long he
screens.
been in the league?
This is going into his 5th year. This was just his 4th year.
4 years in the league, he played less than 100 games.
No, he
No.
played more than 100
less
games.
than
He done
200
played more than
games.
100 games.
Mark
Less than
Williams is the
200.
only person that's played less than 100. Mark Williams only played
He
less than
played
100.
less than 200, bro.
Less than 200, right?
That's so the little amount of time
So
that
let me
he's
ask you a
played.
question. What's the average year for most players that we consider great players or Hall of Fame players or any players that win a ring that we consider Hall of Fame? What's the average year that they usually win it in?
Well, it's basketball changed, bro. Like it's not like that no more.
No,
They don't play.
when what in the championship?
How old Tatum is? How old Jalen Brown is? How
They
old Kobe been?
27.
How old Jordan been?
They wasn't young.
They've been in their mid to late 20s. That's kind of when the game kind of slow all the way down for you. I know
Yeah.
I get that. We get that.
So what I'm saying about LaMelo is that run and gun style of basketball. That's an aspect of the game that you can have a great regular season with that. But when you get to the playoffs, that shit don't fly. You gotta understand what you looking at when you come down.
You're right, but Charlotte broke them out of that already. Charlotte been
That's
stopping
what I
that.
mean
They
when I
stopped
say
letting them do
that's
that.
why
there's a difference between
that's why
playing
Charles Lee is
basketball
there.
and understanding it. Yeah, but that's why I ain't saying LaMelo ain't ever going to get there. I ain't saying he can't get there. What I'm saying is when I watch LaMelo come up, I've never seen LaMelo play the structure. I've never seen him play the structure.
What you mean by structure, though, bro? He been in the Hornets system for 4 years. That's structure.
I understand.
Yeah, he's playing. You know what the structure is? The structure is that the structure of the way they play. Do you remember Orlando?
He's never had the same.
Hold on. I know what he's saying. Like far as how to run the offense and run everything and the defensive system and everything. I know what he's saying. And the freelancers and stuff like that. The structure is the Orlando 2011 team. So if you remember how they played with Jameer Nelson and stuff like that, that's the way that's the way they played under who's our coach last year? What's his name? Clifford. Yeah,
Clifford, yeah.
Under Clifford. Clifford ran the Orlando. He ran Stan Van Gundy's offense, and that's why you have the dunker spot with Nick and Mark Williams. They were standing there close to under the goal just to catch the hoop and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Charles Lee's gonna play more like what you saw what Boston ran this year. That type of snap.
And shoot a lot of threes. They gonna play fast and shoot a lot of threes. But that's what I'm saying. You talking about the system. The system is depending on what coach you're provided with. James Borrego played this system. Then Steve Clifford come in and improvise this system. But Charles Lee is going to play a whole nother system. It's about adapting to the system.
I understand.
But when you know you're the best player,
how difficult that can be for a player that don't play as much games within the season, from season to season, to have different systems from Borrego to Clifford to Charles Lee?
That's why I said he didn't have time to develop in the system. He ain't never had time to develop in the system.
But that's what But that's the point I'm making.
I think in the
But
NBA right
I
now,
don't know.
out of all the teams in the NBA, out of all the teams in the NBA that got a new coach, I honestly think that Charlotte fits into what Charles Lee does better than anybody else that got a new coach. Like real talk. And then even with Borrego being down at the Pelicans, he got DeJounte Murray and everything. They don't have a center. You know what I mean? To even run half of the stuff that he about to do. It's and they're gonna rely on Zion to do a lot of that stuff. So um, Orlando is a good young team. They don't have shooters.
Mhm.
That's what they buying all these shooters for. They got a lot of two-way players but no shooters and stuff. And
Hey,
everything's gonna be on Paulo Banchero. This
hey,
team right here with Charlotte is so spread out. Somebody could be the leading scorer on each night if it came down to
yeah, like anybody can get out, but this guy right here, Bazell Carpenter said, the guy said Melo best point guard ever. Come on. You wanna know how I know Melo gonna be the best point guard ever? What
it.
point
Yeah, but
guard do you
you don't
know?
want to do that. You don't want
Bro,
to do. I be like that too. I
bro,
get happy and I do that as well, bro.
Melo
Like
Ball
I
is gonna
love
be the
Lamar
best.
Jackson and
Man, LaMelo Ball is gonna be the best point
I'm with
guard
it.
ever. He's the only
I'm with
six
it,
seven
bro.
point guard that can shoot the ball like Steph Curry from deep anywhere on the floor, and he can pass the ball like Magic Johnson, and he can rebound the ball like Russell Westbrook. And his length alone is gonna help him defensively. So he ain't gotta be no lockdown defender. He just gotta
He
just
is
be there.
he pretty is good on defense. He really
Yeah,
is good on
cause
defense
he's
though.
long. He's long. His
Yeah,
archetype make him
yeah,
a
he
good
really is
defender.
good.
He don't have to have
Yeah,
defensive skills. His archetype makes him a good defender. But the things that he
yeah,
provide offensively, bro, how he gonna be able to run the offense, and how if you're a guard that's 6'5" and under, you're not gonna be able to guard this man at all. It's gonna be just like how
yeah.
Luka treat all the other guards, because he's a 6'10" point guard that nobody can't do nothing with, because they try to put all these small guards on him and they can't do nothing. Steph Curry can't guard LaMelo. He can't guard
Yeah,
Luka.
see, when you say Steph Curry, like 100%, you right, because he like even if he ain't got a post move, he can at least put that. Well, I don't know if he can. Steph down and get a little size on him, but
And
you
then
right, you
Melo,
right.
and
But
then
at the
Melo
end of the
handled.
day, it's like let's be real. Melo is a 6'6" player that plays kind of like a 6'1" guard. He do go to the hole
At,
with some floaters. He do kind of up and down that the layup. He do kind of finesse his game. So
bro, he do
6'6", I
every.
mean,
He's a
like I
six
said,
You
six
know what
Steph
that's about?
Curry.
You know
He's a
why he like that? He's like that because he used to be 5'11". He hit a
exactly,
he
growth.
was small. He
He
been
hit a growth
small his whole
spurt.
life. He
Crazy.
said it.
Yeah,
exactly.
he hit a growth spurt that was crazy, dog. Like
And
that
that's
just
why I
happened
don't.
in one summer.
Yeah, and that's what I don't knock about his gameplay. I just saying like you got a lot like okay like Chet. The reason why I kind of agree with you about Mark Williams being a better center than Chet Williams under the age of 25 is the simple fact that Chet don't play his size. So like being 7'5" for him is the way he plays his game is no different than being like 6'11", 16. So like
Yeah,
it's
He
like
don't
you
play the
still
four
gotta
this
play up
year.
to your
He
size.
really a four. He really a four. So that's
Yeah.
what he supposed to play.
Because you look at how OKC play, if OKC had played any other offense like anybody else, he would be a non-factor out there. He'll be getting bullied on the block. Because
Yeah,
what
he
he
can't
do is
play. Yeah,
he
he too slim.
drive and kick everybody, all five of them just drive and kick.
He
Kind of
ain't.
like what Boston do, but Boston actually got two players who can actually get a mismatch and Tatum and Brown on any other player. That's how they damn beat us in the finals, really.
Like
Yeah, they,
Horford made up for a lot for that Porzingis don't bring. Horford made up for a lot of that. That's what
yeah,
Horford gonna do anyway.
yeah.
But
You knock you shut
I
down.
understand what you're saying with that. I understand what you're saying about that Melo. I just don't want to be that optimistic. I'm really with you. I think
Why not be
I
that
agree with you a
optimistic? You
thousand.
say you don't want to be that optimistic, but why not? It's in the put. The
Cause,
proof is in the pudding. You watch the game. You
'cause
watch this man
it's
play a
just
full game and see this man dominate the Celtics at 6'6".
you ain't
You see
lying,
Drew
bro.
Holiday. You see Drew. You know what this man averaged against Drew Holiday, the best point guard defender in the NBA. This man down there
Yeah,
averaged a
bro.
triple double on this man,
He's
bro.
a problem. He's
That
a
says a
problem.
lot.
Yeah, like
He dropped that man.
nobody gonna sit there and say Melo in the problem. But the only thing I caution you when it comes to optimism is you got to remember Lamelo doing a lot of this in the regular season. A lot of these teams ain't seeing the same team on back-to-back nights. They seen a different team every other night, so they don't game
The,
plan
the
on
same
certain things.
the same
You know
thing
what I
was said
mean?
about OKC last year. They were people talking about OKC going out in the first round. They're the worst first seed and they don't watch basketball. And the people that were saying that, I'm talking about like Stephen A. and all them other people, they were saying this stuff. They don't watch basketball. Because if you watch basketball, you would have never say that OKC is the worst first seed ever. Them boys
No.
are
See,
dogs.
OKC well coached. That's what I like about them. They well coached. So even if they did get part in the first round, it's not because they've been a weak seed. It's just because they probably had a bad matchup. Like when they run into us, even a bad matchup because we've been bigger than them. But that don't mean they've been a bad team or nothing like that.
Yeah, it be matchups.
Look at this. Look at this though. Dagno only got there last year. The year before last, right? He only was there last. Well, he was in the program for a long time. He was under a lot of coaches. He could have probably overcoached or whatever. But Dagno only got on that sideline year before last. You know what I mean? So Charles Lee, get him 2 years. I like Charles Lee more than I like.
Man,
I like from what I'm seeing by him right now.
Charles Lee,
like I'm really like
that we got, man. That's the best pro.
That's a lot of optimism too. We got to see it, bro. But I mean, we ain't never had no coach that had you know what I'm saying, 2 championships coming in though.
That's
what I mean.
He got experience and he can resonate with these guys like Steve Clifford.
The Lakers really need that
with them, man. Steve
like
Clifford
a lot of them big franchises really need coaches. They need to sign coaches though. This is coach that won 2 championships and everything. They ain't doing it. They going after this guy, that guy, and that guy. And they recycling coaches and stuff like that. No, this guy right here.
Man, it's politics.
This guy right here, about 40 years old.
Because it was politics, man. JJ already got that job because it was politics.
The ownership gotta have patience with this coach. They gotta let him build his own culture. They gotta let him develop the key players he wants. They can't keep meddling and making him draft some player that they think can sell tickets with next to Melo. They gotta let him draft the player. You
talking about Charlotte, right? You talking about Charlotte, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Charlotte just got 4 second-round draft picks out of that. Who we picked up? We picked up Reggie Jackson, got 4 out of it just off of picking up his contract or something like that. Somebody we got for that. But long story short, that's some second rounders. They also looking to get another first round to go with the first round they got this year, right? Next year's draft is stacked. Next year's draft got some stuff in it, bro. Flag is coming out of next year.
Man,
Cooper Flag.
We ain't getting none of them niggas, man.
Hold on, I'm just being real with you. I'm just being honest. I'm being like,
everybody keeps saying, they gonna tank for Cooper Flag. We ain't tanking for that.
No. That ain't what I'm.
That's crazy,
bro.
That's not what I'm saying.
I be watching people podcasts and what it be a lot of Caucasian people. They be like, well, obviously Charlotte is tanking this year to try to get Cooper Flag.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell they talking about.
What are y'all talking about? These folks.
Cooper Flag might fall to the 10th person. All we know, he might have a bad year for all we know. You know, I don't think he will. The motherfucking Cooper. Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
They gonna start picking this game apart all year.
Yeah, he can hoop.
Say, he can't shoot. He can't move his feet. He can't steal a quick play. They can start
noticing
all type of shit they never noticed before. And they gonna nitpick.
I just what I'm saying is that.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say what I'm saying is having trade capital is always serious. Always having trade capital. So if you have draft picks and you can add that, stack that, and you can get you the next big free agent. Because what might happen is a team that like let's say the Heat don't want JB no more, and JB got doggone, he ready to get up out of there, but the Heat want to get Cooper Flag. You know what I'm saying? So we trade this and that to get JB to come, and we give up them a draft pick, and they move on up in the draft, and they combine that just to move up in the draft. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? That works. But I honestly think not Brandon Miller. I think what's going on, the Pelicans going to work in our favor because Brandon Ingram is from Charlotte. Imagine Brandon Miller and Brandon Ingram on that wing together.
We're not getting both of them, bro. Ain't no free agent come. We not getting no big free agent. Only free agent that's gonna come here is good role players, bro. We don't need no more superstars
Once again, the money and the picks, bro. Brandon Ingram to Charlotte. would be great. Even though I don't want that because Brandon Miller's cool, but Brandon Ingram's
Exactly. Why would
from
you need
Charlotte.
Brandon Ingram when you got Brandon Miller?
Because we just saw Jason Tatum and what's called run this man
Why
offense so
you need
well.
both of them when you got Lamelo and Brandon Miller? That's your
Stop.
1-2. That's your
Stop.
1-2.
Hold on. No, it's not about a 1-2 thing. You need to hit people from all angles coming into winning the NBA championship. You got to come with it because look who the best player for the Mavericks who really shut down who shut down the Timberwolves, who
Who?
really did that.
Who?
Gafford and Lively.
Yeah,
They're the ones who shut that.
Two role players.
They're young. Like Gafford is a role player. Lively is going to be another star. He's probably number 4 on my. I wouldn't look at him like that because it's not role players. You looking at it like the way you would think if you were playing with cards or something like that. Like say you got like trading cards and stuff like that. That's not how basketball really is. You got to have the person for that position to do that job for that position. A rim protector is just as serious as a playmaker.
So
You know what I'm saying?
You don't think
The easiest places to score is a field. The easiest place to score is under the goal compared to away from the goal.
So we don't got a rim protector.
Like so, not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm just giving you examples. You need to have stacked positions here and there. This is what took Boston and made Boston almost sweep the Mavericks. Was because you couldn't stop Tatum and you couldn't stop Green.
Them boys been just
they both the same position. They both play the same position.
And that's
same thing. Brandon Miller,
Kyrie, and Luka.
You got Brandon Miller. You got Brandon Miller, Miles Bridges, and Tejan Salon. The 6'10" wide body.
I got that. I'm with you with that. Because we really getting out there right now. Because even though Brandon Ingram's not available as far as, but I'm just saying. I'm saying just as a scenario. I'd rather play against one starting 5 than a whole team of it. Team beat talent any day. I lost a state championship one time in 2006. Lost a state championship because my team was 6 deep. The team we played with in the state championship, they were rotating play. They were nowhere as good as our 6 players. Nowhere near close as good as our 6 players. But them 12 players that was coming in like it was 15. It wasn't even 12 because high school allowed you to get 15. It was 15 players rotating in. Every time out, they were running in the game. They wore us out. And if you think like that in the NBA, and especially deep in the season too, when players might get hurt or players are tired, bruh, come on now. That's why you would like to have a Brandon Ingram and Brandon Miller there. That's why you like to have a Nick Richards and Mark Williams there. That's why you like to have Miles Bridges and Tejan Salon. That's why you like to have.
Stacey, you thinking Brandon Miller's coming off the bench? You thinking Ingram coming off the bench?
No. Brandon slapped down to the 2. Brandon Miller slapped down to the 2. And then you have Brandon Ingram at the 3. And then you have Miles Bridges at the 4.
It's like
Miles Bridges be the 4. But at the same time,
playing defense and shooting the 3 ball.
doing that. And at the same time, and the way basketball is now, for having Miles Bridges at the 4, him being a rim runner, even though he only 6'7", him being a rim runner and all that stuff, he can be a good 4 and a good 3. And it's really having 3 wings on the team at the same time, on the bench, on the court at the same time. With Mark Williams being the one guy. Mark Williams being the one guy that's under the goal because he covers up so many holes, being how long he is and how good he is on defense. Mark Williams would look like he's one of the best defensive players in the league already, off of just only 64 games in 2 years.
We already got that. If we put Lamelo,
Newmark, come back up, Newmark.
If we put
that team is long.
Brandon at the 2, Miles Bridges at the 3, Tejan at the 4. And then Mark at the 5.
I wouldn't start Tejan. No. I
Was
wouldn't
he
start
developed?
John.
Yes, you are. Was he
Yeah, we talking
developed?
about. I'm talking about winning championship. I'm not talking about going deep runs in the next 2 seasons. I'm not
That's
talking
why they
about.
drafted this man
I'm
as
not
low as
talking.
18. He's going to be a part of
Hey,
the
he's not,
championships,
bro. You're thinking so far ahead. Tejon is
bro.
not about to start. He's
He
not
not.
about to
He
start.
might not start this year, but I'm
Uh,
saying next year he's going
yeah,
to be
definitely.
starting. After this
But
season,
what am I saying? What am I saying though? What I'm saying, adding Brandon Ingram trade deadline or before the season, either way it goes. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm not saying like wait 2 years down the road. I'm talking about winning and being effective, being a problem now. I'm talking about what the Heat couldn't handle. I'm
so
talking
you
about
don't.
where Orlando wouldn't be able to handle. Because
So you
really,
don't think
that's
they can
what the
handle that? You don't
competition
think
is.
they can handle them right now?
So Brand,
We
listen,
will
you
be
can
in games.
pencil Brandon Ingram for
We will
20,
be in.
22 points right now.
I think we far better than Orlando.
I think no. I'm gonna tell you what I feel about Orlando. Where we will be in games against Orlando. We'll be in
We
games
better
against
than
the Heat.
Orlando.
We're probably, but and the reason why I bring those teams up because you play them like 8 times a year. Those division games you play a lot. You play Atlanta a lot. You play the Wizards a lot. You play
Yeah,
Four,
four
yeah,
against
four
Atlanta,
times.
four against
Two
Wizards,
at
two
home, two
against
away.
Toronto. Yeah.
huh? You broke up,
You
bro.
play 4 times. You play
Yeah,
them
we
four
got four
times.
against everybody in the East.
So, okay, you play them 4 times. Then the other games you play them less. Okay. All
Two.
right, look.
Yeah.
So you got to get those 4 wins against them, three wins against them, whatever, because that gets you ahead in the division. So even with that being said, we really don't have somebody for Apollo Banchero. We really don't have nothing that can stop that. We would have to work against Pablo. To be
Brandon
fair.
Miller ain't matching up with Banchero. Miles Bridges ain't matching up
No,
No.
with
no, because
Banchero.
they got other stuff. They got Wagner too.
Them niggas is
They got
trash, bro. What are y'all?
They got
huh?
Isaac over there.
Them niggas
Huh? The
trash,
Isaac ain't
bro.
Isaac not a scorer, but he can he's
No, I
his
talking about
lockdown defense.
defensively.
Don't get it to it.
Yeah.
Cole
Yeah,
Anthony
lockdown
trash.
defense.
Jalen Suggs
See, you
trash.
now you jumping off
Jalen
you
Suggs
jumping off,
trash,
bro.
bro.
No, he's not. He went off. He is Josh
He's a
Green without
role player.
like
He's a
would
role player.
stop thinking like
Who
that.
they got for Lamelo
These
though?
players
Who they
get
got for Lamelo?
these stop because they got leaky. They're not leaky black, but they got black
Oh,
for Melo. They
Black,
got
bro.
Suggs
Come on,
and
bro.
Black for Melo. They both were six. Suggs is 6'6", 6'5" and 6'6", and he played point guard too. And they got Black who's 6'7". You know what I
It's
mean? And they
like the
just
reason
dropped.
why
They
we
they
can't
just
use
got
role
the
players,
silver.
cause like remember that in the series against when they were in Dallas and Minnesota, Lively had get hit in the head and he had to go out for the rest of the game. We lose that game. They take advantage
But
of
you
him being
had
hurt.
Gafford.
You can't really call him a role player because for what we asked him to do, he's a star in that role. But for what we asked Gafford to do, he's a star in that role. For what we
Bro, they're
asked Derrick
role
Jones Jr. to
players,
do,
bro.
he's a star in that
No,
role. You can't just look at
don't
it
look
like,
at it like
oh
that.
well, he replaceable because he's just a role player. No, you can't replace certain production.
You can be a star in that role, but you're a role player. You're playing a role for your team to win. You're a role
But
player.
at the
You're not a
same
star
time,
player.
we're talking like in the optimism way. You getting so far ahead of being such. Oh, I feel Charlotte's going to do this. I feel the same thing, but I'm going to keep it real. Games got to be played day by day. And
But
with that being said, it's a long season. Hear me out now. Now, when we talking about matching up against Orlando, they're a really deep team that has proved itself. They almost made the playoffs last year, and they was where they was it the playing game they
they
lost,
did
or
make
they
the
just got
playoffs. They made the playoffs.
they
Yeah, they
made the
made the play. They
playoffs,
about
and
to
No,
make
they
the
they
made the
couldn't
playoffs
shoot.
playoffs.
for 16.
Yeah, they made the playoffs.
Yeah,
Okay,
they made.
which what I'm saying.
No,
So
they were
if
fifth seed.
Pablo
Orlando
drop,
was fifth.
they were the 10th seed, right? And they had the play-in game, and then
No,
they had to
fifth.
go into the
Five.
play.
Five. No.
They was five,
Incorrect.
bro. They was
Orlando was the fifth seed. They was the fifth seed. They was
Oh,
above it.
Yeah, they've been the fifth, and I think
yeah.
Indiana been the sixth.
so what would the Heat? What did Heat make? What did Heat?
They
He was
I don't think they've
playing.
been the playing. Yeah,
They were in play-in, and Atlanta was in the play-in, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
Chicago beat
Okay,
Atlanta. They beat
Chicago been the
Chicago.
playing.
okay. Atlanta, we really ain't gonna just count them, even though they still got some stuff. But they look like they rebuilding right now. I
Yeah,
ain't gonna lie to you. They look like they
yeah.
rebuilding, bro. Atlanta gonna do Atlanta. But
Man,
long story
Orlando
short,
was
and
mad, man.
we can probably take their spot. But but we really want to take Orlando's spot. We want to take the highest seed in our division spot. because that's the easiest way to get to the NBA championship. You know what I'm saying? With the higher seed that we are, we getting it. We don't. If we don't have to play in that play in, we don't want to play in the play in. But if we, that's the last thing we'll do is be in the play in. That's what I'm saying. That's how good Charlotte going to be this year. The last thing they're going to do is be in the play in. But in order to not be in the play in and get the highest seed in our division, we got to beat Orlando and we got to beat the Heat. We're talking about Eric Spoelstra, the best coach for the last 17 years. Like under Popovich, it's Eric Spoelstra. Let's keep it real here. He will figure out how to shut down everybody down. That man is a genius, bro.
Yeah, he live inside that film room. So coaches like him, they prep for every regular season game, at least 90% of the regular season game. Some coaches be like, yeah, we gonna run our regular stuff. If you don't work, oh well, in all night.
Have y'all seen they center? That rookie? Have y'all seen that rookie?
Who?
He's killing right now, bro.
Miami?
The Heat's rookie. Yeah. He's killing right now, bro. He's a problem. He really is good. He gets in that conversation with the best under 23 centers.
Miami can.
And then you got Sarr, the Wizards.
Yeah.
Miami? No, I don't think so, bro. I don't think so. I don't think Miami that stagnant like that. They're smarter. Why? I'm gonna tell you. I feel like this. When it comes down to front office in basketball, and I'm put it like this in sports. If Baltimore Ravens in that conversation in best front office, Braves too, a couple other teams, right? When we talking about front offices, Detroit Red Wings, Boston Bruins. But when it comes down to it, pro sports, front offices, building a team, San Antonio and Miami, second to none. Yeah. It's for real.
I'll even throw out.
We've seen it.
Most seasons.
Pittsburgh Steelers, oh for sure. Top five Ravens, top five Ravens Steelers.
The Los Angeles Dodgers.
Oh, they buying a lot of players. They buy their way in. I'm talking about building from budget, Tampa Bay Rays and stuff like that. We're talking about building from budget, and you got to stay under the budget, whatever. That's San Antonio. That's Miami. That's Baltimore. That's Bruins. That's Pittsburgh.
They're gonna field up a competitive team.
Yeah, Braves and Tampa Bay Rays and stuff like that. Real talk. Ain't got nothing to do with money. We ain't gonna buy players. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna build their team. But Miami is that. So we ain't gonna just sit here and look at them like a 2K video game and say they just not gonna. No, that team is for real. That front office for real. That coaching staff is for real. And we're gonna sit here and act like Charlotte is really. We're gonna act like they gotta work for it. We can't pencil them in or whatever. I personally know they're gonna get into the playoffs. I personally know they're gonna be a OKC of this year. But you gotta work for it. And you got to beat the Heat and beat Orlando. They got Pablo Banchero. And the Heat got all that stuff they got. You got Franz Wagner. And I'm gonna tell you like this.
Hey, Stacey, what kind of offense you think they're gonna run for Charlotte?
Charlotte? They're gonna run. They're gonna run a snap offense, but it's gonna have a lot of what Boston did. And it's also going to include the center. And he's so smart. He gonna change it up he can change it up every week. If this ain't working, I'm gonna get this in. I'm gonna get that one. But just know this: Brandon Miller will be an all-star, even at no matter what offense they run. And Lamelo, if he's healthy, he's gonna be an all-star, no matter what offense they run. That's who the game is going through. And also know that Mark Williams and Nick Richards, they're going to be not part of the stat sheet, but they're going to be a part of how good that game was and how effective the game was, because they're going to run a lot of pick and rolls off them guys. Them guys can set some really good screens. Nick Richards and and Mark Williams, they set really good screens. We might run pick and roll off of them every play if it came down to it. We might set this off ball screens when we want to use Brandon as a 3-point shooter. We might do that off of those screens. There's so many things they can do with all the weapons they got.
That's why I said
Miles Bridges is so versatile. Miles Bridges in his own right, is every position except for center. In his own right.
Stacey.
And if Lamelo take that leap offensively, And I know he been putting up triple doubles. I know I like Billy. I know you think his game is like his offense is all the way there. He don't need much to work on or whatever it may be. But if he ever get his offense to a Luka level basketball playing, you see how like if y'all don't know how much you watch the Mavericks play basketball, we the real Lob City. Every other player is a fucking lob because when they send them blitzers, a lot of these centers can't stay with Luka, so they do that drop coverage. Once they do that
Yeah, they
drop coverage,
dropped
now they
it.
got to make a decision. Mark Williams 7-2 with I can't remember how y'all say wingspan. That's an alley all day. Then you got Brandon
Yeah,
Miller on the other
Nick
side.
Richards
He
with it
should
too,
be
bro.
able to get up. It's
And,
like
and Miles is gonna catch them. Miles is gonna catch them hoops too.
exactly like that.
Miles is a poor man's Zion, bro.
Yeah,
With a shot.
that offense could be multifaceted if they want to. They can run. They got size. Man, listen, you ask somebody like Brandon Ingram, like he said, you got length. Man, listen, it's
That's
way
what I'm
And,
easier
saying.
for him
and,
to turn
and the
into
tough
an
shot.
immediate winner.
And when it come down to making that tough shot, that's what Brandon Ingram do. You know
We
what I
don't
mean? That
need
2 point assassin, that midi magician. And when people think
Uh-huh.
that the mid range is gone, understand that the Nuggets been living off the mid range for so long, bro.
Man,
And
listen,
another
Kyrie
like
Irving still eating off of the mid range in the last
Kyrie Irving is
couple
the
years.
most is hands down. Kyrie Irving is the most skillful player to ever play basketball. Everything he's
Uh-huh.
more skillful than Allen Iverson. I like Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson's in that conversation too. But Kyrie showed
fuck
me
no.
when I was saying that Allen Iverson's the one who said that Kyrie's more skillful than him. He's the one who
Jalen,
said that, and he's right.
don't
And
put Jalen
Jalen
Brunson in that
Brunson's very
conversation.
skillful. No, no,
No,
no, no, no, no, no,
don't
no,
put
no,
no, no,
no, no,
no,
no.
no,
Jalen
no,
Man, that's
Brunson's
why I
skillful,
say
boy.
all the
no, no,
time.
no, no,
Jalen Brunson's skillful, bro.
no, no, no,
I
no,
fuck with
Don't get it twisted.
Iverson. I fuck with
Jalen Brunson's
Iverson.
skillful, bro.
But
no.
that
I
shit
don't
there is
know what you've been watching.
disrespectful to compare.
Nah, y'all don't know what y'all been watching, dog. Jalen Brunson's skillful, bro. He's something else,
No,
bro.
no, no,
Off
no,
of
no.
2 feet too.
Man,
I
that's an
think
old
Jalen
man.
Brunson more shifty than skillful.
No, no,
I think he
that's
a
all.
lot
That's
shiftier.
part of skill. That's part of skill, bro.
Yeah, I
That's part of
mean,
skill. That footwork.
that to a certain
But
extent.
but but
But Ky,
but the
like
thing is,
in the
Kyrie gonna
comparison
put
to Kyrie,
he gonna
man,
put
that shit a different world, bro.
Kyrie gonna put flair on it. He gonna put flair under.
Yeah, like
Kyrie
it's
like
not
run
like
a
he's
deal with it,
trying
bro.
to do it, but that's just shit that he practicing. And it's
Like
like
what the heck,
everything
bro?
he's doing is a counter move to what you're doing. Like somebody explained that shit to me one time where they say he actually playing defense on offense. Meaning like
Please
it's
subscribe
not
to
like he
Flight Sports
playing
TV,
a
hit the like button, and leave a comment.
ball. It's like he got a counter for that. Because if you doing this, I know
Yeah,
you doing that
if you
because you
about to
can't do
block
this.
it,
So
he
let
gonna
me
come
do
up
this.
under it. He'll
Exactly. And it's
see
like
it.
he doing all this just to get space to pull up on you from mid range.
Yeah, but
Everything he
it,
do is
like I
about
was,
creating space,
it's like
whether it's a layup or a jumper.
Man, it
Jamal
depends on what you
Murray
call
is
a skillful.
Murray killed the Lakers last year off of his mid range. In fact, he won the game on AD off of mid range because AD shouldn't have dropped back into the paint. You know this is Jamal Murray ain't gonna come in on you, AD, bro. Just jump on him, bro. Like, what are you doing? Why was he
Did
even
y'all
switched on him?
did y'all
Why
see
was he even
Brandon Miller
switching?
mid range last year? Did y'all see
Oh,
Brandon Miller
and
mid
that's
range
that.
this year?
See,
Why
the
would we need Brandon
thing
Charles
Miller
Lee,
when
about
we got
LaMelo
this is
Brandon
is
Miller?
what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Charles Lee told Brandon Miller already. I heard it on the Saturday night when he was talking. He said, and this is the reason why Brandon Miller is in the summer league right now. They want to run those same type of plays, but they want him to shoot the three with it. This is the
Exactly.
reason why he
I
went
heard him.
7 for 16 last night. They don't want him shooting mid range no more. But I brought this up because mid range shots, those tough shots, are still needed, and you got to make those tough twos. You know what I
gotta make
mean?
them.
I don't know, Billy. How old are you?
I'm 21.
You're 21. You never saw Kobe the way Kobe was. You never saw Jordan the way Jordan was. You gotta understand that, bro.
I know about
Like
that, but I played
when the game
basketball,
was
bro.
compact like that, I believe it. I believe it. I believe it, bro. But when the game was compact, and the playoff game, like the way they played in the playoffs was a regular season game back when I was coming up, bro. Well, am I lying, guys?
Man,
Am I lying?
if you watch the Mavericks' entire run, look at go to a Mavericks playoff game this season and just fast forward to the last 5 minutes of every fourth quarter. Mid range,
That's
from Kyrie, from Luka,
Yeah,
even mid range and
that's
the
all
there.
they doing now is pick and
what
roll, mid range,
pick and
mostly mid
pop,
range.
pick and
Cause
pop.
that's what
They
he
got
feed
flare
off.
screens, ghost screens.
Uh-huh.
Blitzing off of it. The defenses are really compact too. Back in those, also earlier in the early 2000s when they first started letting you do zones and edges and stuff like that. Back before then, it was all man. Everything had to be a man. Everybody had to play
Mhm.
man. It wasn't no zone at all. Two,
Hey,
three
hey,
zones, three two zone was only in college. You couldn't when you got to the NBA, you could only run man. And then they saw how AI was. They saw how AI was working everybody, and he was just dropping 30 and 40 on everybody every night. They said, man, we got to put the zone back in the league. And they said that's why they gave us the 5 seconds thing. You can't be in the paint for 5 seconds and 3 seconds and stuff like that. That's what that came down to. You know what I mean? Long story short, like to be honest, like Brandon Miller is in that. He was so right when he said Brandon Miller's in that Jordan conversation, that Kobe conversations, and Paul George conversation of skill of everything you can possibly do. He's an
yeah, he
all
do
around
everything.
player.
He's an all around
He's
player.
an all around dog. Like Brandon, I don't have
He's an
y'all.
all around
Y'all
scorer.
are y'all not Charlotte fans, or y'all just like want to hear about Charlotte? What is it?
No, well, for the most
What
part,
what is?
it's really a ball fan, as a ball channel, but it's mostly basketball.
How did y'all get on Charlotte? How did y'all get on Charlotte tonight?
Lamelo. Well, I mean,
Okay, y'all wanted to
I
talk about
follow
it.
Lamelo Ball, so Lamelo Ball playing with Charlotte, whatever like that. But I got an opinion on Brandon Miller, and he gonna differ from y'all's. The way y'all see him, I don't see him like that. And
Because you haven't watched.
I'm not
He
saying
would surprise you.
I'm not
He
saying
would
he
surprise you.
can't develop into what y'all saying, but from what I'm seeing from his baseline skills right now, like I said, I'm not saying he can't develop into these things. From his baseline skills, from what I saw in college, and from what I seen, what I'm seeing, Charlotte trying to do with him, and the transactions Charlotte made. I see a catch and shoot player who can be versatile defensively because he's long.
Uh-uh.
When
No,
I
he can bring the ball down.
no
Oh,
no
go ahead. I'm
yeah
sorry.
yeah
I don't mean
he
to
can
cut
bring
you
the
off. I want to hear you out. Let me hear you out. I'll
he,
be
I'm not
rude right
saying
now.
he
Let me
can't bring the ball. I'm not saying he can't bring the
do.
ball down. What I'm saying is he's not that Charlotte. The perfect player next to Lamelo would be a sizable guard who is a defender, and he can also interchange between playing on and off ball. With Lamelo, he need to be a good ball handler. He
Hold on.
need to
All
be able
right.
to
Let me
run.
help you out. I got to keep it real with you right now. Brandon Miller was almost defensive player of the year in the SEC. Brandon Miller is a better defender than he is an offensive player, and he's amazing offensively. Brandon Miller was the second pick of the draft because of his defense, not because of his offense. They didn't even. People were talking about his offense wasn't all that. They thought he was just only shoot threes. Brandon Miller clown last year. I think what you got to do is pull up somebody's YouTube highlights and stuff like that and see what happened. To the point where we watching the summer league and Brandon Miller playing in summer league, and everybody saying Charlotte's gonna win it because he's not supposed to be in the summer league. There's other players that's in their second year in the summer league that came out of the same draft as him. They're saying that he's not supposed to be in because
He averaged
they
17
put
points a
him
game.
even with the average of 17 points a game, bro. That still didn't give it. That doesn't even give him justice of how good he is because the
Yeah, he
team
not. Yeah,
wasn't there last year. The
exactly. They
team
wasn't
wasn't
even healthy.
there.
No, listen, the
That
point.
he was the
This ain't
right.
about no.
Billy's the
Listen, this
only
ain't about his
person.
defense. I'm not coming at his
Billy,
defense. Hear me out.
Billy's the only person. I'm gonna say this last thing. Billy's the only person in the whole Charlotte fan base that is saying that this is still Melo's team. Everybody else, I don't care who team it is, but everybody else is saying this is Brandon Miller's team. That's how good Brandon Miller is right now. That's how high his point. Have you heard that too, Billy? That
Yeah,
this
and
is Brandon Miller's team.
that's what there's been a stigma around that They should trade Lamelo and start building around Brandon Miller. Brandon Miller is looking like the number
And
one guy,
it's BS,
but
but at the same time,
that's
that's what
not
they've
the
been saying.
case. That's not the case. But he is just as good as Melo. That's why he's going to be that
He
number
is
two
not just as
player.
good as
That's
Melo.
going. He's not just as good. He's not better than Melo, but
He's special, bro.
What I saying about Brandon Miller's right here. When I've been breaking down, I'm breaking down the type of player that I can like a Jalen Brown. A couple of years ago, when they were having that shit, we paid Jalen Brown shit and we paid Jalen Brown situation. I've been keep saying Charlotte should make a play to try to get him next to LaMelo. That'd be a perfect compliment to Melo. Now to get back to White, but Mike, not a criticism because like I say, I'm not saying Brandon Miller's not a good player. So erase the fact of you thinking that I thinking he's some bad player or he ain't good or he ain't whatever. What I'm saying is when I watch Brandon Miller, like I hear people say, "Oh, I watch the games live and try to qualify what they're saying." I ain't trying to do that. I just saying when I watch the Charlotte Hornets, when I go see their games, I see the same thing on TV that I see in the stadium that I see in college. He is not a player that's going to go get a bucket where the ball in his hand, he dictating off and he going to get a bucket. He flying by somebody, breaking somebody down, or what he that's not his game. And that's cool that he can average 17 being a sniper off a catch and shoots. But that's who he is to me. I don't see him as that second star player or that second player next to LaMelo that's going to the championship. Now, if you saying bring Brandon Ingram and LaMelo Ball can be your two Jason Tatum slash Jalen Brown, and Brandon Miller can be kind of your Derek White, where he bring that versatile type of defense where he makes shots hard. He played this. He can shoot the three ball at a high clip, but he ain't necessarily about to be somebody where you depending on to give you offense, but he can make plays. Now, when you saying he a Paul George, I don't look that high upon Paul George. To me, the thing that bothers me about Paul George is, for all intents and purposes, he's a two. But I don't like
he
my
can play the
tools
three
to
though. He can
believe
play
that
the
they're
three
two.
though. He can play the 3-2 though.
Exactly. If you gonna be a two, I need my two to feel like they can be a one any given night. But just so happen they're a two tonight. Paul George plays a two regardless of who's. If Kawhi mustn't, he's still trying to play the two. And when I say two, I ain't talking about I'm shooting guard. I talking about the option on the team.
But you telling
I'm
me
not
Paul
saying that's
George don't?
Brandon Miller. I'm not. I know Brandon Miller said that's his goal, and I'm not trying to put that on Brandon Miller. But that's my problem with PG. So when I look at Brandon Miller, it's like if Brandon Miller gets to the point, or they build a team around him to the point where he is the third option, he understands I'm a third option, or I'm a Klay Thompson type player where I ain't really an option and I ain't in no order of an option, but this my game. If I can heat up, I'm gonna heat the fuck up. If not, hey, listen, I still going. Remember, Klay Thompson used to be an elite 3-and-D player. Not try to call him just a 3-and-D player, but he used to be elite defensively, and he could have given you buckets without dribbling the ball. That's what I can see Brandon Miller in the role of, as opposed to being a second star. That's how I look at it.
You wilding right now, bro. You need to go
Klay
watch some
Thompson's a Hall
highlights.
of Famer.
You wilding right now.
Klay Thompson in the Hall of Famer?
He's a way better dynamic ball handler and I was going to say shooter. He's a way better scorer and more skillful in the offense than Klay Thompson, bro. This man has Kobe-like skills, bro. He can get wherever he want on the court. There's no way nowhere on the court Brandon Miller can't get to.
I watched Kobe and Kobe had a low post game at a smaller frame, a smaller height than him. Kobe had a mid-range game. Kobe, he ain't been a three-point shooter where most of his game and threes and nothing like that, but he could knock the three down. Kobe been a lockdown defender like that. Hell no,
bro.
That's
since
low key disrespectful to Kobe.
Since LaMelo been hurt, where have Brandon Miller bread and butter been? It wasn't from the 3-point line. It was from the mid-range. All year he was coming off screens, pulling mid-ranges.
He's still catching and shooting. That's the point I'm trying to make.
That's not catching and shooting. He was ball handling.
If you coming off the screen and you getting past the ball off the screen, you're catching and shooting.
He's not getting past the ball off the screen. He's catching the ball, pivoting, and calling the screen to him and coming off the screen, pulling that bitch, bro. What are you talking about?
Okay, cool. So even if he's doing that, that's not what you're the type of player that once he pull up and do that, if he got somebody on him, he in a screen breakdown, then what? That's the point I'm trying to make. It's not
bro.
about what like Kevin Durant. If you see Kevin Durant, if Kevin Durant get a screen, he's shooting that bitch if you showed it to him. It don't matter where you at. If you on sides when he can get past you, he going around you. He ain't gonna necessarily try to play me. You ain't gonna say Kevin Durant, hit a ball, take us to the promised land. This is your team. You run the team. We got a normal point. Kevin Durant needs pieces around him so he can slide into a slot. That's what I see Brandon Miller as, but not as effective as Kevin Durant. Because I don't think he's gonna be as good as Kevin Durant.
Kevin Durant did that with Golden State. They gave him the ball and got out the way. He
no,
wouldn't
they
got a
didn't
bucket.
give him the ball. They gave him the ball when it been close to crunch time. Kevin Durant move was I'm gonna get to this top wing and I'm gonna pull. That in this game,
bro. That's a bucket, and that's a bucket. That's skill.
Listen. He can shoot the shot. I never say Brandon Miller can't shoot. I'm not saying.
What's your name?
I'm not saying he can't do nothing. What I'm saying is there's certain things in the game when I watch him play. There's limitations. There's a reason why he's a.
You didn't watch him play.
I believe
there's no way you watched him play.
There's no way you.
There's no way. There's no way you watched him play.
I'm telling you.
There's no way.
That's about the only. Them and the Hawks is the only two games I can get if I'm Dallas saying on TV that night. Those
are you in South Carolina?
I live 2 hours away from Charlotte. Like,
yeah, okay.
Those are the only games I can.
There's no way you're really watching them play, bro.
But that's.
I'm not calling you like. I'm not calling you out, but I'm just saying there's really no way you watch them play if you just think he's a swing man.
It's a basketball opinion, but then what I'm saying is when I see him play, this is what I see. If we can sit down and watch a full game, everything I just described, you're gonna see that at least 70% of the game. Hold on. Yes, they will try to put the ball in his hand in certain positions to try to get a play going as the ball handler, but that's not his game. That's why they don't go to. He got a back-to-back game too. He can post up as well, bro. He's right there like Devin Booker and Luka and the post. He's that good.
He'll fade on you like Kobe.
He looks like Kobe, bro. Like he gives himself credit to be Paul. He wants to be Paul George. That was his favorite player growing up. You selling yourself short. You are Kobe.
That's why I say he like Paul George, but that goddamn when I see him on the court with that 24, I be looking at Kobe. I be thinking I'm looking at Kobe. Sometimes.
He's Kobe, dog.
Hey, one more thing.
What it is, it's subjective because I don't see that.
Hey. So when you say you watch Atlanta and Charlotte a lot, did you see that game when he went to Atlanta and he crossed dude off the screen and win
the game?
Oh, I probably
to win it.
No,
to win it.
I'm talking about the dunk. I'm talking about the dunk in
Atlanta. The dunk. Oh yeah, the dunk off his. Oh my God.
When you say he can't dribble, he crossed Buddy off the screen and win the lane and gamble on him, bro.
He's special, bro.
Skill, bro. That's crazy, bro.
Let me give you an example.
He's special.
That dude is nasty, bro.
It's like even when I say Klay Thompson, what would be the knock if his game was comparable to Klay Thompson?
And that's what I'm going to tell you another thing. You talking about third
I
option.
Like
Brandon Miller would never be a third option.
But what I said, Thompson ain't necessarily been a third option. He just been whenever.
Brandon Miller gonna lead the team in scoring next year.
Klay Thompson wasn't the third option. He was the second option until Kevin Durant came.
But see, back to what my man was saying. About role players. When you look at what Golden State been doing, you can't really say anybody but in the first, second, or third option because the offense ran through Draymond Green. So at the end of the day, the first option is the person that's scoring, the scoring option, or the first option is who we look to as the point guard to get the play started.
Okay, to answer that question.
What I'm saying is Klay Thompson ain't necessarily been 1, 2, or 3, or even 4 when Harrison Barnes been over.
To answer that question, I'm gonna tell you how it's gonna go with Charlotte.
Your best is gonna be your first best options.
I'm gonna break it down how it's gonna go with Charlotte. Okay, the quarterback is always gonna be point guard. Quarterback is always gonna be Lamelo. Number one scoring option will be Brandon Miller. If Brandon Miller ain't working, it's going to go through Miles and then the centers and stuff like
Lamelo. Y'all keep forgetting.
I wouldn't say
Lamelo is a scorer too, bro. Lamelo is not just.
I know this. He scores well. He scores. I know.
Let me make this one point. Like, dude,
I don't even call plays for Lamelo. I wouldn't call plays for Lamelo. He let him do what he need to do. You the quarterback.
Did you see that 9-game stretch last year when he was averaging 30-something?
That's crazy.
That's what
That's crazy, bro.
and you just
That's
said
how good
you waiting
Lamelo has
for
got.
you
But
said he was waiting for Lamelo to take the extra leap. He was taking it this year, but he got hurt
Yeah,
again.
that's
see
crazy.
that and see that
Yeah, see, a lot of
and
people
that's
forgot
why
about that because that happened so long ago. That happened about in November and December and
he be
everything.
missing
In
so how
January,
is like
he
not
been
getting
hurt
how good
since.
he actually is in certain areas of the basketball game. And it's like I say, I understand Brandon Miller, how y'all feel about him. And we can agree to disagree on what we see.
The
But you gotta
hey,
understand
bro, the world feels that about him.
When LaMelo ain't on the court,
Everybody's just catching up.
when
Am I
LaMelo ain't
lying,
on the
Philly?
court, it's hard to evaluate certain things of what you're gonna see when he is on the court. Well, we know LaMelo for who he is with the ball in his hand, but like my man was saying, LaMelo is better off the. I mean, in my opinion, LaMelo better off the ball. He's a scorer to me. He can play making all that in the fast break. He can play make on the fly. He can drive and then have a nice pass. He can look defenders off
You
and
talking about
everything.
Lamelo?
LaMelo with the ball in his hand, yeah. But
Yeah,
off ball is his
he's a
to me
quarterback.
is that's what his
He's a
bread and
point
butter.
guard.
No. He's a combo guard. You can't just put him in the
I'm
bucket and
saying
say he's a
good. The ball never needs to leave Lamelo hands coming off a turn, especially in the fourth quarter.
and the
He
ball.
need to bring it
I
down there and
understand that, but
break the play down too. He
Lamelo can
that
defend.
smart.
I know you. We ain't saying nothing different. When the ball in Lamelo hand, it's like Lamelo bought the ball in his hand as a tradition. Not saying traditional point, but as a main ball handler, every play, 90% of the players running through the ball comes from his fingertips or whatever like that. He playing on
Mm-hmm.
ball 90% of the time. That gives your team. Let just making up numbers. That gives your team maybe a 70% chance to win. LaMelo ball, off ball, when you got somebody who can play, make with the ball in their hand, don't need LaMelo to have the ball in their hand 90, 70, 60, 70% of the game. That gives you an 80, 90% chance to win. That's how good he is off ball. You would want him to play at least a certain portion of the game off ball. That's why you want that other player who I guess they're trying to make Brandy. That's why, to me, that's why they got him inside summer league so they can work on certain things they want, certain actions inside the game that he gonna be playing with LaMelo or whatever, on ball and off ball or whatnot. Because they got to get that better with him. I just confused about not confused, but the reason why I believe that what I'm saying matches what Charlotte wants from him is because you don't. And I know how Bully. I know how you feel about them boy progressing to be a certain level, but a ball stopper like Miles Bridges, he's a ball stopper. He's not a player that's like going to play within the floor of the game. He's not going to play a catch and shoot player. He can catch and shoot, but that's not his game. You want him to be at his best, and his best is not playing catch and shoot. So if you sign him back to the deal, that not saying it's going to hinder Brandon Miller development, but that can hinder his development because now that slow down the pace. You ain't gonna have that 1-2 punch with LaMelo and Brandon Miller. It's gonna be the same thing when you had Terry Rozier in the game. It's like, well, give Terry the ball because you gotta get his points. So let's let him get his little bucket off. Okay, now let's get back in our two-man action with LaMelo and at the time Miles Bridges. But this time it gonna be okay. Let Miles Bridges get his little buckets off. Now let's run some two-man action with Brandon Miller and with LaMelo Ball. That's how I look at what Charlotte doing. That's the moves they making. So when y'all saying these things about Brandon Miller, I ain't taking nothing away from Brandon Miller. He had a good rookie season.
I don't
I
think that.
just don't. I just don't see him as the type of player that y'all making him out to be as far as what Charlotte's playing for him, and as far as what I've seen from him in college. Like you go back to watch him in college, a lot of his players were the same thing y'all described, coming off screens, going around screens, and just pulling up. That's his game. Like he's been doing that. He's not doing nothing different than he did in college. They're trying to expand upon that. 17 points a game is damn good for a rookie in the NBA. So I ain't taking shit away from a man. A man did his thing, but at the end of the day, bro, like that's the NBA now.
No, bro.
It's the NBA now.
This dude, that man is made for the NBA, bro. That man spent years in college. This man came in this league ready, bro. Came in first year, 17 points per game. Without LaMelo being there for him to feed him the right way, give him the right passes. And I disagree with you saying Miles Bridges not gonna fit in well. He gonna fit perfect because he ain't. We don't know that because he ain't played with Lamelo. As soon as he came back,
I see.
Lamelo got hurt, so he had to take on that role of being ball dominant and trying to play make and do all these things. Brandon Miller, he can already do that. He still need to work on it a little bit, but he can handle the ball. He can pass the ball. And you're right, Lamelo Ball is very dangerous off ball. That's what I want to see more from him too. Cause when he play off ball, now it's more like he playing like Steph. He moving around screens. It's more space for him to open up. But they gonna match good together. It ain't gonna be no. I'm gonna watch Miles Bridges do this. You know, watch my Brandon Miller do that. No, Miles Bridges is gonna be a script slasher, a glue guy. That's all he is. The offense is gonna go through Melo Ball and Brandon Miller, bro. Them is gonna be your main two scorers. Those gonna
I
be the
mean,
one-two
it's
punch.
not like they ain't go like. So let me ask you this question. Let's say they run the game exactly how you say they run the game, right? And they end up with a 21 season. What? Not saying what's the excuse? They still a young team, but what would you want to see differently if Brandon Miller still let's say he give you 21 a game this season, playing the way you say they playing.
Bro,
Lamelo play a full season, playing the way you say he playing, and everything going exactly how you saying it,
if they
and
win
they still
21
only
games,
win
if they
20,
win
30
21,
games.
if they win 21 games with everybody healthy, with all Brandon Miller, Miles Bridges, Melo
They
Ball,
playing
I
exactly
will
how
not
you
be
say.
I will not be a fan no more. I will not be a fan no more. That that would be utterly ridiculous if they won 21 games with all them being healthy. That is impossible, bro.
But you don't think that's
That is
doable?
impossible. If they
Okay,
win
so what
21
if they win
games and
31
everybody
games?
played the entire season, that
What
is
if they win
crazy.
31 games?
That's still crazy to me. That's
Then
still
your
crazy.
expectations for this team going like
My expectation for this team right now is very high, long as they healthy. If health is always there for the whole season with their main guys, Miles Bridges, Brandon Miller, LaMelo Ball, that is an automatic playoff team, bro. Because what Brandon Miller showed this rookie year without LaMelo being there, bro, he showed that he can score on all three levels, bro. He can shoot the three from deep, off the catch, off the dribble. He can dunk on you at the rim, take it to you. You know what I'm saying? He got good footwork.
you do realize a lot of and listen, and I know a lot of things I saying. You interpret it as I'm saying something negative as far as like I'm saying they bad players or whatever like that. I'm not trying to say they're bad players. I just understand how the NBA work as far as when I be watching teams and when they young and when they building teams. Sometimes it do look like that. Like damn, this player like this, he been out all season. This player been doing that. Imagine if they. It don't always work out like that because if Melo come back, that means somebody got to take a backseat to what they've been doing. Certain actions that they got to run for Lamelo, they ain't gonna be able to run for Brandon Miller again because it's easy to run actions for Brandon Miller when you got not Nick Smith, when you got what your boy named
Y'all
Dennis
are
Smith
blanked
Jr.
out.
running the point.
Yeah, but listen, I'll be real with you, bro. Like, there's no way possible that this team's only gonna win 21 games all healthy.
What about 31?
No,
Bro, this is
So
a playoff
so will you
team, bro.
so you
I
so
do
you
not,
you see them as a playoff team? Both y'all see them as a playoff team.
bro. There's a definite playoff. There was a playoff team last year if they was healthy. That's how I felt they was healthy. They just wasn't healthy, bro. They haven't been healthy. And that's why I'm saying, that's why I say it's hard to analyze the entire team when everyone is not healthy. But you know when they're healthy, now that we've analyzed what Brandon Miller can do, our number 2 pick, we know that this dude is a 4-level scorer. Like, he does everything. There's nothing he can't do. And he wants it. Every time he dunked the ball, he yelling at the crowd. He hyping the crowd. Like, they bringing players in that's bringing energy that really want to play defense, that really want to play, that really want to run. Like, these dudes wants it, but Brandon Miller showed, like, if you really watch that dude, bro, that's why I say, like, how you was talking about him, like, I know you didn't say nothing bad or nothing negative, but you were basically saying, like, oh, you don't see him like Kobe or Paul George. I ain't saying he Kobe, like, he just Kobe flat out or
No,
Michael
I know you
Jordan
trying to
flat
say
out.
his game kind of
But
similar as far as like
how they play the
yeah, he
game
approach it,
and how
yeah.
they go about the game and how
Uh-huh.
they mannerisms is within the game, how they move with the ball, without the ball, how they pulling up. Like his whole aura on the court is just pure. Every time he shoot his mid range, it look the same every time, just pure. Like you can just see like, man, that is a real skill for him. Like the mid range is butter for him. The three
But think
ball is butter for him.
but think about it like this. Earlier, I don't know if it's been you or the other dudes say this or whatnot. Y'all say when you look at them in the summer league or whatever like that, you can tell they telling him not the things that he been doing with the mid range, they want to do it from the three.
Yeah, that was the other dude said that Charles Lee did say he want him shooting more three because he shot very well from three this year. So he was like, we're gonna try to find you more looks on the three. And that's why I say the offense is gonna run through him and Melo, because Melo can have the ball in his hands or out his hand. Melo ain't gotta have the ball. But if he got the ball, imagine him coming off the screen, then got down Brandon Miller coming off a DHO, and then he hit Brandon Miller, that bitch butter every time. Like if Brandon Miller get open, bro, Melo find them, it's butter. Like it's just a 1-2 punch. Like no
So
matter if
let
Brandon
me
Miller passing it to Lamelo or Lamelo passing it to Brandon, the shit is butter, bro.
so when you saying these things, right? So who playing the off guard position in these scenarios?
That's what I said. Ain't nobody playing no significant off guard position. It's just
But
how
they got to play something.
they're gonna play role, but we don't know. We don't know. It gonna
What if it's
differentiate.
Reggie
Sometimes it may
Jackson?
be Melo. Sometimes it's gonna be Reggie Jackson. Ain't getting no fucking minutes, bro.
No. Think so. Your offense is you running Lamelo. No offense. Your team is you running Lamelo at the one, Brandon
I
Miller at
think
the two.
no. That's what I would love for them to run. If they were to start to John, but they're not.
Mm-hmm. So who would the five be on that court? Because once you got Brandon Miller in these actions, you kind of killing your space if you don't got another 3-point shooter out there.
I think his mic went out.
Yeah, I'm about to say I think one of them.
That was my fault. That was my fault. That was my fault. Yeah, so
Oh,
you got
yeah.
Melo and then Josh Green, then Brandon Miller at the three. Then you can put him at the two, and him and Melo ain't gonna miss no beat because they ain't lacking nowhere. They ain't got no negatives out there. They can do both of them can do the same thing down there. Melo just a better passer, a little better shooter a little bit. Then you got Miles Bridges at the four. You know what I'm saying? Stretch four. He gonna be slashing. He's not gonna be trying to take up no shots. He's not gonna be shooting all them threes like he did last year. It's gonna be back to alley oops. You know what I'm saying? The Airbnb connection. And then you got Mark Williams gonna come back and dominate the paint. That is a playoff starting five, bro. And then you got them
But you don't got
stars
no
off the bench.
spacing. You don't got no spacing.
How you don't got spacing when all four of your players, all your 1 through 4 can shoot?
No,
LaMelo
think
can
about
shoot.
it.
Josh Green can shoot. Brandon Miller can shoot. It's nothing but space.
No,
You can do
think
what you
about it.
want.
Okay, so if you saying Brandon Miller gonna be coming off screens, right? So he ain't gonna be on the wing
He can do
occupying space
anything.
with nobody.
He can
No,
space out.
hold
He
on, hold
can
on.
go 1-on-1. He can do whatever
No,
he
hold on.
want to do.
I about to run you through a basic offensive set to show you the spacing. Lamelo with the ball in his hand. Mark Williams
Mhm.
come up to the high post to set the screen. At the same time, Brandon Miller running the action to your right or left side. Don't really matter. Whichever side opposite side of you setting the pick or whatever. That's
Mhm.
3 players right there. That's Brandon Miller, who's a shooter, but he can't take up space. If he kind of dragging the defender with him. If they playing man to man, if they playing switching, he dragging a couple of defenders with him. They switching them off, tagging them off, right? So that's 2 players right there. The Miller who can shoot, Brandon Miller can shoot. They're taking away space. They can't take up space because they in actions right now. Mark Williams don't never take up space. He bring the big man up with him. Now you got Josh Green on the wing and you got Grant Williams on the wing. Neither one
Miles
of them are
Bridges. Miles
spacing.
Bridges on the wing.
Miles Bridges on the wing and Grant Williams on the wing. Neither one of them are
No.
spacers.
Josh Green on the wing. Those are
Josh
shooters,
Green on the
bro.
wing, Josh Green on the wing, and now Miles Bridges on the wing. Neither one of them are spacers. So now the court is suppressed. So now any pick and roll action with the big man gonna be cluttered.
It ain't gonna be
You,
credit, bro. Miles
but
Bridges is
but
hitting
no, but
three.
that it is. I wish I could draw it up on a video screen so I can show you.
So
That's
you
what I
don't
keep
think
saying
Josh
about
Green and
basketball.
Melo
Is
Bridges
like
is stretching the floor?
he's no, because that's not his game. It's like I'm not saying he can't catch a ball and shoot the ball, but it's a reason why certain players get certain shots and certain looks. It's a reason why certain players on the floor. Some like I I would feel more comfortable if you saying not Steph Curry but Seth Curry on the court. He can scratch the floor, but on the back end, you got another defender who can't really guard coming back down on the defensive end. So you don't want him in the game all game like that. You want him in certain stretches to run certain plays. NBA is all about stretching the flow out and spacing. If you don't got no space, you fucked. And then you got a
Oh,
big man in Mark Williams. As good as he is on the defensive glass, he can't scratch the floor. He can't shoot the mid range. So
you
now
don't
you
need
taking
Mark
him out
Williams
the
to stretch
game
the
because you
floor.
got to. So now you in the conundrum with your offense. Your offense gonna be
Okay.
slow.
Okay.
I don't believe that, bro. I think they stretching the floor, bro. I think everybody can shoot, bro, except Mark Williams. We don't need Mark Williams to stretch the floor.
Don't need Marvin
No,
Williams to shoot at all.
no, but you
Like
don't.
none of that.
No, you don't. You don't. Now, listen to what I'm saying. If you
He
got
gonna get offensive rebound, bro. He gonna get offensive rebound,
See,
or
you're not taking in the
he gonna get
fact of how
fouled.
good
no
Lamelo
that,
and Brandon Miller is just going 1-on-1. They get a
but we just talking
mismatch,
about
it's
basic
over.
space. We talking about basic space. When you
Look
look
here, I'm
at
gonna
the
tell you like
NBA,
this.
it's a reason why players, if it's like PJ Washington shooting like 38, 39% in the playoffs, you couldn't sag off of him at all. So that left more space to run all these different actions for Kyrie and Luca with Livingston and not Livingston, Lively and Gafford. But when we had players like Tim Hardaway Jr., who inconsistent. You can sag off him because you ain't really scared of that three ball catching and shooting. You more scared about him pulling up not scared, but you know he either gonna pull up a wild three and miss or he gonna try that little pump and go.
We sagging
Same
off
with
PJ
Miles Bridges.
Washington.
Huh?
We sagging off PJ Washington. PJ Washington
You ain't
inconsistent.
sagging off him because he been shooting damn near 40% in the
Man,
playoffs.
we sagging off until he got to the finals. He ain't do none of that junk in the
No,
finals.
they didn't sag off him in finals. What they did is they allowed him to catch a lot more shots that wasn't in the corner, more so at the top of the wing. If you look at his percentages and put percentage in the closer percentage in the corner closer to 40%. His percentage
In
on
the
top of the wing
playoffs,
been like 35%.
in the
So you
playoffs, yeah,
would
the
want him
regular
to shoot
season he
that
was showing
shot.
bad from the corner.
Exactly, because he had to get his shot down. His shot ain't come around to the playoffs. That's why I say like when it comes to basketball, like in theory, what you saying sounds cool. But when you actually put this players on the floor and then you got a defense that's aligned up against it, it's about space. If you ain't got no space, you might as well go over there and play EuroLeague with a
I'm
court
telling you,
91
bro.
feet instead of 94 feet.
It's gonna work out, bro. I'm telling you, bro. They gonna get that bitch right. That's gonna be the starting lineup for sure. But Melo Ball, Josh Green, Brandon Miller, Miles Bridges, and Mark Williams, and they gonna dominate shit. I'm telling you.
It's like okay, like OKC, right? OKC going the entire season, but the number one seed with Josh Giddey in the lineup, and that worked for them because Josh Giddey been a good ball handling guard, but Josh Giddey couldn't shoot. But in the regular season, you don't really pay attention to that as much because you don't got time to sit there and go over percentage and practice certain sets on defense against a player who can't shoot unless he just somebody like Westbrook was like, oh, every night on ESPN you see people sagging off him. So yeah, we world now know he can't shoot. But when we get to the playoffs, they get past the first round team, and when they run into us, you know what we did? Josh Giddey couldn't even really play that series. And when he couldn't play that series, that means now you got the onus on Shea Gilders to try to make shit happen himself. And he been doing the shit, but that leaves the other team just being out there, got to catch and shoot. They couldn't really get into a rhythm. Chet Holmgren, he going hard a couple of games, but what I'm saying is when you playing the defense, everything looks good during the regular season. When you get in the playoffs and people play you how they know you, that's a wrap. When you was talking about the Hornets, the lineup that you say would sound better on offense if you had say Seth Curry instead of what's your boy name Miles Bridges, but you giving up size and a defender on the other end, so you can't really play them like that. And like I said, I'm not trying to take nothing away from Charlotte Hornets. Like I used to be a Charlotte Hornets. That was my first favorite team until they moved to the Pelicans and did all that crazy shit or whatever. And Oklahoma City, wherever they have, that's when I stopped becoming an actual Charlotte fan. So I would always root for them. Like that's kind of my state's home team. But at the end of the day, like I also ain't gonna sit there and shit myself. I understand spacing. Spacing is the reason why some teams go from bad to good. Just simple spacing.
Yeah, I think he popped off. So shout out to the Charlotte fans that came up on the panel and expressed their views and enthusiasm about their team. And I hope we see you the next time that we go live. You're more than welcome to come aboard, Billy and Stacy. Newmark came up for a minute and then he disappeared. So maybe something.
They want to hear that Bronny for MVP chant.
Wait a minute. Somebody's. Yeah, we'll probably do it again. Let's check back tomorrow. We could be going up tomorrow because Charlotte will be playing tomorrow in the Summer League. And we expect the Melo to be on deck because these Charlotte Hornets are playing so hard, no panic, that it brought Lamelo out of the bushes. And now he should be in. I don't know if this playoff starts yet.
Oh.
I think they might have one more game and then maybe the playoffs. So this brought Lamelo LaFrance Ball out of the bushes to see this young team with a ferocious approach to the NBA landscape that they have taken over the territory that was meant for other teams. And the Charlotte Hornets remain undefeated in Summer League play, stemming from the California Classic all the way down to the Las Vegas Showcase. And the Las Vegas Showcase is where it's at because this is where all the neon lights and the massive marquees are on display with all 30 teams in the building. So you get a chance to see the number 1 draft pick all the way to the number 30th draft pick in the first round and even the second round as well. So Bronny James and company, you're going to see Mattis Buzelis, you're going to see Dalton Connect, you're going to see Stephen Castle, you're going to see Reed Shepard, and you're going to see the number 6 overall pick for the Charlotte Hornets, DeJounte Sulan. And with all that said, no panic, I think we can close this out. It was a very successful stream. Thank you, No Panic, for your participation and your engagement. I loved how you agitated the soil and got the Charlotte Hornets fan base, Buzz City, and the Hive scrambling to demonstrate their enthusiasm for the Charlotte Hornets this season. Listen, No Panic was one of the only ones that feel the Charlotte Hornets will not make the playoffs. I think he was outjudged and outnumbered when it came to that. Majority of the panel tonight feel the Charlotte Hornets has a terrific chance of making the playoffs because, and No Panic can rebuttal, because No Panic mentioned there was 4 other teams. This came out of No Panic's mouth. And 2 of those 4 teams were Chicago Bulls and the Atlanta Hawks, who were play-in participants last season. But the way the direction of the Chicago Bulls and Atlanta Hawks is headed and is trending looks like a slow rebuild. So I don't know if they're going to be as competitive this season as they were last season. So that renders them non-qualified to be a member of the extended season. So that's 2 teams gone. So that means 2 teams is going to enter. And I believe Charlotte can be one of them. Now, also No Panic pointed out about the Detroit Pistons, the Washington Wizards, and who was that last team, No Panic?
Was it the Heat?
Was it the
Oh,
Heat? Yeah, at the Heat. So now the only team the Charlotte Hornets have to really compete against, because we know the Washington Wizards going nowhere fast, because they still have Jordan Poole on the team. And we know that Detroit Pistons is going through a overhaul and under new management and construction, same as Charlotte. But their roster is not as strong as Charlotte roster, in my opinion. Miami Heat should be there. So Miami Heat should take one of those slots. And so it's only one slot left, and that's between 2 teams, and that would be Motown, aka the Motor City, Detroit Pistons, or the Queen City, aka Buzz City, down in North Kakalaki, Charlotte. So one of the 2 teams, Detroit or the Hornets, will be strongly vying for that last playoff spot. And where will it be? Will it be 10 or will it be 7? I'm saying it should be closer to 7. No Panic, don't believe they're going to make it. And if they do, it probably will be 10.
okay,
So
yeah,
this is
yeah.
what we
I'm
have.
glad you clarify that because Murgaard Murgaard reminded me that they had signed a couple of veterans. So in my
Uh-huh.
mind, it's like I forgot about that, and that do bring a low maturity to the team. I can see them at the 10th seed at best.
So we all agree tonight then the Charlotte Hornets should make the extended season.
Yeah.
Now, one thing we didn't agree was how many games they will win. So it was a variant of opinions about the speculation of how many games the Charlotte Hornets will win. I shared that the odd makers had Charlotte at a very low 31 and a half games, over and under. Stacy said they were going to win 55 games. I had to challenge that. I said, Stacy, if you believe the Charlotte Hornets is going to win 55 games this season, you should put everything on that. Then he
That's
came back
24
and reiterated.
games.
Yeah, he came back and reiterated. He said, well, maybe they might win 48 at best. Okay, that's a little high expectations, but nevertheless, it's over 31 and a half. So I said, I'm going to look into it a little more before I lay some skin down. And then all of a sudden, Billy came up and rose to the occasion and co-signed Stacy's prediction as over 31 and a half, meaning they're going to win over 32 games. So I said, wait a minute, man. These are 2 people that are emotionally invested in Charlotte. Should I take a chance on that? Or do they really know what they're talking about? So, according to further case studies, as I sat back and listened, I believe they know more than their emotions have been spilled out in their content. So I think I'm going to lay a little burden on the Charlotte Hornets winning 32 games this season.
Yeah,
But
I
we're
can
going
see
to see
them
what the
winning like
outcome is.
32, 33. Between 32 and 38 games, I can see that.
Well, then, no panic. You're with the majority.
No, because
So
38 wins is still what, the 10th seed?
it could be.
No, that'll probably be like the 7th, 8th, isn't it?
It depends on how it shakes out. Because some of these seasons be surprising, and there's always that one surprise team. And I'm hoping
Yeah,
that one surprise team is the Charlotte Hornets. That's what I'm betting on. Because
yeah.
I think the odd makers are wrong. I think they're heavily wrong. They got the Atlanta Hawks at 42 wins. I don't see Atlanta winning 42. So I'm gonna go over with Charlotte and under with Atlanta.
Hold on, they got the Hawks at what?
42 wins, 42 and a half
42. They
wins.
must know something I don't know. What the fuck
That's
Sean
what I'm
planning to
saying.
do this
Are they going to
offseason?
get somebody? I don't know. Are they getting somebody or what? Is it a trick?
And they
You
lose
know what I'm
Sadiq
saying?
Bey in it.
Yeah, they lost an All-Star.
And
They lost a deep.
DeJounte
They
Murray.
lost.
God damn.
Yep.
He
Uh-huh.
must be banking on Trey Young going damn demon mode or something.
Or somebody coming over there.
Yeah, you know they be knowing.
So, yeah, I was surprised to see Atlanta that high as far as win totals over and under.
Damn.
And I think it could be a trap bet. It could be a trap. It could be some brewing up in A-Town that we
I
just
ain't gonna
not
lie, that
aware
make
of.
me kind of gonna go bet something now. I do
But
not
that
see them
is high.
winning no 40 games.
So, like I say, that is interesting that we had two intriguing started Hornets faithful. And these Buzz City hive living individuals came up on the panel and shared their views. And it kind of convinced me to a certain degree that the Charlotte Hornets might, just might, win about 35 games. And that will quell my skepticism towards the Charlotte Hornets and their new building of a more winning culture, more fitting to ballers and not just people that's coming in, taking money, and not taking the game serious because they don't see light at the end of the tunnel. With Jeff Peterson and Charles Lee, I thoroughly believe that there is light at the end of this tunnel because you don't get a caliber coach like Charles Lee coming off of two championships with two separate teams playing two separate styles coming down to Charlotte just for folly. I believe he wants to be a culture changer and he want to hang his hat on the new legacy that would be brought forth from the Charlotte Hornets organization and players in uniform. I'm starting to believe that heavily. So my skepticism have waned and my critique have simmered. But I'm still a little cynical. Still, just a little bit. There's a little cynicalism still flexing from my takes. But not to the point where I feel Charlotte is just the bottom of the barrel. They scraping the seafloor and they're going to continue to be bottom feeders. I don't really think that anymore. No panic.
I ain't gonna lie, before
You know?
Murgar and Mommy about them vets, I sure was saying they've been bottom barrel this year.
Yeah, and me and
I ain't gonna
Flight
lie.
had our harsh discourse about Charlotte. Flight was a little more optimistic. I wasn't. But hearing the various content from Charlotte Hornets faithful breathes new spirit of hopefulness going forward. Pending, no panic, pending,
LaMelo Ball.
no injuries. That's right. A healthy LaMelo Ball. Now, I was told from the camp, from LaMelo Ball's camp, that he is stronger than ever. They did not go into details why they shared to me he was stronger than ever. But the only thing I can think of that was LaMelo's weakness was his lower extremities, his ankles. So if they've been working on that and strengthening that to the point where they feel secure enough to share that he is stronger than ever, then I have to believe him.
Shit, hopefully this the last injury. He got that Steph Curry type of career. Get them injuries out the way
Yeah,
early.
get him out the way early. Um, I know Like I said earlier in the stream when we first started, that Lamelo have had a couple of growth spurts, and maybe those injuries have been contribute to that because his body have yet to catch up to get in alignment
Yep, that
with the
makes
new
sense too.
stature of his height and coordination and things of that nature. And sometimes you can have growth spurts and your body can get stronger, and
Hmm.
sometimes you can have growth spurts and your body take a little longer to catch up with the
Yeah.
you know. So I don't know if that's the case or not, but I'm just going to give that the benefit of the doubt because I don't think LaMelo Ball is that clumsy to keep having these injuries occur at the junction of the season that they occur. And especially when he is doing so well and in the groove and having these consecutive high end double doubles, I don't think he's that clumsy. I just think it was part of the growth spurts. You don't know it. See, you don't really know because you growing and to yourself, you just feel the same,
Hmm.
but you're not because you have to give your body a chance to adjust to your new stature. And these bones harden up. So when the bar tell them to drink milk, get that vitamin D, and they don't do it, these are the things that happen. And by them being biracial and their dad, no real shit, and
No,
with their
no, you
dad
you
saying
you
that,
cooking, you cooking, you cook. I agree. It's funny to hear somebody outside myself say it.
yeah, and so and their dad expressing that Lonzo and Lamelo taken after the physical DNA of their mom, while Jello have taken after the DNA of him. And we know Jello had his injuries as well, but his injuries haven't been on a higher stage as Lonzo and Lamelo. So a lot of times his injury is downplayed. You know what I'm saying? Like a recreational injury, because we all get those recreational injuries. But when you up there with Lamelo and Lonzo, these oligarchs, gatekeepers, governors are investing a substantial amount of money into your sustainability, hoping you have longevity so they can reap benefits off your showmanship. And this is why a lot of criticism towards their injury has been hurled at them because they're not on the court bringing back or reaping the benefits of being an NBA player making substantial amount of money, and the people is frustrated because there's no presence of them. There's no availability. We paying this money to come see them, and they're not available. So people get frustrated because they want to see that high level talent that these young men bring to the hardwood. And I'm telling you, they said the boys are stronger than ever. The Melo is stronger than ever. Lonzo is ready to go as is. And as the days unfold, he gets better, and his healing is coming into its own form. And we can't wait to get the Ball brothers back on the court and have the sibling rivalry that we had in 2020 and 2021. We missed that part of the NBA action. We don't really feel that with the other brothers, right? We don't feel that with the Morrises. We don't feel that with the Holidays. We don't feel that with the Antetokounmpos. We don't feel that with the Martins. We don't feel that with really any other set of brothers that's on the opposite side of each other, opposing to get a victory. But with Lamelo and Lonzo on opposite teams, clashing, ramming towards each other like wild rams, It's an excitement. It's a movie. It's fantastic entertainment. And this is why these games are played on national TV when these two brothers are on the court, healthy, in starting lineups, getting ready to clash. LeVar boys. Sometime you might see some of the other brothers on national TV, but it's not really. It's not really a thing. But the Ball brothers, we all know that's a thing, and it's been a thing since 2020. So let's hope they get back on the court healthy, and we can get some supreme entertainment, and we will see which Ball brother is more superior in play than the other, which team is more superior than the other in play when these two gets together. You have any last words, no panic?
Bully Cypher get to ask about the podcast. I guess you want to know your thoughts about Lavar, not Lavar, Lonzo new podcast.
Oh yeah, I like it. I don't watch every episode. The only time I watch a full episode, which I only watched once thus far, but I see all the clips and the stories because I follow them on Instagram. So I see all the clips in the story. But if it's a clip in the story that intrigues me, then I'm going to watch the whole episode. But a lot of the things, since they are young men, they talk about young men things, and I'm not a young man, so those things are not attractive to me. But when they mention something that garners my attention and that is intriguing, I'm watching the whole one. And the last one that I've seen as a whole episode was uh not I think the last one, right? Episode 9. I think that's the last one I've seen whole. And before that was the one where Jello announced that he's having a second child.
Oh,
So
yeah, the second child, same
yes,
brother.
Leanne's having a second child from Nikki baby. Yes.
Oh, that's what's up.
Yeah. He's having a second child. So you know what that means. There's more daddy duties. And he not and listen, Leangelo's knocking these things out back to back, right?
I love him, boy.
So Nikki letting him sleep in it. That's the only thing I can get out of that. This nigga is sleeping and his pull out game is weak as fuck.
Damn, it.
And Leangelo's enjoying it, right?
Gotta
Because
be.
he won't leave it alone. Like Nikki baby say, he can't stop touching me. And she loves every minute of it. So kudos to Leangelo and congratulations on your second child. I know what it's like being a parent because I'm a parent. So I love to see that, especially when you're younger and you can grow with the child instead of being too old. And when the child gets in the 20s, it's nothing that you and the child really have in common. You know what I'm saying? So that's a great thing for Leangelo. Now all of Lavar is waiting on Lamelo.
Damn it.
Now I know a lot of Lamelo fans probably don't want him to have no children, but I think Lamelo mom, I think Tina want Lamelo to kick at least one out. You know,
Mm-hmm.
so yeah. So that's about it. I like the podcast so far. I think D'Angelo is the most charismatic on the show. Lonzo's too cool for school, and Demo tried to stay as neutral as possible and try to stay as mature as possible. But sometimes he loses control of the handle. And then you got Anthony Salazar. He seems like he's kind of reserved, and he kind of let Leangelo and Lonzo get off on their thing, and then Ant Man say something kind of funny and get Jello going. So the chemistry of the podcast is pretty cool. So I like it. I'll give it a thumbs up.
Yeah, they got time to grow. More shows they get in them. They start understanding their bags, start understanding the vibe, whatever. It'll get better and better. I mean, I say it's
So
good
yeah,
for the especially to see like Lonzo been hurt last couple of years. Good to see him down, stove in good spirit. Cause I you know how that is when you play sports and then when you can't do them no more. It's like shit, that been your first love. And he like, that shit kind of make your damn feel down when you can't play and you get that injury. Even if I was like playing high school ball, college ball, whatever, you got to sit down for a couple of months and that shit should have fucked with your head. But
so everybody, we're going to go ahead and sign out. We appreciate everybody that graced the stage today. Billy, Stacy, No Panic, Marvin, Murgod, and myself. And check with us tomorrow because there's a summer league game going on, and Charlotte Hornets will be part of the marquee, and we will have it for you tomorrow.
Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Like I said, Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.